What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back into the DraftKings Dream Stream for August 1st. New month, new monthly candle to just go straight up today, folks. We're hitting it hard with 6 Sims today. Got Tom Carroll joining me. I'll be on for your next 3. That's 6 in a row for me. So if you don't like me, this is a bad time to be on the Sims, but nobody doesn't like me. Come on, what the heck did I do? I just gave away a Joe Burrow card on the stream yesterday.
Wow.
With Matt Lamarck and I were giving cards away left, right, and center. Lamarck gave away like 10. So anyways, that was fun. But hey, I got Tom Carroll here. I want a full recap of the Denny's experience. I know I got you early in the stream. Are you recovered? What did you eat? What was your favorite meal? Did you pass out? Lots of stuff to go through. So I want a full recap because I haven't been able to catch up with you. But we got the Bears, we got the Lions. Let's go through lineups first.
Let's do it.
Captain Tom.
So I don't like doing Bear Sims because I never really know who's going to be the guy to pop off, where I feel like almost every other team, there's probably a group of teams where I feel this way about it, but most of the teams are like, okay, there's like 3 or 4 guys that can be the guy that goes off. And with the Bears, outside of Madden Mitch, I don't know who that is. So yeah, I paid up for Madden Mitch, put him in the captain spot. Then I put the Bears DST in there because I don't trust Jared Goff. I don't trust the Lions offense to not at least turn the ball over a couple times. So I threw them in there. See, I was thinking about the future, Jared Goff.
That's right.
In Detroit.
Yes.
Then I got Amendola, Galladay, Swift, and Graham in the line.
Yeah, I mean, I treat the Bears much the same way I treat the Bills. I play Trubisky, and I don't really feel like I have to play anyone else. I almost try to avoid the rest of the Bears if I could. Now, I do have 3 Bears in my lineups, but the other 2 are Tariq Cohen and Cole Kmet. So I'm basically punting with Kmet. I captain TJ Hawkinson, who's got 2 catches already, by the way. Both of Stafford's first 2 completions to the Hawk. So that's good. He's 50% owned in our in the free roll, the Tommy and Jeff free roll. He's 8.3% owned in the captain spot there. Trubisky, 88% owned. Staff, 55% owned. So QB heavy sim here. Yeah, but Detroit is a team you can't really rely on very often. I mean, this team is they're pretty terrible in sim bills. So, anyways, I captain Hawkinson. Just tried to get away from the Trubisky chalk. That's it. That's all. Hope everyone's having a good Sunday. Hope they had a good rest of their Saturday night. And yeah, hope you guys are in. I got the stats updating. I know there was an issue yesterday. Apologize for that again. And give me a lowdown, Tommy. How you feeling? Are you recovered?
Yeah, I'm just now starting to feel like a normal human being again. After the 24 hours, I slept for 14, woke up about an hour before my Sims started yesterday, did 3 Sims, definitely was a little loopy. Tara Lynn was my partner for 2 of those 3, so things just got a little out of hand. And then I just took it easy yesterday. We're sort of like napping and hanging around, nothing crazy. People were like, oh, you want to go out? You want to go out? I'm like, no, man. I don't feel well still. They're like, oh, you slept for 14 hours. Come on, come out and slug Diet Cokes with us. I'm like, nah, dude. I got to just chill. Sorry. So slept late again today. Woke up about an hour before this sim started. Now I'm feeling okay. So I'll probably have a little snack after this sim, and I'll be back to 100%.
It's good to know. So yeah. What was the most challenging part for you of the whole stream? Was it just keeping track of everybody? Was it staying focused?
That's an underrated part of it is, making sure that
how many guests did you have?
Oh, that's a good question. I can actually pull up the list real quick because I don't want to give you the wrong number here. Well, I'll give you guest slots that I filled because that's. Some people joined me more than once. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36 guest slots out of 48 total slots to fill.
There you go, man.
And yeah, I'm just making sure that I got in touch with them ahead of time, sent them the correct link, sent it to the place they wanted it sent so they could get it, on their laptop or phone or tablet. That definitely was a interesting part of the process. My main challenge, and it was something I didn't really have control over and something I knew was going to be a pain in the butt going into it, was the spottiness of a diner Wi-Fi system. Right. So, dudes were, and they had some guys had Wi-Fi issues on their end too. So, popping in and out of the Wi-Fi, and some guys getting bopped off the network. It was just that at times was frustrating.
Especially as
for the most part, it went super smoothly. Like no guest, no shows. So when someone said they were going to show up, they generally they showed up right on time, and that kept things moving, no doubt about it. I even had Bob Sosi, the voice of the Pats, try and join an hour early. He just was early. He wanted to come on early.
Wanted to see the Denny's menu.
He tried to bump off Danny Cannell. And he was like, all right, I'll let Cannell go. And then he came back an hour later. He was great. So it was good. It was good. Didn't eat that much because I didn't have that much time. I overbooked myself. Didn't have time to eat. Didn't really have time to drink a lot either. Didn't drink any coffees, as I mentioned. So
that's the most shocking part. I would have just been ordering food, but again, when you're that busy, I mean, I also wouldn't have booked that many guests though. So just because I would not have been able to handle it, not because it's like a bad idea. It's a great idea. That's what you need when you're doing that long a show. I would have topped out at like 5. I'm like, I can't handle booking any more people than this.
Hey, here we go. 4th and 1, aggressive. Early in the game here. You love to see it. Swift, yes. I'll take that. By the way, shout out to Jim and Ops today, taking care of the scoring early on here. Like Jeff mentioned, we had issues with some of the scoring last night. It happens. Sometimes the system goes down. Jim's a beast. He's got it taken care of.
I mean, it wasn't anyone's fault. Trust me, that's not what was going on. I know people in the chat like to hypothesize that people don't know what they're doing, but it was just an unfortunate, system error, so to speak. So, anyways, Jim, one of the best. We got Jim, Mike, Brian behind the scenes, bringing you home here for Sunday morning Sims. Hope everyone's doing well. These black uniforms of the Lions are really throwing me off. I keep wanting to.
I like them.
Well, it's not that I don't like them. They look like the Raiders, though. And I keep
from a
wanting
distance,
to say
definitely.
Vegas versus Chicago. Like it's all my willpower not to call them Vegas or like call Derek Carr or something. But
and especially the feed that we're getting of the game too, like from that wide angle, it definitely does. Look like the Raiders,
all 22 or whatever it is.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. But it was good, dude. You were great early on. That little stretch I had with just like back to back DraftKings people. I needed my guys there, that weird time of night just to get me from point A to point B. I'd say the hardest part of the day was the start of the second stream. Right. Because I had a half-hour break in between the first and the second one. So it was about 7:30 a.m. You just felt like you finished, but really you got 12 more hours ahead. So that was a little daunting. Came out of the gate a little slow. Morton was supposed to join me at, I believe, 9 a.m. Eastern, and he didn't pop up when he was supposed to. So Tara Lynn stayed later with me than she was supposed to. And then it ended up being fine because Morton showed up an hour later during Rossi's hit, and Rossi loves kickers. So it became like a Rossi interviewing Morton Anderson segment, and it was hilarious. And then another one of my friends popped in. We went 4 wide. It ended up being one of the funniest segments of the day. So that was probably the most challenging part of the day, was that beginning part of quote part 2. Yeah.
I know Rossi said he got to talk to Morton Anderson. He was pretty pumped about that. So
Michael bringing up a good point here. The Lions eating up basically the entire first quarter here. So if you had a Bears stack, you are not happy right now. And look, they ate up the entire first quarter. They only have 3 points to show for it.
Yeah, that is definitely one of the longest drives. I think I saw Atlanta take the entire quarter on a drive once, but
you love to see it.
Anyways, appreciate you guys coming in on a Sunday. People keep filing in. Hit that like button if you could, guys. Appreciate getting up to over 100 here. For my fourth in a row. Tommy and I going to be on the next two with you as well.
The Moose Slam.
Moose Slam. I don't mind. I mean, I honestly, I kind of like if you're going to do 6 in a row, that's how you got to do it. You know, I mean, none of this doing 6 on the same
in one day. Yeah,
pretty loopy. And I definitely like doing the whatever it is, I guess 6, 8, and 10 Eastern shift. I mean, I think that's a good combo, especially on the weekends.
Shout out to James Smiley on YouTube saying that today is his sobriety date, 3 years sober. Congratulations, James.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations.
That's hard. Keep on keeping on, buddy.
Rossi went out and got a Morton Anderson tattoo right after. He was definitely pumped up about it. Like I'm not like making that up. I mean, he was
not surprised.
He was pumped about the Morton Anderson chat. So, all right.
He said yesterday, he's like, "Hey, if you ever need to go on vacation, I'll fill in. I might take him up on that."
Oh, trying to take your job now.
Thinks he's gonna Wally Pitt me?
That's right. Hawkinson 3 catches, Marvin Jones 3 catches. Allen Robinson 1 catch, Golladay 1 catch, Swift 1 catch. 3-0. But yeah, Lions took up like the entire queue with 1 drive there. And they really didn't produce that much from it. So
yeah. Nothing really. 3 points. That's the second lowest amount of points a team can score in a football game. Unless you're counting extra points, then it's third.
There's a catch to Anthony Miller, the new Houston Texan. I mean, I don't know. I'm not super interested in Anthony Miller. He's going to be up there on the depth chart with Randall Cobb gone now. He's still got guys like Kiki Kuti and stuff to deal with, though. So mainly a slot player in Chicago. And he'll probably be a slot player in Houston as well. You got Kuti and Connolly probably going to battle for that outside spot. Texans, just terrible depth chart though.
They're so bad, dude.
Their RB depth chart is the funniest. David Johnson, Mark Ingram, Phillip Lindsay, Rex Burkhead.
Yeah, that's weird.
It's like they're just trying to acquire. It's like they think if they acquire like 4, average running backs, it's like they can combine them like Ultron or something, like
just put them all together.
Yeah. Like Power Rangers are just gonna like combine into like one.
Yeah, into one
back.
Huge...
Power Rangers unite! No.
What a reference. Stats are updated, by the way, for those wondering.
I mean, I kind of like Phillip Lindsay on that depth chart just to emerge, because I feel like he's got
he's the youngest of that bunch.
He's the only person who's like young and got some juice. Yeah, those other guys are like. They're all pretty dusty.
I actually think Phillip Lindsay's a good player.
No, he's
kind of upset. I'm kind of upset he went to Houston.
I know. I was like, oh, Phillip Lindsay, he could land in a good spot. This could be interesting. And then he went to Houston. And you're like, well, at least Houston doesn't have a depth chart. And then they got Mark Ingram, Burkhead, and retained David Johnson. You're like, okay, well, this stinks. I still feel like he could do something though,
like 5 years ago, if that was their backfield, they would have been so sick.
Yeah. I mean, there's a good chance Lindsay just wins there from a war of attrition. I mean, Burkhead, Johnson, Ingram, at least 2 of those guys are getting injured.
Man. I mean, is Burkhead even going to be ready to start the season? I haven't been following that.
I don't even know what Burkhead's contract situation is, but it feels like he could also be like a cut candidate, right? So, yeah. There's David Montgomery, 15 yards. Bears also now having a long drive. We're not even 15 minutes into this game. We're approaching halftime here, so.
Absolutely love the pace. Lucky Collie saying Mitch will fumble. Yeah, you can almost guarantee that. Mitch Trubisky good for about a fumble a game.
I mean, it's funny. We went over this strategy, Lamarca and I think it was our first sim. We had Washington, Buffalo, and Lamarca was given his lineup, and someone asked him, he's like, LaMarca, why did you roster the Washington defense when you have like Josh Allen and your captain? He's like, well, Josh Allen runs. He's like the main cog of the Buffalo offense, but he also fumbles. And then legitimately right after he finished saying that, the Washington defense got a turnover and they ended up with like 4 turnovers in the game.
Also, Washington defense is almost a must roster when you have Washington football team because they're so hit or miss.
They're good. Yeah. They got high-rated players.
The rest of their roster is just crapshoot to me. Like, oh, okay, Sims is the guy today. Oh, Inman's the guy today. Oh, it's Sprinkler today. Them and Chargers D. Those are the 2 Ds that I like to roster. Today I went with Chicago.
Nuke in the Twitch chat, mad. Derrick Henry's not a 99. I kind of agree. He should be a little bit higher.
Well,
at least...
it's the catching thing, right? Because they just don't use him in the passing game the way that these other guys are used. So
yeah.
That when I saw that was kind of, I did have a gut reaction, like, huh. But then I sat back and thought about it. It's like, well, okay, he's what, a 96? And they just docked him a little bit because he doesn't catch. They don't use him in the passing game. Not that he can't catch. He's had some big plays receiving the ball in his career. Truly a video game looking player out there, though. So how did the card giveaway thing come about?
Lamarck and I just
it's a fumble. It's a fumble. And who got it? I think the Lions got it.
They did.
Safety territory. Come on, Bears, get a safety. All right, we're still in safety territory. So you guys both are in the collectible space, NFTs, physical sports cards. Did you guys just like chat on the side? You're like, hey, let's make this a thing.
We didn't even really chat on the side. The last time we worked together, we realized we were doing 3 in a row, and we're like, you know what? Let's make it a fun 3 in a row. Let's get some cards and do a bit of a giveaway. Kind of like Clash gives away pizzas. So we picked a few cards out. We both probably have too many cards in our house, especially LaMarca. LaMarca has like 1 million.
Yeah.
So we just decided, we'll make it a little fun for the DK Sim fam. So
I joined the contests in hopes of winning, and I did horribly because I didn't put any thought in the lineups. I made them while I was on the air. Just awful.
LaMarca was giving away some nice cards. The last card he gave away, a Gabriel Davis signed rookie. It was a beautiful card. It's a really, really nice one. It may not be worth like a ton. I'm not saying it's going to, you're going to...
Still, though, it's signed.
But it's signed. It's a black and white variant. It's like a different, from the regular cards. So it's really nice. I would have kept that. If I wanted that card. Like I told him, I kind of wanted to buy it off him. So anyways, he sent that out to one of the DK. I can't remember who won, but there's a punt. No safety. No points either for the Bears. Only had like 3 drives in this whole game. So
I have a buddy that's at the National Card Show right now, and he knows that I love me some Brady cards. He keeps sending me pictures. He's like, "Do you want me to get you this? Do you want me to get you this?" I'm like, "Yeah."
Only 15 grand, right? 15 grand, 100 grand.
Like, yeah, do it.
The Brady cards are
crazy.
On top of the market right now. Top of the market. Top of the morning to you, DK Sim fam. 2 minutes left in this queue. Madden Mitch trying to do something here, getting the ball right back. Fumble on the goal line there. Was that Mitch who fumbled that one? Was that Cole Kmet? No, it's Jimmy Graham.
No, it's Jimmy Graham.
Jim!
I don't know, Jim.
Nice catch, Jim!
There you go, Jim. It's going to be great to have Romo back in our lives.
Yeah. Getting close to that.
Been too long.
The Hall of Fame game is this week, man.
That's right. I'm going to be there.
Oh, you're going to be there? Yeah. When do you leave?
That's right. Wednesday. So Tuesday is going to be my last night on the Sims for a while. I'm going to be off for that, starting that night after that Sim until the following, I would say, Sunday. So not like the Sunday after that, the next Sunday.
Okay.
So you're going to see me for a while, Jeff.
I'll text you. You'll be
on
back
from time to time.
We'll get you back on.
Pop in the chat, say what's up. Yeah. What's up?
Give us an update on your road trip or whatever. BK is going to be there too at the Hall of Fame game set.
That's right. Yeah, we're going to try and meet up. Although his travel schedule is all whacked out. I didn't even really understand half the things he was saying. I'm like, dude, what? All over the place. And I get it. He's got more things to juggle than me, but I guess his wife is going too. I don't know what's going on there.
Oh, BK can introduce you to all the Denver Broncos, man.
That's right.
On that, you know?
What's up, Steve Atwater?
Steve Atwater, right?
John Lynch. Both getting in this year.
All right, minute left here. Bears inside the red zone. What are we going to get? We can get another fumble. We can get a Madden Mitch touchdown. We can get a toss over the middle.
Oh, two guys open.
That was missed.
Disco7 on Twitch saying, Tommy, I lose every time you host. Take your time coming back. I am someone's kryptonite, apparently.
We all have people. You know, everybody's got that thing. It's like, oh, yeah, this person's my bad luck announcer or whatever. Okay, Mitch can do it.
Dude.
Oh, he
dive.
Okay. The important part was he still has the ball. That's good.
Sean Preston with a cool, powerful note here. My dad died 6 years ago, always wondering where his baby sister went. Put up for adoption when she was 4 years old. This site, 23andMe, we think we found her. I'm ordering a test, and so is my sister. Wow. Hope that works out for you, Sean. That would be really cool. Uh-oh! We have a Freeze Pops fullback minute. Your man, Cole Kmet. You know what? He's not a fullback, so he doesn't qualify. But in the fullback position, the tight end 2 or 3, I believe. Tight end 2 rushes it in.
I don't know. He's 2 or 3. It doesn't matter. There we go. The fullback.
The depth player tight end lining up at fullback, rushing it in. That is a especially for the Bears.
That's not a caca. I saw that coming. Come on.
Come on, dude. I mean, you got Mitch Trubisky who can run it in. You got Cohen. You got Montgomery. And then they're handing the ball off to freaking Cole Kmet. What are we doing? What are we doing here?
Yeah, it's a vulture. Big time vulture. 3.3% owned in the little free roll. So I rostered him maybe like one other person. But yeah, it's gonna be that's gonna be the touchdown, first touchdown of the game.
Cole He's a Notre Dame guy. Yep, good call, Bri.
I will say this.
If you guys had Cole Kmet in your lineup, smash the like. Even if you didn't, smash the like for that vulture. You gotta love a nice early vulture on a Sunday, setting the tone. Queenie says adios.
I'm out of here.
Queenie is done with that.
That's all she can handle. We were talking about tight ends yesterday, and we were saying, you know, if you miss out on the top 3 or top 4 guys, your best bet might just be to wait and grab like a couple of the really low down guys. Cole Kmet is one of those guys I would be like semi-interested in. I know Jimmy Graham's still there, but Kmet was coming on last year. You know, the Bears don't have a super deep. Like I could see Kmet being second in targets on that team, or at the very least third behind Mooney. So,
you know, who's a guy that we haven't really heard a lot about as far as tight ends and fantasy goes, and this popped in my head yesterday. What about Robert Tonyan?
Okay, Tonyan, yeah, absolutely.
Is that a guy that you can get some good value on maybe later in the draft? I mean, he had a nice year. It was a lot of boom or bust, though. Like, there'd be weeks where he'd go over. But he had, 11, 12 touchdowns last year? Maybe
he had 11 touchdowns
that you can get later.
It's ridiculous. I mean, Tonyan, you can't be expecting that kind of touchdown production. Like, I think Randall Cobb coming back also really hurts Robert Tonyan, because I think he'll be used a lot of the same ways on the goal line, in almost like a de facto tight end role. So Tonyan, 59 targets. I don't think his target share will go down. I mean, I think he could even break the targets, but he could get his touchdown total cut in half, and I wouldn't be shocked. So The problem with Tunyon is he's tight end 10 right now. So there's Mike Gesicki, Tyler Higbee, Irv Smith, Evan Ingram, Jonnu Smith. All those guys going behind Tunyon. I'm not saying I would rather have them all over Tunyon, but there's definitely a couple I would rather take at lower valuations. So Gesicki, Higbee, I would probably take over Tunyon for sure, especially if you can get them cheaper. That's the problem with Tunyon. But the upside, like you said, he's playing with Aaron Rodgers in a prolific offense. So I don't think he's terrible or anything. But it kind of goes to the point of, if you miss out on the top 4 guys, I'd rather just wait deep in the draft and get a Blake Jarwin or a Cole Kmet. So then you're paying nothing for it. You're taking a late round flyer on that.
Must be asking about Trey Burton.
Well, who is he even on anymore? I keep forgetting. He's not on the Colts. Is he on the Jags? Who signed him? I keep forgetting who signed Trey Burton. Is he on anyone?
He's on the Eagles.
Is he?
Yep. So probably not a good play.
That's not good. Ertz is still there, so he's basically a nothing.
Yeah, the other day I was convinced that Ertz had signed with the Bills. Was I on with you when that happened?
No, you were not on with me.
Well, I was convinced. Disco7 on Twitch saying, you guys think Kyle Pitts is a top 5 tight end? I say yes.
I wouldn't rank him in front of Hawkinson, but...
So that probably put him at 5 then, right?
Yeah, I think I was just gonna say, I think I would put him in front of Fant and Goddard and Thomas. So it really comes down to between him and Mark Andrews, and I'll take Pitts in that Atlanta offense versus Andrews working with Lamar Jackson in a run-first offense. So yeah, right. I would put him at 5th. But the thing about Pitts is he's a top 5, but I feel like there might be a gulf between Hawkinson and Pitts, the 4th and the 5th. So. That's the one thing I'd say. I think Hawkinson is a more secure pick, even though Goff is there. I know that's kind of saying something because it's the Detroit Lions, but I feel like Hawkinson's going to lead that team in targets. I really do. So
yeah, and that's the main thing, right? The Lions might stink, but Hawkinson's going to get a million touches.
I think so. I really do. I just don't trust those wide receivers, and Jared Goff. They're not going to have a ton of time. Doesn't have the biggest arm, anyways. I just feel like he's just going to rely on Hawkinson more than people realize. So. Stafford, 102 yards at the half. Trubisky, 85 yards at the half.
7-6. What are we doing here?
What are we doing?
Come on, guys. Wake up.
On my favorite son. Kerryon Johnson, an Eagle. He has 19 yards rushing. Trubisky, 19 yards rushing. Marvin Jones, 5 for 58. I feel like I barely even mentioned him. Hawkinson, 3 for 18. Anthony Miller, 3 catches. Marvin Jones had a busy half. Or busy quarter. Weird.
Yeah. Not in the end zone, though. I do think that Pitts, I wouldn't be shocked if it takes him a few weeks to really start to become a stud in the NFL. It always feels like it takes a little bit for these pass catchers as rookies to get going. Rarely do you see them from the jump start to dominate. So
yeah. That's the whole argument for me for taking Hawkinson over
next year, Pitts might be top 3.
Absolutely. Depending on what happens and stuff. But that's kind of my argument for Hawkinson over Pitts. So
I like the argument.
Thank you.
Jeff, you know what I'm doing tomorrow, which is kind of an interesting thing. I'd be curious to hear what people in the Sim fam think about it, and if they've done something like it before. Could be a little gross, but I'm just going to put it out there. I'm getting my ears professionally cleaned.
Is Morgan making you do it because you don't listen enough? Is that it?
We're going together. We're both getting it done. I have been wanting to do this for years because, for working in the audio space, you're throwing headphones and earbuds in your ears at all times.
Sure.
I'm a big Q-tip guy. I know that you're really not supposed to use Q-tips in the way that I use them, but after every shower, I use a Q-tip because I think it's gross if you don't. I'm sorry. But clearly I've just been, it feels great. I've been shoving earwax or whatever else is back there deep into my ear for years, on top of just shoving things on top of my ears for audio purposes. So it's time. It's just time. I've been wanting to do it for a long time, so we'll see how it all works out. I'm very excited about that. this. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Who else has done this?
I have many questions. First of all, I feel like this is something I should also do. But B, who does this? Is there like a doctor who just specializes in ear cleaning?
Yeah, like an ear, nose, throat, or something like that.
Yeah, ear, nose, throat.
ENT.
Yeah. Yep. So you're gonna go see an ENT.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think it's at 2:00.
How do they do it? That's my next question. How do they do it? What is done? Do they just have like a
washer, like pressure washer, and then just
so I'm not like super into watching gross videos online, like the Dr. Pimple Popper type things.
Sure.
But one time Morgan was watching a video, because she does love stuff like that, like weird medical things. And she was watching someone get like the stuff like scraped out of their ear with like a long, like the metal tool. And I thought that was fascinating. That seemed really effective to me. But then her mom went to this same doctor the other day. This is what really prompted us to finally do it, is that her mom went and did it. And she said, I believe she did some sort of like water treatment where they sprayed something in there.
Okay.
So we'll see. I'm going to ask for both. Go in there, scrape out what you need to, and then give me the water treatment.
Jeff Friedman says, yeah, they squirt water in there.
So a lot of people are saying that they love it. Brian C. says he's seen videos, looks legit. Bry Guy said that he had his doctor do it years ago. It was life-changing. His doctor used a combo of warm water and hydrogen peroxide. Is it weird that I want to see how much stuff comes out, though?
I would also like to see what comes out of my ear.
Right? Like, and the water treatment makes me feel like I'm not going to get to see the full breadth of everything. K-Nut saying they're trying to eat my lunch. I apologize, K-Nut. It's just, look, this is something going on in my life. I share things that go on in my life with the DK Sim fam. I wanted to bring this to the table.
I mean, I didn't even know you could do this, so I appreciate you sharing. There's Hawkinson on the catch. 4 catches for him now.
I'm very excited.
I want to look into this. Like I said, man. I mean, I sleep with earplugs and stuff too, so who knows what's in my ears.
Oh, yeah, you definitely need it then.
I got some like moss back there by now, so.
And I mean, I've said this to people for years. Like, working in this industry, I feel like I have become deafer because, again, you're just constantly shoving things in your ears and listening to things at high volume, noise canceling headphones at high volume. It happens. And it's common in the media industry. People have terrible hearing because of stuff like this.
Sure.
So I have to imagine that the buildup of whatever is in there is not helping the situation. I want to be able to hear better. I feel like it's going to sound like sonar. I'm not going to know how to handle it.
I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be looking this up at some point. So
Jeff Friedman saying that I do get to see it. Don't worry. It's very satisfying. Okay, good.
This is a weirdly satisfying conversation. I'm glad we're having it. Appreciate you bringing it up.
And Jeff said it was his sister, who's in med school, said it was her favorite thing to do.
I'm
so
just
that's
surprised.
good, though. The doctors enjoy doing it because they're going to put a lot of thought into it, you know?
I just feel like everybody, like nobody would know anything about this. And we've got people saying like, oh yeah, my sister does this. I've had it done. Brian's given us like recipes, from ops here. I mean, this is like brand new information to me. I mean, I've never even heard of getting your ears cleaned. So
must be saying with everything that goes in your pie hole, of course you need your ears trained. Yeah, pie hole was the word of the day yesterday. Someone called my mouth a pie hole, and it just sent me off on a tangent. Shoving earwax in your pie hole.
Did you order any pie at Denny's?
No pie. An apple crisp was ordered for me. Brian C., that's a good question. I don't know how expensive it is yet.
I can't believe you. Did you order ice cream or anything? You had to get one.
Okay, so...
What? Tom.
No. This is what happened.
I'm a little disappointed that we didn't get deeper into the Denny's menu.
Well, first of all, I have a Denny's menu because I believe if you sit at one for 24 hours, you're allowed to steal one as a memento. So I have one sitting on the counter. Morton's going to sign it for me at the Hall of Fame. I'm going to get it signed. I'm gonna get framed. He says that I should have as many Hall of Famers sign it as possible. I think that'd be kind of hilarious. Like, oh, what's that? Oh, it's just a Denny's menu signed by 38 Hall of Famers. But then I'd feel dumb for not having them have signed something that's actually worth money. So who knows?
I know. It's like, here, can you sign this, but also this Denny's menu?
Yes. So the food situation, I like we talked about, I had 30-something guest slots filled. When you got 48 segments to fill, essentially, and 36 of them are guest spots that are back-to-backs. Some of them filled up multiple time slots. You don't really have a lot of downtime. And that's why I hit so many unders on the prop bets that I put out there.
No, I get it.
Associated. So I had a Grand Slamwich when I first got there, which I think you and I talked about.
Yeah.
Then I had an apple crisp that was ordered for me by a friend who always tries to frame me as being a big sweets guy, even though I'm not a big sweets guy. Then overnight, I had an appetizer sampler because I was asked by one of our viewers to do a review of the mozzarella sticks at Denny's.
Right.
And then around maybe lunchtime on Friday, I ordered a traditional Grand Slam plate. I was going to get a Moons over my hammy at some point, but then it was just getting too late in the day, and I wasn't going to wait for food to get to me, and I didn't want to have food unfinished by the end of the stream and have to sit there and wait. I also started to feel really bloated in the face from just sitting still, when you sit still for a while, it can affect bloating situations. So I just didn't feel well.
Yes,
If I had eaten that sandwich, I may have had a heart attack.
Yeah.
So I was just I was, you know what? No, I'm done. 4 plates. That's it.
It's true. I mean, look, you nailed the strategy because you sit for that long. Yeah, your body doesn't like it.
My legs were cramping bad afterwards.
Yeah.
During it, I didn't feel any sort of way about it, but as I was walking from the car to my apartment, I was limping. I honestly thought I had a blood clot or something.
Yeah.
But did a lot of stretching right before bed and was doing some intermittent stretching yesterday. I feel fine now, but it felt like my shin was cramped up or something. It was so weird. I was like, this is not normal.
No, it's not good for your body to sit for that long, for sure. It's like those long distance flights. People do actually get blood. You should have worn compression socks is what you should have done. Okay.
Yeah.
Third Q done. We got Hawkinson 5 catches, Jones 5 catches, Miller 4 catches for 68. Touchdown. The only touchdown we had was Cole Kmet, right? Detroit's got 3 field goals. Prater.
Yep.
All right.
Prater's a beast. I almost put him in my lineup too. I feel like an idiot. Where are you in the contest, Jeff?
87th. Yeah. I mean, Hawkinson coming through, but
I can't imagine I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm in 91st.
Stafford's got 5 points. Cohen's got
this is awful.
This is a very slow sim. I mean, slow scoring wise, but fast pace, which is good. We want the slow scoring ones to be fast paced, if that makes any sense. There's a dart over the middle. There's Allen Robinson. It will come to life here in the last Q. Give a shout out to Jim. Hey, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Again, I mean, look, I'm not going to dwell on it anymore, but I mean, apologies for what happened yesterday with the scoring. We know it did get finalized and stuff, but
I think people understand at this point.
Oh, I mean, look, the chat was great. There's a couple people, and it's like I said, I don't mind if you come and complain. It's just Lamarca and I aren't customer service. We don't have an outlet to what's going on.
I was telling people yesterday, and I truly mean this, if you have anything that involves back of house stuff or the way we operate things, just tweet it at DK support. And that's where you got to send your opinions over about that stuff or complaints or whatever. And they take in and listen everything that's said. They read everything. That's not a black hole. At DK assist on Twitter. It's DK_assist.
Yeah.
Anything you have, concerns, issues, things you like, things you want more of, ideas, just tweet it there. They take it all in.
Yeah, obviously we want to do the best live scoring we can. It is manual, so there's always going to be something perhaps that goes wrong. This was a bit more risk of ruin, so to speak. But yeah, obviously, we're offering paid contests on this. We want it to be live. We know that. So just, again, apologies for last night, but got a rock and roll in here. There's Cohen there. I think, he did get the first. We got first and goal here from the red zone. Mitch Trubisky, shotgun. Looks like still Cohen back there. Gonna pass. Gonna run, Mitch. Gonna run. Go, Mitch. Yeah, there we go.
There you go, Mitch.
All right. All right, picking up here in the fourth Q. That was a pretty quick touchdown. A couple minutes off the clock. 14-9 after this extra point.
All right, there we go. Extra point is good. 2 tuds on the board for the Bears. What a cruddy game this has been so far. Kareem asking if I was the first 24-hour diner sit-in for my league. We had one other guy do this punishment a few years ago because we do rotating punishments. We pick punishments out of a hat.
Right.
And
what are some of the other ones? Give us the other ones.
My brother had to bake a cake in the winner of the league's outfit of choice on Instagram Live. We had another person that had to panhandle in the streets of Providence until they got $20 wearing a sign that says "I suck at fantasy football." There's all sorts of things like that. The original punishment for this year was whoever came in last was going to have to wear a tuxedo to go take the SATs at a local high school.
Oh, yeah, I think you told me this.
The league was going to tailgate outside the high school while the person did so. But then COVID obviously made that impossible. So we reverted back to the diner punishment. But my buddy didn't actually sit at the diner for the full 24. He only had to sit there for 20, acting like that's any sort of, that's any less hard. Because he had members of the league go to the diner and buy him plates of food. For every plate of food that was bought for him, he got an hour off. So
a little bit easier for you. For him, excuse me.
For him, yeah. It's all difficult.
The SATs in the tuxedo
would have been legendary.
I would do that.
I was not wanting to do that.
And then you go there, and if people ask you, you're like, well, this is just like a Billy Madison scenario. You say with a straight face, and you just move on. You go to your test.
Right. Or you just don't acknowledge that it's weird in any way.
No,
just,
don't acknowledge
completely normal. Yeah.
Like go in there with a straight face, study, sit in the hallway, sip a coffee, really dive into it.
Absolutely.
Go up and ask people for notes. Like, hey, what do you think this section's going to be like, What's your plan? Do you guys have a bathroom plan? Get really into it.
How many pencils did you guys bring?
Yeah. The dart over the middle. Galladay, 5 for 41 now.
Galladay.
Detroit needs a touchdown here. Take the lead. Down by 5. Appreciate you guys joining us on this Saturday. Tom and I will be with you for the next 2 as well. I keep wanting to say Derek Carr, but I haven't said it yet. There's Matt Stafford down for a sack. Team Hicks. 2nd and 20. That's not going to help.
Trying to figure out who the babysitter Billy and the
start thinking,
nickel
friend.
Would be, because it's been a weird game.
Exceedingly weird game. Here's Stafford trying to get Detroit the win here. Field goal ain't gonna do it though. Gonna be 3rd and about 13. About 36 as Kerryon Johnson.
I keep climbing in the contest, by the way. I'm up to 46th now.
Respectable. Not showing
taking
off.
a look at the lineup that's in first place. I think Trubisky's going to end up being the guy for the wooden nickel.
We had a rushing touchdown, though.
Yeah, he's making up ground.
Well, Stafford got that off.
I'm saying for wooden nickel, he'll be the winner.
Yeah, right. I forgot the wooden nickel is good.
Yeah, Matt Prater, man, 12 points in the flex for a kicker. That's nothing to not take notice of.
Yeah,
I mean, Stafford has been god awful. 55% ownership. He's only got 6.64 points in the flex as of now.
Yeah,
it's rising, but it's bad. I think Stafford's going to be the guy.
Okay.
But we'll see how it plays out.
Here we go. No, here we don't go. They turned it over, excuse me. So there's Cohen.
Here we go for the Bears.
Darting through everybody. Wow, that was a nice run by Cohen. We're going to burn one timeout. Lions basically on their last legs here. It ain't looking too hot.
What a weird game.
Was kind of a weird game. Fast, but not good. The drives took so long and they ended so poorly with not many touchdowns. Again, Detroit, no touchdowns. If you're just joining us, Trubisky and Cole Kmet had a handoff as a fullback to score for the Bears. The Bears.
The Bears. Bauer wants me to give the wooden nickel to Marvin Jones.
It's probably a good call, too.
He had a nice game.
Marvin Jones have like 5 catches? No, wait.
He had a nice game, but he didn't score any touchdowns. Like, I don't want to give a wooden nickel to anyone on the Lions offense.
Yeah, that's true. Except the kicker. Yeah,
right.
He didn't hit the bonus.
That's special teams. Yeah, 5 for 58 from Marvin Jones. Get out of here with that. Nice game, but come on. The wooden nickel is a high standard.
All right, that's going to do it, folks. That is going to do it.
Lions out of timeouts. Clock ticking down. Tick, 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 tick. Victory formation. Mitchell Trubisky. When's the next time we see Mitchell Trubisky take a snap in the NFL?
Well, I mean, there's a good chance he takes at least one snap this year.
I think when the Bills have things wrapped up or in a blowout?
Or maybe Josh Allen just gets rocked on a play, gets winded. That's like
look, he is a guy that likes to tuck the rock and go.
Yeah, I mean he'll take a snap for Buffalo.
Actually, I'm curious. Let's look up Josh Allen on Pro Football Reference here.
He's been very durable.
Well, that's what I was going to see. Has he missed time in his career yet?
I don't think so, but I could be wrong. He missed one game or something.
Since he became the starter, he hasn't missed a game.
Yeah, okay, I thought so.
He appeared in 12 games his rookie year, started 11 of them. So I'm assuming he came in relief at one point.
I'm trying to, what? Because who was it Tyrod? No.
I don't remember.
Let's look it up quickly. Okay. Game over. Bills.
Matthew Stafford, 22 for 25, 170 yards, no passing touchdowns. Trubisky, 11 for 15, 137, and no passing touchdowns as well, but he did rush one in. Trubisky, 11 carries, 54 yards, and a tud. Kerryon Johnson, 7 carries, 25 yards. Swift had 6 for 13. Montgomery did a whole lot of nothing, 5 for 21. Cohen, 5 for 31. AP had 2 carries. Kmet, 1 carry, 2 yards, 1 touchdown. Anthony Miller with a carry as well. Marvin Jones, 6 for 59. Galladay, 5 for 41. Hawkinson, 5 for 32. Anthony Miller, 4 for 68. Allen Robinson with 3 grabs for 26 yards. So not a good game for Allen Robinson either. Almost want to give him the babysitter Billy over Stafford. There's a lot of good candidates for each spot here.
Yeah.
I'm going to switch it up. When do we have the opportunity to give wooden nickels to kickers ever?
Oh, yeah, no, I agree. I think it's a good call. Prater
gets the wooden nickel. Congratulations to Matt Prater.
Okay.
Rossi would be proud. His favorite player in the NFL. And I think I am going to give the babysitter Billy upon review to Allen Robinson. But Stafford did not play well. Yeah. Allen Robinson is one of the best receivers in the NFL. Need more out of you, buddy. So, there you go.
And just on that Josh Allen thing, he actually was injured a little bit in his rookie year. But Nathan Peterman.
Nate Peterman. That's right.
Started the season. It was just like the worst QB performance ever. Then they brought Allen in.
Yes,
he did get injured.
I remember that.
Allen did get injured for a few games there. And then
gotcha. Because it says he appeared in 12 games, started 11. So I didn't know if that was an injury thing or what.
Yeah, I'm forgetting. But yeah, I mean, he did get injured for a bit. They had like Derek Anderson take Matt Barkley in there.
I remember Matt Barkley with the Bills. Yep. Yeah. Okay.
Anywho, that's that Josh Allen stuff. This one's in the bag, folks. We got obviously Tom and I are going to be on the next 2 as well. Next 2 sims with you. So we got coming up after this one. Let's just get to the schedule. What is coming up here? Okay, so we'll be on the next one, but coming up right now on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Matt Measelman. We're going to go. Oh, it's Chiefs Giants for the next sim. So again, 2 p.m. Eastern, going to be Chiefs Giants, Tom and I. But coming up right now on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Matt Measelman and I. It's going to be a replay of the Week 1 salary discussions we had a few days ago. Matt and I went over each positions. We went through quarterbacks, running backs, etc. So that's coming up right now, guys. We'll see you in a bit. Where do you want to start? Let's just go by position, Matt. Obviously, we're doing this on the fly. We just had these salaries drop here a couple, basically like half an hour ago, not even. So obviously, we got 2 milli makers in the lobby right now, right? I got the $100, $2.5 million guarantee up right now. There's also a $5 $5 million guarantee up though. These are massive contests, obviously going to be more dropping, but those are up there in the DraftKings lobby. So you can go take a look for himself, but let's go over quarterback. Let's just start there. We got Patrick Mahomes, 8,100, Kyler Murray, 7,600, Josh Allen, 7,400, Josh Allen at home versus Pittsburgh, Murray on the road versus Tennessee, a very suspect Tennessee defense last year. And then Mahomes at home versus Cleveland, 2 of the highest scoring offenses last year, Matt. Should we just like skip the rest of the guys and just pay up for Mahomes here? Like, what are we doing?
It's going to be interesting to see how the offseason breaks out from here on. Like I don't think we have a ton of value plays yet, right? Like Eason is a quarterback who could be a value play, but you can't play him with the expensive quarterbacks. You only get one. So like right now, it doesn't seem like there's a ton of cheap players that will be the chalk guys. Like there are a few, and I think we'll get to them. There's one game in particular, I think, besides from the Colts game, they could have a lot of players that people view as underpriced.
Yeah.
But I'm just not sure how easy it'll be for people to fit in these top end quarterbacks. Like I think what we're probably looking at is low ownership in week 1 on Mahomes and Murray and Allen. And then maybe like the Jalen Hurts versus Matt Ryan game is where people gravitate towards. Does that kind of line up with, I mean, I'm seeing this for the first time. Well, I've been looking at it for maybe 20 minutes, but it seems like that's the game. Do you have some other sense? But like, obviously Mahomes won't be unowned in week 1. But I feel like Hurts versus Ryan, 2 high-paced teams that had mediocre defenses last year. Maybe that's the game.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think it's, again, and we see this a lot, Matt. I mean, people just don't, they're just like, oh, Mahomes is too expensive. We got all these value guys. And then Mahomes ends up being like, 8% owned, not that highly owned. I feel like it's probably going to happen again week 1, especially with all the time we have for injuries to potentially happen. But as far as like chalk goes, yeah, let's go down there because Jalen Hurts at 6,400 against Atlanta, man. I mean, it's just like, I mean, I don't know if we have his game logs up from last year. We do, but I mean, this is a player who, you could see coming home to 323 games, a 40-point game against Arizona, where, he obviously threw for over 300 in 2 of his last 3 starts. Obviously that start against Washington didn't even, he got sat. This was just a player who was just so good from a rushing perspective. And now he's going up against an Atlanta off a defense that's just sieves points. So I think Jalen Hurts is going to be the uber chalk, assuming, Deshaun Watson doesn't get traded there over training camp. And then you mentioned Matt Ryan as well, only 600 going up against the Philly D, which really, at home, like I agree. I mean, I think Matt Ryan is probably going to be like an interesting pivot. I think that game, like you mentioned, probably going to be the heaviest stack to week 1.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe it's Jacob Eason with his cheap receivers. I guess it's possible, right, that Deshaun Watson still starts for the Texans. Maybe I'm crazy there, and it's totally 0% chance. Yep. But if Watson is the starting QB, the players around him on their offense, like Brandon Cooks, I think, is only a little over 5K, and they don't have Will Fuller anymore. So I guess we'll kind of have to see some of these situations. Whether or not Carson Wentz plays will be a big deal for ownership. Yeah, Watson, it still seems, is totally up in the air. Is that mostly right?
I think it's up in the air. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, he's at camp, but who knows? I mean, this is a situation where, obviously you're getting a player, Deshaun Watson, average over 25.6 points. I think you're right. I think that if Deshaun Watson somehow does start, I think it becomes an interesting pivot, because he almost will suffer from the same fate as Mahomes. People will just say, oh, well, I can get Jalen Hurts for 600 cheaper, Matt Ryan for $1,000 cheaper. People might even look at Baker in that KC game as cheaper. I think he'll be an interesting pivot there. I mean, I think that, Deshaun Watson has all the chance to be really underowned there. And then you also have Russell Wilson right above him, obviously at 7K. I think he'll get a little bit of love going up against Indy on the road in a dome game. So some interesting higher price pivots there. I think Deshaun Watson, it's a guy you're going to have to follow the news on, obviously, but yeah. So let's dip down here. Let's dip down to the bargain basement here. I mean, first of all, right off the bat, anyone under 6K, and we'll get to Eason, but anyone under 6K here that really like tickles your fancy right off the bat?
Yeah, so obviously a lot can change, and you have the timer up there at the top of the screen. We're over 1,000 hours away from lock, so it's not like any take I'm going to give.
It.
Yeah, right. So it's not like this is confirmed. This is definitely where I'm looking, and I'm sure we'll jump around a bit position wise. But I feel like Ryan Fitzpatrick and Terry McLaurin is going to end up being my favorite QB receiver combo. Nice. I have no idea if that's a popular combination yet. But McLaurin was great for most of last year. Didn't really have a good quarterback with him. Fitzpatrick, I think, is still a bit underrated. I don't know. It's really hard to say. But McLaurin was also hurt a bit at the end of the year. And if he's fully healthy, he has a quarterback like Fitzpatrick who can throw better than whoever Washington had last year with Alex Smith, mostly at the end of the season. That's who's sticking out to me as I think the best combo. And then we have Curtis Samuel, you just put up there.
Yeah.
Could be dealing with the COVID situation and maybe won't be around. So then there's Adam Humphries potentially as a cheaper second receiver. So yeah, Samuel's really good. He would probably make this a good stack. And then Humphries, if Samuel doesn't play, Logan Thomas is one of the lower priced tight ends. So Washington football team. Yeah. Maybe that's the stack that is under the radar.
I like it, man. I'm a big proponent that Washington did upgrade their QB position. It's going to help McLaurin because I think Fitzpatrick will take more shots downfield. So yeah, I think you could, obviously we're going to watch the Samuel news. If he doesn't start, you got Cam Sims, Humphries as potential cheap options to make it a triple stack. But this Fitzpatrick McLaurin stack, I don't think it's going to be highly owned at all. Like, I don't think you're going to suddenly get heat on either of these guys. This could be a game that has a sneaky high point total as well. We could drift over to the DraftKings Sportsbook, I guess, here quickly and just check on the game totals. But obviously, we want to spend most of our time today on the salaries that were released. Yeah, can I even find them, Jeff? Here we go.
But that game's in the mid 40s.
Mid 40s. So I mean, you could see that climb a little bit. That's the other
for sure.
But yeah, so right now, I mean, a sub 12K salary for both those guys, I like it personally. I think that could be like a good tournament pivot for week 1 for sure. So definitely pulling out Fitzpatrick is interesting. What about Jimmy G if he starts at Detroit?
Yeah, that has to be one of the lower totals. Just looking at that really quick, it is in the mid 40s. Kind of surprising to me. San Francisco's offense could be good again.
Yeah, what's the spread on it too?
So San Francisco is 7.5 point favorite. I guess that mostly speaks to how bad the Lions defense will likely be this year.
Yep.
Yeah. The concerns there, I guess, are Jared Goff hands the ball off every play for Detroit, and then San Francisco gets a big lead, and you get like a running based game. Yep. But Jimmy G's cheap, and yeah, he's got a great matchup. So I feel like that could be a good call too.
That could be interesting. Yeah, absolutely. Because I could see San Francisco winning that game like 40-7 or something, and maybe Jimmy G just gets those garbage touchdowns at the end. So maybe just wants to make a statement. As we go down here, whoever starts for New Orleans maybe has a little bit of interest at home is very cheap. I could see that. Jameis Winston, Traquan Smith, and let's look at Smith's salary. We'll go through each position obviously on their own, but let's look at some stacks as we're doing this. Jameis, Traquan going to cost you about $10K. That could definitely be interesting for week 1. We know the Green Bay corners don't like to cover people downfield, so that's something to keep an eye on. And then let's do it. Let's just head down to the guy. I want to talk about, but Jacob Eason at 4,100. And we don't even know if he's going to start week 1. I'm on the wrong position. We don't even know if he's going to start week 1. But Jacob Eason, 4,100. And let's bring up the Colts receivers and just check them out, because I think there's some talent there at the very least, right, Matt? Like Michael Pittman. We got Pittman at 41. We got T.Y. at 47. Paris Campbell, Zach Pascal at 37. We're talking sub 9K stacks here, people. You get like one Eason, Michael Pittman long touchdown. Wow. You're in value town, as I like to say. You're smoking that sweet value payoff. So definitely something to take an interest in.
Yeah, this game also is right up there for highest totals of the week, which I'm sure will change to some degree if Wentz isn't in there. But like, what I'm wondering is how much of a drop off is this at quarterback even anyway, right? Like, is Carson Wentz even good at this point in his career? Is Jacob Eason potentially better? Like, we had a total here in the low 50s, I think 52 or so, probably off the board now, but this is projected to be a really up-tempo game. Does Eason just slot right in, or whoever they use at quarterback? Maybe it's another min price guy. But are the Colts losing that much not having Wentz at quarterback? I don't know if people are excited about him bouncing back this year or not.
Yeah, I'm personally not someone who's very excited about Carson Wentz. I wasn't excited about that signing when it happened, and now that he's banged up, like to start the year, I'm just completely out on it. So again, I feel like with Seattle, that game could go either way. Like, if Seattle kind of, tries to run back what they were doing at the start of the year, just with like their kind of higher profile passing offense, I really do feel like, we could be getting, pretty good production from this game. And Eason could be in a spot where he's throwing a lot. And again, you just don't need that much. So I think it's going to be an interesting point of conversation for a lot of people, but we don't know where we're at yet. We don't know if this is going to be a thing, if Wentz is going to be starting or not. So is there anyone else you want to touch on at the QB position before we move on to like running backs? Or
I think just keeping on that New Orleans QB situation for a bit, because it'll affect running backs too. I'm curious what your thoughts are on this, but when Taysom Hill was the QB last year, Alvin Kamara had just much worse average production. And with Drew Brees under center, Kamara was a lot better. Do you think that trend continues? And then if Jameis is the quarterback, is that more like when Brees was quarterback, you get more of a traditional offense where Kamara catches passes, or does he really need an offense with Drew Brees to be this guy who catches 10 passes a game? And then also obviously Michael Thomas is out, so maybe that increases his workload, but Kamara is priced up there just a little bit below the top end, the top tier at running back.
Yeah, absolutely. Alvin Kamara without Michael Thompson in the lineup last year, this was a dude who averaged, basically, I think he had 5 games with 8 or more receptions and 1 game where he didn't quite hit that. But his production was insane. Like it was redonkulous. Now that was all with Drew Brees at quarterback, those games without Michael Thomas. So obviously take that into consideration, but just looking at his production, obviously a very proficient like red zone performer as well. Obviously had the 6 touchdown game, but I don't know. I think Alvin Kamara is going to be a guy most people, especially if Taysom Hill starts, they're not going to go there. Like they'll just pay up for Derrick Henry versus Arizona. Jonathan Taylor maybe, although Jonathan Taylor could get dinged a little bit if Jacob Eason is starting, so he could be like very low owned. I think most people try to get up to Dalvin Cook. I mean, I feel like Dalvin Cook and Christian McCaffrey, people might even double stack these guys week 1 because they both have great matchups, right? I mean, Jets for Carolina, I guess the Jets run D is okay, but Minnesota going up against Cincy, that's going to be an all one. So I feel like Dalvin Cook going to be the guy people try to get up to. I feel like Kamara, he'll probably have some ownership, especially if Jameis Winston is starting. But Jonathan Taylor people could be out on. What's your thought? What's your thoughts on these top guys? I mean, are you just going to eat the Dalvin Cook chalk? I feel like that's where the most of the ownership is going to be.
Yeah, I feel like I won't want to because, like you mentioned before, maybe Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce all go a little overlooked just because it's easier to fit some other stacks. And then to play those guys, you might need cheaper running backs. But I also feel like the Kamara situation with Taysom Hill, even though people know about it, it might still be undervalued. I think it was weeks 11 to 13. There was a 3-game stretch there where Taysom started where Kamara had 3 total receptions across those 3 games. It's a big deal if there's a running quarterback, and I don't know if it'll be quite that bad this year. And maybe it's just, not anyone but Drew Brees is just not able to get the ball to him as much. It'll be interesting, but either way, I just feel like there will be a divide in where the spend ups are in week 1. And I mean, you mentioned it pretty extensively. The Colts stack is very cheap. We'll get more to this in receivers, but it's actually not expensive to play the receivers with Jalen Hurts or Matt Ryan. So I think you get some of these cheaper stacks as the ones that people gravitate towards, and then you get the expensive running back. So I think it's a good call. Like McCaffrey plus Dalvin Cook could be popular in week 1. Like I think it's just fairly obvious at least the way it's shaping out now, right? There could be another injury, like one of those 2 goes down in the preseason, and then there's some 4K running back that is now a starter, and then the whole thing shifts. And that's certainly a possibility with this much time left. But I think right now, those 2 guys are kind of the chalk. At least that's the way it seems to be shaping out.
And we've already touched on some value receivers, like Traquan Smith, Michael Pittman out there, going up against the Seahawks secondary, guys like that, well under 4.5K. I think you're going to see a lot of McCaffrey Cook stacks. So let's dive down. I want to talk about Nick Chubb for a bit. I really feel like, this Cleveland KC game, it's got a big point total. These are 2 of the top offenses from last year. Going up, KC stuffed them last year, 9.3 points, but I really feel like this could be a game where Nick Chubb just, balls out. I feel like that's going to be a pivot for me where I kind of want to hit on. I know Eckler's down there and Swift. I'm not really interested in Swift just because I don't want anything to do with the Detroit offense. But Eckler, obviously a very prolific PPR back. He's only 7K. I think people will have some interest in him. Very tough matchup, though, against Washington. But I think Nick Chubb, if you're looking to stack games, if you're looking to stack, like Matt said, getting that Tyreek Mahomes stack, coming back with Nick Chubb would be the play for me. Had some big games, obviously. I think it's going to be a big season for Nick Chubb. So I'm a little bit interested there. It's definitely more of just like a GPP stack pivot or something like that. But that's a player for me I'm kind of interested in. Tough matchup for Eckler. And again, Swift, I'm kind of out on.
I think that all makes sense. For me, like the spot where I guess my leverage sense is kind of going off is with Miles Sanders, because like we said, if everyone's playing Jalen Hurts and Matt Ryan and the passing game's there, the easiest way for that to fail is if Matt Ryan throws some picks and then the Eagles get a huge lead and Miles Sanders gets a bunch of carries in the second half. Like that's just the way the field fails while there's a player that actually directly contradicts what the field might be doing. So if that's the way ownership seems to be looking going into week 1, Sanders is probably priced, just fair, right? Like this isn't a value play. It's just no one probably gets to this range with that much regularity. So I like Nick Chubb just fine. I'm not sure he correlates as well with Mahomes. Like you probably want both teams passing really well for both those quarterbacks to do really well. Although Chubb could certainly break off a couple long runs. I think he's definitely a solid option.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, and Cleveland will be a team that like runs even if they're behind, right? So
yeah, for sure.
But you're right. In in terms of correlation, I think Miles Sanders works better. And look, Miles Sanders obviously had his biggest game of the year. That Saints game last year was with Jalen Hurts. So I think you're completely right to bring up Sanders. He's going to be a great leverage play off one of the highest owned players in Jalen Hurts at 6,400. So I think that Miles Sanders is a guy you should be looking for GPPs. Again, you want to know how the slate's going to set up. This is a dude. I don't think he's going to be highly owned in GPPs. But depending on the way the game goes, he could absolutely break out against the weak Atlanta offense, or defense, excuse me.
So same price range. Do you think James Robinson just holds on to majority of the workload at least early in the season, where like maybe he goes overlooked because Travis Etienne's there, and maybe there's this idea that they'll split carries, but Robinson, at least in the early going, might be more of the guy?
It's certainly possible, right? I mean, obviously you got a guy, James Robinson, 6,400, kind of the same with Sanders, right? Like not a value play. Now he's got Etienne to work with. We don't know what this offense is going to look like, but it's a really good matchup, kind of like Sanders, right? I do think he probably holds on to it a little bit more than people think. I really do. I feel like Jacksonville is going to use Etienne more as a receiver, especially early on. Just look how consistent James Robinson was last year. It's pretty sick. Urban Meyer wants to run the ball, and this is a very good matchup. I like Jacksonville in this matchup for week 1, regardless of who starts at QB for Houston. I think this is a very interesting play, kind of along the same lines as Sanders. I think I'd probably rather be taking a shot on Sanders, but it's very similar to me. Like if you're taking a shot on James Robinson, similar idea, kind of a spot where, and we didn't talk about Trevor Lawrence's salary. Maybe we should go over that. I mean, he might even gravitate a little bit of ownership. Oh, he's
I think so too. It's more though because his receivers are underpriced, so I feel like he could just get thrown in with them.
Right.
I think that'll become clear when we move over to receivers. Like the guys on Jacksonville across the board aren't that expensive, even if Lawrence's price isn't that great.
While we're on Jacksonville, we'll talk about their stack. But I was thinking Lawrence would be more like 5,500. At 62, he's not going to be. People aren't going to roster him over Jalen Hurts. But to your point on his wide receivers, we've got Shenault, very cheap. Marvin Jones is exceedingly cheap. Wow. Marvin Jones is going to be very interesting. A Trevor Lawrence, Marvin Jones stack will cost you about just under 10K. Like Matt said, he's already on it. He's in front of me here, which is good. The Jacksonville wide receivers could be another source of GPP value. Really cheap stack there with Lawrence and Jones. So, okay, let's go back though. Let's finish off RB for sure. Got about 20 more minutes. If you're just joining us, Matt Mealsman and myself, we're going over NFL Week 1 salaries here. Throw some questions in the chat, from Matt or myself, obviously. I know some people wanted to go over Trevor Lawrence as well. Appreciate you guys, though, tuning in. Again, we got 2 milli makers now up on the DraftKings lobby to look at. So we're just going through salaries, just kind of hitting on things. Got CEH, Clyde Edwards-Helaire at 66, Aaron Jones at 6,800. 2 pretty prolific guys on 2 pretty prolific teams. Could be good pivots as well. We got Joe Mixon at 6,200 against Minnesota. Not sure I like that. That Minnesota run defense could be a little bit better. They're all healthy. We got Antonio Gibson, a guy who, basically people love for season long right now. He's going to be at home. Chargers defense, not bad, but I mean, this is a guy who's getting big workload down the stretch. He's under 6K. We got Mostert versus Detroit. That is interesting. Maybe we should talk about that for a bit.
I think these are the 2 guys. Like if there are 2 cheaper running backs, that might be the chalk. It's probably the 2 you just mentioned, Gibson and Mostert. I think that they are cheap enough that like one of them with one of McCaffrey or Cook, that could be the popular way to go, or maybe one of these 2 guys at flex. It seems like they're the most clearly underpriced of all the running backs.
Yeah. Especially Mostert, I would say. I mean, Gibson a little, just because maybe more the matchup, but it's still, it's still like underpriced for a guy who's clearly no workload. Mostert's problem is that he might only get, and even you just looking back when he was healthy last year, this was a player who wasn't getting over 20 touches. I mean, 19 touches in the first game here, 14, 19, 18, then he had some injury problems and stuff mixed in, but very productive, unlimited touches. Raheem Mostert still got that good speed. I'm going to have some shares of him because I just feel like Detroit is going to be a dumpster fire. I really do. I feel like the ceiling with Mostert at 5,800 is very high. So I don't mind taking a shot there. But Gibson definitely and Mostert under 6K should be both targets. You got David Johnson in the 4-man rotation against Jacksonville, probably a pass. Let's see. Damian
what about
Harris?
Mike Davis, right? I feel like Mike Davis could be a pretty popular pick too. And yes. I think people will throw him in with Matt Ryan as part of the stack because he caught passes at somewhat of a decent rate last year.
Yep. Caught a lot of passes, actually. 59 catches last year in that McCaffrey role for a lot of it. Actually, and look, Mike Davis isn't going to like floor you with speed or anything, but he's a pretty solid player. He proved he can obviously work as the main pass catching role back. Absolutely. So yeah, 5,400. You got to give Mike Davis a little respect there. Potentially like a cash game guy. People might flex or something. I could see that. He's just in a big workload. Again, Mike Davis. I mean, not someone that people necessarily love or anything, but he's in the workload, right? That you want. And that's so big for fantasy football. So, we got Damian Harris there at 52. Obviously we don't know how that RB situation is going to work out itself. We got the pass catching maniac, JD McKissick still there. Don't know. I mean, again, new quarterback. So probably not going to have any interest there from me, but someone to keep an eye on.
Yeah. No one throws the ball to running backs quite like Alex Smith. So I mean, exactly. He'll probably be good again this year, but I don't know if he can get the games where he puts up 10 targets, 8 catches for 30 receiving yards. Maybe there's no more of those happening in 2021.
Yeah, exactly. Right. He was just he was basically their number 1 wide receiver last year, JD McKissick. I don't think that's going to continue. This is a guy who he could end up being very popular. Chase Edmonds going up against Tennessee on the road. Obviously worked as a very good pass catching. I had 53 receptions last year, working in about, maybe 35% of the snaps. Now he's in like the main role. James Conner obviously there as well, but 4,600, Matt. You look at Edmonds' production in the pass game and his new role. I mean, look, this is a guy who cracked 20 points a couple times last year. He only had 5 touchdowns, but you look at him compared to, even Mike Davis, even Antonio Gibson. I mean, if we get Chase Edmonds in a big role here, he's potentially the most undervalued guy on the slate.
I think you're right. So yeah, my concern was just not knowing the workload, but it sounds like James Conner may not be fully healthy.
Yep.
So yeah, Edmonds is definitely underpriced. I mean, the Cardinals do get a lot on the ground from Kyler Murray, so that takes away from the running backs a little, but at this price, that just doesn't matter. I mean, this is still too cheap. If Edmonds is the every down back or anything close to that, yeah, I mean, he may even be more underpriced than the other guys we just mentioned.
Yeah, so lots of potential there. Chase Edmonds, 4,600, definitely a guy who sticks out. Let's keep going down here. I'll tell you what, you stop me if you see anyone you want to talk about down here. Anyone potentially just sticking out, maybe even just like as a dart throw play. I don't know. I'm probably not going to hit anyone here, but Kalen Bailey.
I'm looking hard, but yeah, I don't see anything.
Matt Breida. No, we don't know what his workload is going to be. Wayne Gallman. No, he's in a 5-man rotation. So that's where we're at. I mean, I think Chase Edmonds at under 5K going to really stick out. A couple other guys down there. Maybe Ty Johnson for the Jets gets the start. Who knows? That could be a thing. Singletary and Zach Moss, both around the same price. And that's where we are with running back. I think it's time to move on to wide receiver. So we've touched on some of the value guys, like when we were doing the stacks and stuff, but Devontae Adams going to lead us off here in a tough matchup versus Marshawn Lattimore, week 1, 8,300. I don't really think it matters for Devontae Adams, the matchup. It could actually lead to him getting under-owned. People are going to have a month to talk about the matchup and how you should be fading it. It's a player who had 15 targets in the Super Bowl against a tough secondary. I beat a tough secondary in the Rams for 21 points in the conference or in the division finals, excuse me. So, Devontae Adams, he just beats people. So it's not really like a thing that I'm super worried about here, but I think it could lead to him being a slightly under-owned, especially compared to like Tyreek week 1 or potentially even Ridley, who, I mean, Ridley just, seems like a lock for 15 targets here.
I think everyone here looks good. Like, this is, to me, the area to take advantage of for week 1 is just all of the elite talent at the top end for wide receiver, where most people, I mean, we still don't know, like I said, over 1,000 hours till week 1 locks, but it does seem like the high end of the running back salary range will be more of a focal point for most of the field compared to the top end of the receiver salary range. So yeah, I mean, if Devontae Adams or Tyreek Hill or Calvin Ridley, if any of those guys have single digit ownership, like that's pretty amazing. I would definitely want to take, I think anyone pictured on screen if they're low owned. I still think McLaurin is a better value than most of these guys, but I like all of them. So I can't really nitpick too much.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's a good strategy. Again, I mean, if you're getting just again, why ownership projections and stuff and paying attention just to the general feel of how people are leaning week one. I think it's important as well. You know, you got Steph Diggs against Pittsburgh. I mean, this player averaged 22 points on DraftKings last year. I mean, just insanely productive. I believe he led the league in targets. And, you know, going up against Pittsburgh, Matt, like probably not going to get much heat. Like people are just going to, oh, it's Pittsburgh, you know, don't go there. Steph Diggs, again, just like Devontae Adams, he performed against everyone. So potentially you're going to get single digits on him. DK Metcalf down there. And then you got on AJ Brown. You know, Arizona's secondary, I don't think is going to scare anyone. AJ Brown, you know, with the knee surgery in the offseason, people might be scared off him because of Julio. We don't know how it's going to look. I think AJ Brown at this point is still like, you know, just an absolute beast and someone at 7,100. Again, if he's going to come in at single digits, that's a player I don't hate taking a shot on either. That Arizona-Tennessee game definitely has some potential for points. So,
yeah, here's a lineup strategy question I have. Do you think it'll be viable this year to play AJ Brown and Julio Jones in lineups together with Ryan Tannehill? Because Derrick Henry is obviously there. So, how many games will there be where they're just airing it out completely and both of their stud receivers can get there?
I do think it's going to be viable. I really do. I think at these salaries too, I think it's viable. I really do. I think Tennessee's offense, like people forget, they're very prolific. I mean, they score at a good rate. You know, you've got obviously, you know, we can just do the stack here and people can kind of take a look at it and the price and stuff like that. But, you know, Tennessee's offense scored more points per game than KC's last year. This is a team that, you know, Ryan Tannehill going into his third season. I think that even at this price, you can probably get it done with them. You know, I think that this is going to be a very tough offense to start. Now, you're going to need the touchdown luck. You know, Derrick Henry isn't going anywhere. It's not like he's not going to get touches, but if you get those bigger plays into the end zone and Derrick Henry doesn't get those 1-yard vultures, or maybe Ryan Tannehill runs one in for you, I think this is going to be a very viable stack. I'm pretty big on Tennessee this year. I think their offense is going to be insanely tough to start, and it could be something of a pivot. I'm not sure what your thoughts are if you think I'm way off, but I do think this is going to be a viable stack at points, and especially at this price point.
I think so too. I think it'll be very difficult to try to fit DeAndre Hopkins as the run back. That might be the biggest problem with it. So maybe just limiting to one of these two guys so that you can play Hopkins. But at the same time, we talked about Chase Edmonds. And yeah, one of the ways that this stack could get there is just Edmonds runs all over the Titans defense for half the game. And I mean, and then they're trailing. And then, you know, you have a bunch of passing to these two guys, Jones and Brown, in the second half. So I feel like this combination of four players that you have there could be the way to go for stacking the game.
You've got a cheap Christian Kirk and AJ Green too. I mean, I don't really want to trust AJ Green, but look, 3,800, he gets in the end zone or something, maybe gets a couple cheap red zone looks. That could pay off easily too. So yeah, very interesting stack. Already, you know, the wheels are turning here. I really like this call. I'm a big on Tennessee, so we'll see week one, but I like it. Let's go back to wide receiver. Let's see. Let's go down to the next tier here. You like your McLaren, Carl. We already talked about him. Deontay Johnson there at 6,300, the target monster. Kind of interesting there against Buffalo. We got Landry. Where is Odell Beckham? There he is, 5,400, Matt. Interesting. You gonna have any Odell shares week one at 5,400? I might have to. That is really cheap.
Who do you think is the best run back? So let's say you're playing Mahomes with Hill and or Kelsey.
Yeah.
Is Beckham the best guy to have on the other side of it? I think maybe, because the running game, I mean, the best players to target on Cleveland are probably both running backs, but if you're playing a game stack, you want a pass catcher most likely. That could be Kareem Hunt. He catches plenty of passes, but I think Beckham, yeah, that could be a good way to go to try to play a cheaper receiver to fit in Mahomes with the high price guys on the Chiefs.
I think it's definitely got some legs. It just comes down to a price thing. I know I mentioned Nick Chubb, and I agree. Like, I think Cleveland, like the backs are where you want to be long term, but we're getting Odell Beckham at 5,400 week 1. If he's healthy, if everything looks good, I know they're trying to turn over a new leaf there. This is where the juice is, so to speak, right? I mean, I know Jarvis is good. He can pay off in the PPR bonus, but the big play is there with Odell, right? I mean, it's still there. I know it's been so hit or miss, but 5,400, man, like we are getting the discount here. I mean, he is behind players like Robbie Anderson, Ayuk, the Shark. I mean, this is just like, bargain basement for Odell Beckham's talent. Now, if he doesn't perform here at 5,400 or do something, people will be way out on him, and I probably will be too. But I feel like week 1 with that matchup, yeah, that's going to be a real unique comeback spot, because I don't think people will be necessarily convinced, and there's still so many other cheaper options here. So again, I like to just go with the quality teams week 1. You take the discounts on these quality players and quality matchups, and Odell is right up there in a very quality matchup. So
yeah,
okay.
We could be way off base here, but it does seem like Odell is priced just below the top tier and then priced just above where all the chalk is. Like, we're going to get to some of these guys who I think everyone wants to hear about.
Yes.
Like Brandon Cooks, possibly if Deshaun Watson's the quarterback, but maybe even anyway, because that's a pretty cheap price for him. But there's a bunch of guys in the low 5,000s and then in the 4K range that I think just people won't be able to get enough of. So Beckham's price just above that. Does that feel right? I mean, it's July, so who knows, but that's kind of how it feels to me.
I think it sets him up as not going to be highly owned because of it. Even in the tournament stacks, like he'll get some tournament stack fields, but he won't be chalk because, like you said, we've got Cooks down there whose card I just brought up. 1 million targets the last couple of games because they had no receivers, and they still have no receivers, right? Unless you think Anthony Miller is suddenly going to do something, which probably won't happen. But and then you go down, and we can start bringing these guys up because who do you want to talk about first? Traquan Smith is there, obviously at 4,900. Is there anyone like that you think is like really going to be the guy like week 1, like the chalk option that everyone is just going to use?
I'm not sure if there's any single player. Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, maybe with Tyler Boyd just above them, like one or more of those guys. And then I think over on the Eagles, where the receivers are all pretty cheap, with Devonta Smith and Travis Fulgham, I think are the starting receivers, at least as of now. So I think it's those two teams. And then along with Traquan Smith, who you mentioned, because Michael Thomas is out. Yeah, that seems like where most people will gravitate.
Yeah, 4,700 for T. Higgins. I'm just going to go over his early season production with Joe Burrow. This guy was averaging right around 8 targets a game. It looks like, obviously, actually even more later in the season. So T. Higgins at 4,700 looks like a bit of a layup play. And Minnesota's secondary, I think that's a great game. Hey, look, as we talk about Cincy here, we've got Joe Burrow coming back. By all indications, he's very healthy. Potentially a 5,700 Joe Burrow with a 4,700 T. Higgins and a Jamar Chase. Let's just put that up on screen and see how that looks.
Yeah, this is how you fit your McCaffrey and Cook and Henry, right? You play a stack like this, and then all of it just kind of works out.
Yeah, and let's throw the obvious in there. We'll throw Dalvin Cook in on the other side. We're talking, very nice looking stack here. We've got 2 sub 5K receivers. We've got the sub 6K quarterback. And then obviously you get easy comeback play with Dalvin Cook, who's going to get a lot. You could even throw Justin Jefferson in there if you want to get nuts. But, there's a million ways to play this because you've got such good value here from the double stack. This is a double stack. I know we brought up the Tennessee one. There's more risk here. We've got Burrow. It's a tougher matchup for Cincy. They're not as prolific a team, but that's really cost effective right there. So those Cincy wide receivers going to be something to watch. You mentioned Devonta Smith, excuse me. Obviously we don't have any info for him, but 4,500, him and Jalen Hurts. I expect that to be a very popular combo as well. Potentially one of the highest owned stacks going up against Atlanta. And I think for good reason. I wouldn't be scared off that play at all, personally. I do like Michael Pittman at 4,100. I'm not sure if other people will like him as much as me, but this is a player who, again, was getting more involved in the offense as it went on. Even if it's Jacob Eason at 4,100, Michael Pittman, very cheap to take a shot on, and potentially against a weaker Seattle secondary. So him and T.Y. Hilton, both interesting plays too.
Yeah, it'll depend on this Wentz news, right? Like if Wentz
Yes.
gets ruled out for the season, like let's say this injury is worst case scenario, and we find out tomorrow that Wentz has a broken foot or whatever it is, like this could get touted pretty heavily for 6 weeks. And then at that point, it probably turns into a pretty popular stack.
Yeah.
But if that's not the case, if there's more uncertainty, then yeah, this could be like the contrarian move by paying lower down than what we just showed, which is that Bengals game and the Eagles game, where I think it's just more clear, what's going on. And I think that'll feel safer than the Colts. So it'll kind of depend when and what the news is and all of that. But for sure, there is potential for this Colts situation to work out really well and for it to be a really good GPP play.
Yeah. So a couple quick questions with Thielen against Cincy. I mean, I think that's fine. If we can find Adam Thielen here, there he is, 7,000. Could be a good pivot off of Jefferson. And then Golladay versus Denver. Not sure if I agree with the take that Kenny Golladay is going up against a bad defense, but at 5,600, it is interesting. This guy should get a lot of targets, Matt. That's pretty cheap for a guy who, number one wide receiver, potentially going to average 8 to 10 targets a game. There's something there, I think. Not super excited about it, but very cheap.
Yeah, I think it's a slight value, right? Like the Giants now potentially have a pretty deep offense with Saquon Barkley potentially being back, and then Sterling Shepard, Darius Slayton, Evan Ingram. So it's not like, you mentioned the Texans situation where there's just one guy there. Yeah. Golladay is probably the best guy that the Giants have now, but it's not like there's no one else. So I think he's fine. We'll see if Daniel Jones can take a step forward this year. One thing to always be concerned about with, I guess, both Giants and Broncos games is what the weather looks like. And I tend to care about this more as we get into the later weeks in the season, when it's in the winter months and then teams playing outside in the freezing cold and all of that. And it makes it a lot harder. This will be early September, so maybe not as big of a deal, but It's still outdoors, so who knows. But I do think that game has some potential. The Giants players are all pretty cost effective. So there is a chance for someone there to have a big game.
Okay. We're going to go through these last two things quick because I've talked too much, obviously, and we're running out of time. But give me your favorite tight end play and your favorite DST play. So we'll start with tight end. Doesn't matter, cost, whatever, you can bring it out, or maybe two guys, but go quick.
I'll give a play I like and a guy I don't like from the tight end range. I think Kyle Pitts is going to be a hugely popular tight end option to be part of that Eagles-Falcons game stack like we talked about. So I don't want any part of that. I'll just quickly give the lowdown. Like tight ends, I'm sure people know rookie tight ends. It's very hard for them to be good right away. Just the learning curve at that position. Kyle Pitts may be the exception. He was the earliest drafted tight end in NFL history, I think. But no tight ends are ever good in their rookie year. So maybe he breaks that rule. But even if he does, he may not do it in week one. So if at high ownership for that low price, and I'm assuming high ownership, right? We have no idea at this point. I'd rather just go up and grab Travis Kelce. That's probably where I'm looking. Because I feel like Pitts could be twice or three times as owned as Kelce is because you're getting so much savings.
Okay, fair enough. And DST, any first thoughts? Obviously DST is super variable, but
I'm going to leave that one to you to lead off with because I'm just looking at this what is
obviously on the first take here. I think Tennessee potentially at home, very cheap. Maybe Kyler fumbles the ball a little bit. Potentially, let's see here. Look, we're obviously very early. Washington at home, I don't know. I tend to just go cheap, Matt, on defense. Maybe I'll target that Jacksonville game. I don't know. Maybe you've got something there. Maybe even Cincinnati, Matt. Look, we're going up against Kirk Cousins here. I don't even hate that, to be honest. The Bengals at home, I'll give them a little respect. This wasn't, look, it's the Bengals. But still, 2K, I might have a little exposure to the Bengals D there, going up against Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins on the road outside, I don't hate that at all, actually. That's going to be my pick.
I think that's a good call. I'll probably throw in some Eagles defense at 2,600 with my Miles Sanders for that running back defense correlation. But at this point, it's cheaper's better for sure because defense is all over the place. Fluke play is basically determine the whole slate as far as which defenses are the highest scoring.
Man, so I wanted to
pay up there.
Yeah, I wanted to like the Patriots, but against two at home. But man, 3,900. Hey,
yeah, that is a hefty price.
Yeah, we are not getting any discount on the Patriots there. Maybe a pay up option to be unique, and with all the cheap salaries, maybe that's something to think about. So I'll throw the Patriots as a pay up option. All right. We're going to wrap. Guys, thanks a lot for hanging out. We got to go. Thanks, Matt. And we'll talk to you again soon.
They say nobody is perfect, but these 5 players keep it pretty close to 100. There are only a handful of players in Madden NFL 22 with an overall rating of 99, and the Los Angeles Rams and Kansas City Chiefs each have 2 players with 99 ratings. So let's break down the members of the prestigious club. The highest rated quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, enters the 99 club for the 3rd time. His numbers across the board prove why his rating wasn't going anywhere in Madden 22. The 25-year-old threw for 4,740 yards and 38 touchdowns. Jalen Ramsey, the cornerback, made a big jump from Madden 21 as he had a 94 rating. Ramsey's production on the field last season proved there's no debate here as to why he has a 99 rating. Ramsey has 99s across the board in play recognition, man coverage, zone coverage, and press. For the 5th straight year, Aaron Donald is in the 99 club. Yeah, Donald is not dropping out of this club as he continues to maintain his status as the best defensive player in the league. And it's not a big shock here that Travis Kelce is also in the club. He is one of the best tight ends in the NFL. In 15 regular season games, Kelce caught 105 passes for 1,416 yards and scored 11 touchdowns. It's Green Bay Packers Devontae Adams' 2nd consecutive year at being a 99 overall. Adams had 18 touchdowns in 14 games last season. So check out all these 99s coming soon to the Madden Dream Stream.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back into the DraftKings Dream Stream. My name's Jeff Ark. Hopefully you know that by now. This is my 5th sim in a row. We're coming at you a second sim on Sunday here. We got the Giants. We got the Chiefs. Tom Carroll's back as well. We got 2 more coming at you. This is the first of 2. Lineups have locked. Tom, we got a smorgasbord of players here to choose from. Saquon, you could even go like Ingram. You got all the Chiefs, obviously. Who'd you captain? Who did you?
I went with Sammy Watkins in the captain spot because I wanted to be able to afford some guys, dude. Like,
okay.
God, they're so expensive. And if it wasn't the Giants on tap, I probably would have had Tyreek Hill in the captain spot, but I wanted Barkley. So I had Hill in the captain spot, and then I had Barkley in my lineup. So I actually, put a little bit of effort in to make this one work because I had too many punt plays. I had 2 punt plays with the way I had it originally. So I put Watkins in the captain spot. I got Saquon, Tyreek Hill, Patrick Mahomes, Robinson, and Butker from the Chiefs. So a heavy Chiefs stack with Saquon as my lone Giant.
Yeah. Kind of regret not playing the Chiefs defense now that I'm remembering how bad
I had the Chiefs defense in one of my builds.
As they get a sack on the very first play of the game. I semi-followed your build. I didn't use as deep a value play. I did use Clyde Edwards-Helaire in my captain spot. I got Tyreek in there. I also used Demarcus Robinson. And then I got Saquon, Ingram, and Gano for the Giants. Not really sure why I rostered the Giants kicker, but anyways. YOLO.
Here we are.
If you don't know, now you can know. I don't
know
why I rostered.
You only sim once, baby.
That's right. Anywho, hope everyone's doing good. Must be needs 2 fantasy football for a 20-man PPR. Man, that is a deep league you're in there, pal.
That's way too deep. Who's going to organize the DK Sim Broadcaster Fantasy League?
Yeah, we need to get on that. Glash will probably pick it up. We're very, very... I know last year it was very last minute, and the league was terrible. But yeah, maybe I'll organize it this year,
Okay. I was just going to text Glash right now.
I almost feel like doing it. Just so it's done properly for once. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I will. We'll see. Don't hold me.
Should I text Glash right now and ask him if he's going to do it, or do you want to take charge on this thing?
No. Don't text Glash. We'll just do it behind his back. He'll get all.
I definitely want Glash in the league so we can have someone that comes in last.
Glash in the league. Glash won't pout with me. If it was like Kaufman taking over, he would absolutely riot. But if it's me, he'll just be like, oh yeah, okay, that's cool. I'll let him be co-commissioner or something. So
okay. Well, let's get on it, Jeff.
He can have a some kind of title. He can be junior vice president of league finances or something. Wow. I don't know.
That's a hell of a title.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like, but last year it was very just like, oh yeah, let's like draft like 10 seconds before the actual season starts, kind of thing. Like. Half the people are like, oh, I can't make it. Let's switch the date. And then I'm just going to set a date and be like, you either show up.
That's what you got to do. You got to come up with a date that you feel like everyone can do. It should be sorry to say this. It's got to be after a Madden After Dark. It's got to be like at 11:30 Eastern or something. And look, everyone that works on these Dream Streams for the most part is a late night guy. Sorry, Rossi. You'll just have to auto draft. Sorry about you.
Oh, we could do it on a Friday when the American Ultimate Disc League is on.
Could do that for sure.
See right there. This is already we're thinking ahead.
Commissioner thinking right there.
This is why I'm taking over. Let's just
all right.
Let's assume we have the Disc League going into like September.
It ends September 11th, I believe.
The American
the weekend of that, yeah.
Okay, so September 3rd is basically the second to last Friday. It's before the season starts. I think September 3rd is the favorite in the clubhouse right now.
Okay. That is my final Friday in St. Louis.
And let me say this. Regardless of what date I pick, Adam Kaufman will ask me to change it.
Of course.
100,000%.
My recommendation would just be late night Thursday, because people don't want to spend a Friday night doing a fantasy draft most of the time.
That's fair.
But
it's either, you're right. It's either we make the early people stay up late, or we try
the way to do it.
People do a draft on a Friday.
But think about it. Like, of the sim broadcasters, it's me, it's you, it's Lamarca, it's Koff, it's Glash, it's BK, it's Christian. Like, these are all people that stay up late.
Yeah, the only, like you said, Rossi, maybe
goes to bed early.
She gets in, although I don't know what Jesse's.
I think she probably wouldn't do it. I think Carolyn has to be in it.
Jesse's been in it, but
Emerson will stay up late, although he might have Nesson. But
actually, Emerson might be like the big He's very delicate. He's like a delicate flower, Emerson. So we'd have to check with him. Come
on, Saquon, get in.
Yeah, let's get on these Chiefs, man. Another long drive to start the sim. Over 5 minutes gone, or 5 minutes gone already here by the Giants. We've talked through. We're trying to devise our sim broadcaster fantasy football league. First place, gets to do all the sims.
Last place needs to do 6 straight. I stand by that.
Oh my God.
That stinks. Honestly, everyone has Saquon as their one Giant. Yeah. They're on like the 1 yard line, and they throw it to freaking Slayton. Are you kidding me?
Freaking Slayton guy? I can't believe it. He's not even going to start, guys.
They signed
Galladay. He's not even the wide receiver 1 in the Giants anymore. I can't believe they threw to him.
Absolute horse manure. That stinks. I hate that. I love the long opening drive. Hate the result. Must be no. I do not want in your league. That's too many people. I will be horrible in that. I actually have a very firm 2 leagues only rule, and I'm willing to break it for the DraftKings fantasy league because I do believe that there's content to be had that comes out of that.
No, your idea of someone doing 6 sims. Well, okay, and I think we kind of settled on this. We need to do 2 leagues. One of them is like a DK Sim fam, like DK Sims only. Like if you work the Sims regularly, you're in. If you don't, then you're not. Like
get ZT in the mix as well.
And then we got to do a DK live one as well for the guy, like for Gary and stuff like that, and other guys like So, I think we'll have to make 2. Maybe I'll just take charge of the DK Sim one.
Well, maybe you should do the live one, and then I can take care of the sim one.
Okay, yeah, we'll be co-commish. We could do that. We could do that as well.
Because you deal with the live people. I don't deal with the lives.
That's true.
I feel like I could take charge on the sim broadcaster front.
Well, how many broadcasters do we have? Okay, obviously you and I.
I could pull up the sketch.
Yeah, let's pull up a schedule. Let's count how many members we have. Because I'm not even sure. Like, off the top of my head, I want to feel like we have at least 12 people, but I could be wrong.
Oh, we definitely do. Emerson's 1, Kaufman's 2, Glash is 3. I'm not going to count Billy. Reed is 4, you're 5, ZT 6, Lamarcus 7, Kenny 8. Didn't think about Kenny. Rossi 9, DeAndrea 10, BK 11, me 12, Terrelin 13.
There's Tyreek Hill with a touchdown, folks. That did not take very long. As I said, right before the sim started, the Kansas City Chiefs, folks, they score fast. So nice lead by the Giants. Well, we'll get Billy to come in if we need an extra. Like if we have 13 people, Billy can come in.
Yeah, and then we need Billy to be the 14th, right? Or Jesse. Or Bry Guy here in the...
Yeah, Bry. I know. I was just about to say, some of the producers, man.
Bry Guy hops in there. He's on the air with us.
We might need to... all right, yeah. I guess...
there you go. Bry Guy's in. I think we just solved it. Inevitably, of that group we just read, though, there's going to be people that don't want to do it.
I think most people will want to do it. I think that group is... We're pretty into doing it. Might get like 1 or 2, but...
Would Jessie be upset if we didn't ask her to do it?
No, because this is the sim only. Like she's not on the Sims.
She's not on the Sims.
Like I said, we'll do a DK live one for the delicate flowers of the DK live crew. Maybe I'll let Glash handle that one, or I could do it. Yeah, one of us. But Honestly, the people who won't want to do it will be in the DK Live group because some of them are like, well, I don't have time for season long. I'm still doing basketball and football and baseball and stuff. So those are the guys who are like, hey, they'll be the flaky guys about it. Trust me. I think the sim guys will all do it. We'll all be in on it.
I might create a large Twitter DM conversation about this.
Yeah, we could do that.
Because I don't think I have everyone's number.
You know what? Keep it between you and I right now, because as soon as we get Coffin involved, we're going to get like 10 recommendations, and they're all going to be terrible. So
you think you and I should devise the full plan before we introduce it to the group?
Yes, exactly. Okay. And then we can take very limited suggestions. And by limited suggestions, I mean none.
Well, we've got almost 2 full sims here to figure it out.
Look, as someone who has kids, you sometimes just need to tell people what they need to do. You need to be here at this time. I don't care.
Oh, here's Koff. See, Koff's chiming in right here. He's going to hear all of this.
I don't care that Below Deck is on. I don't care that you have a Celtics broadcast or a podcast that you might need to tape. I don't care that you work for the Connecticut Suns. You need to be here at this fantasy football.
Son, one son, not plural.
One son. One son.
Koff, you're listening. Chime in. Like what? Before we even send this out. I mean, he's here. He might as well give us your recommendations.
He's not getting input. He can put whatever he wants. We're not listening to it. All right, 7-7. Tyreek Hill with the long touchdown. We had Darius Slayton for the Giants. There's a first down. Giants offense responding so far. Sterling Shepard there on the catch. 100 yards for the Giants already. A lot of it through the air, too. 54 yards for Shep. Professional receiver, Sterling Shepard.
I like Sterling Shepard. I think he's a very good professional football player. Come on, Saquon. Take it to the house. I'm still mad at him.
At Saquon for not scoring?
Yeah. Like, get in, dude.
The sad part is I actually had Slade in my lineup, and then I took him out because I'm a big meathead. But, yeah, Saquon still with 6.8 points. He's got 50 rushing yards and a reception. So he's well on the way to the bonus over the first Q. So that's the end of it. Good start here, folks. I mean, Giants keeping pace. I mean, the Chiefs literally had one play. Oh, no, excuse me. They had 3 plays. We did have a couple short pass attempts for that one. For some reason,
I just looked up where I was in the contest, and I immediately forgot. 62nd out of 119.
Tyreek Hill this is like the highest owned I've ever seen a wide receiver, I think. 84.9% for Tyreek Hill in our Moose and Freeze Pops free roll, and 22% in the captain. I don't think I've ever seen a wide receiver that highly owned.
One catch, 69 yards, 1 touchdown. Game changer. Koff, by the way, he says, he legit has no idea what we're talking about, but he's in. We're trying to figure out how we're going to set up the DK Sim Broadcaster Fantasy League, Koff. And Jeff doesn't want input from you. He thinks you're going to take over the situation. You're going to ask too many questions. You're going to ask for a date change. He thinks that we should plan this, present it to you, and if you can't do it, too bad, you're auto-drafting. No. I think that you're here. You might as well throw some input in right now. Get in on the ground floor. Jeff doesn't like that idea.
No, I don't want suggestions. I'm running this league with an iron fist.
Stats are updated.
No, it's got to be in fantasy football, man. You got to make the tough decisions.
Yeah, honestly, I never want to be a true commissioner in fantasy, but if I have to do it, I feel like I can be organized for the people here. Touchdown.
Slayton again, I think.
Wow.
Yes. Darius Slayton.
Having a day.
God, why did I take him out of my lineup? Oh, well. All right. 2 for Slates. 2 for Daniel Jones as well. Mr.
Jones and me tell each other fairy tales.
Look at the beautiful women looking at me. Oh, no.
Oh, no, she's looking at me. Great summer tune.
Fantastic. Takes me back. All the way.
Cough. Here we go, Jeff. Right in your face. Man, as long as I'm not commish, I don't care.
Yeah, he says that now. As soon as we start the league. As soon as we start the league, we get the settings out in the draft date. You'll see. It'll change. Anyways, whatever. I warned you.
He says that he doesn't hope he runs into auto draft because that sucks. Yeah, auto drafting is the worst. No team that was auto drafted is ever good. It's just a fact of life. I've had to auto draft a few times in my life when just, everyone else can do it and you're the only guy that can't. It happens.
I've just legitimately forgotten about drafts before and auto drafted.
Of course that's happened to you, Jeff. I actually had to bow out of a draft like 6 rounds early once and had a guy take over for me, a guy that doesn't really know anything about football, and I won my fantasy league that year. The league that I just came in last in.
Did you tip him?
No. Absolutely not. It's my money. My money.
All right. This has been a good game. 14-7 Giants. 2 Darius Slayton touchdowns. Giants basically drove the length of the field twice. KC trying to respond again. They responded the first time with a bomb to Tyreek Hill. There's Tyreek on the move. Back to pass. Mahomes, X-Factor lit.
It's lit, fam! Oh, gone.
Guess who?
No, he's not gone, but that's a nice gainer.
Inside the red zone. That's probably going to bring him to the bonus as well. 131 yards from Mahomes. Wow. I think that's going to put Tyreek in the bonus. Let's see here. It's very
on
close.
2 catches.
Yeah, 128 yards.
Four catches.
He did miss a couple. Yeah, he had a couple early ones on this drive. So, all right, 128 yards for Tyreek Hill, just like that. 5 minutes left in the second quarter. We could be pacing to a historic game here. This is ridiculous stuff from Tyreek Hill so far. There's a handoff to CH. That's not going to get him. Tyreek Hill on pace for about 500 yards and 4 touchdowns right now, if you're just joining us.
The wild card guy in the mix here that's going to have like too much input or want to sway things in a direction that people aren't going to like is LaMarca.
I was going to say Kenny.
No. Well, that's a good point too. But LaMarca is the guy that has hard and fast fantasy opinions.
It's true.
That
Marcus, it's true.
That are kind of out there, like no kickers, no defenses.
Right.
Which I actually kind of like that idea and incorporating a second quarterback instead, but I can't see the rest of our group wanting to do that.
Oh, Kelsey with the catch, but out of bounds. Yeah, it depends. I mean, it depends how much money we all want to play for, too. That always comes a factor. If it's a low-dollar league, I mean, I don't really care what we do.
Yeah, we'll have to figure that out.
But, as the commissioners, all right, we'll figure it out. We'll set it. 500 Bitcoins per entry.
Oh.
Wow. Oh, what are you doing, Mahomes?
Oh, get in, bro.
God, he had the hole. Why did he cut it inside? What a goof.
By the way, I was looking at my Bitcoin this morning, and nice little spike. Nice little Sunday spike.
Good for you.
Went back down a little bit, but
it tends to be volatile, the Bitcoin.
It's so volatile, dude. It's crazy. The swings on Bitcoin is insane.
Let's see.
Oh, there you go. Almost didn't get in there for a second.
Gonna pile drive himself in for a touchdown.
Pop culture pile drive his way into the end zone.
That's right.
That's your boy right there.
All right, that is my captain. That's true. Wish I'd captain Tyreek Hill, but no CH. He's got a touchdown. Darius Slayton with 2 for the Giants. This one keeps delivering, man. We've had I don't think we had a punt yet. No, we haven't. 2 drives by the Giants, 2 touchdowns, 2 drives by the Chiefs, 2 touchdowns. 3 minutes left in the second Q. This one is motoring along. These teams do not want to punch today. We like it. That's what we like. We like points. We like bonuses. Tyreek Hill already in the bonus. Darius Slayton with 2 touchdowns. Giants going to get the ball back, too.
Been a good game so far.
Fantastic. Well, what's your preferred? Let's talk about preferred settings. What's your preferred setting?
I kind of just like the traditional, man, like full point PPR and then traditional setup. I don't like to get too crazy. You know, I grew up on it a certain way. Let's keep it that way. I do like my to have multiple flex spots, though, because I think in traditional lineups, it's just one flex. Oh, fumble. I like to have multiple flex spots. I like to have multiple flex spots, and for that flex spot to be tight end, receiver, and running back.
Yeah, I think 2 flex spots is fine. I'm down with that. One point PPR. Oh, yeah, Hill. Wide open, too.
Yeah, full point
Rare
PPR
miss.
is the way to go, I think.
Yeah,
In today's
PPR.
day and age.
Yeah, we're in the modern world. I mean, we need a modern league setting here.
But this, so you say that, right? And then LaMarca would say, this is the modern world. Let's get rid of kickers and defenses and have an extra quarterback and an extra flex. Lindenbaum says, what about the super flex? Is a super flex you can put any position in?
Yeah, that's when you can use like defenses, quarterbacks or quarterback, whatever.
I actually don't mind that idea.
I don't mind it. It does kind of make it quarterbacks. It gives a huge premium on quarterbacks, though. So again, I don't mind playing that way, but it would definitely make it a lot different for people. So probably, like you said, the best way, because again, it's more of a casual league, is Tyreek Hill, just to keep it with the traditional settings. And but with 2 flexes is fine, as long as it's like wide receiver, tight end. I don't really care what we do, though, in terms of that. See, I'm easy going.
Of course you are.
Assuming we're not playing for bigger amounts of money.
Correct.
Which we're probably not going to be. So.
No.
The loser has to do a full day of Sims, though. I love that idea.
I
There
think
goes
that's the way to
Mahomes.
go.
And this time he's going to get in. Takes a little hit at the end. A little howdy-do, but going to get in. 21-14 Chiefs. Chiefs are just absolutely unstoppable in this game. They got the turnover. Giants going to have 2 minutes to respond, though, with 3 timeouts, so we could get a tie game. This Sim, again, delivering from the get-go. We did have the fumble on the kickoff return, but we've yet to have a punt. So if you're just joining us, this one is fast. It is furious. It is Vin Diesel, Paul Walker, all over it, folks.
This one's for family.
I don't have friends. I have family.
Litzow saying, yo, my girl got me a real gold chain for my B-Day coming up on the 9th. It's a real gold eagle. Good stuff, Litzow.
Oh, a gold.
Solid gold, baby.
Yeah. Precious metals, man.
The name of this account on YouTube is Kenny Ducey's Really, Really Horrible Takes. Saying, Paul Walker, rest in peace. I love that username. Emerson's Peloton saying, so Paul Walker, is that saying this game is like a car crash? Ooh, too soon, bro.
Yeah, that's way too soon. There's never a good time for that. Let's put it that way.
Who scored the 3rd touchdown? Asks David Israel Speck. We have 2 touchdowns from Slayton on the Giants side. On the Chiefs, we have CEH, Tyreek Hill, and Patrick Mahomes with a rushing touchdown. So I don't know which one is the 3rd touchdown in that sequence. Is it Slayton? Was Slayton's second touchdown the third touchdown? Not positive, but those are all of the scoring plays thus far.
Yeah,
that also
Slayton
looks like a catch for Slayton.
Slayton would have been the third touchdown. But yeah, that's basically all the touchdown scores right there. Tom just went over, so not sure why you'd need the order unless you're keeping like some kind of weird box score for all these games.
Unless you got a ledger going at home.
Yeah. One of those guys that goes to the baseball game and just fills in every play. The score.
Yeah, box score.
The box score. I graded that an error.
You gotta love the people that do the scorekeeping. I used to work with a radio host that's like, I keep score at every baseball game I go to, and I'm like, stop lying to the listeners. No, you don't. You eat nachos like everyone else.
Yeah. Also get a life, you know. Slate? Oh no, it's Ingram. Sorry, that on the catch there. 3rd and 7. Ingram has 3 catches. Giants stalling out a bit here. Need a first down to keep going. Keep the momentum.
Give it to Saquon. I agree with CEH. Enough with this Slayton. Yes.
Here we go.
Speak it into existence. Get in. Yes.
Barkley. Little bark. Touchdown. This game
That's
will
huge.
not stop the scoring.
Huge.
Stop. 0 punts in the first half, folks. 0. Wow. When was the last time you saw a sim game with 0 punts in the first half? I don't know if I've ever
Especially
seen that.
in Madden, where the punting is at a premium. We love punting in this game. The punters are awesome.
The sim does love itself some punts. There's no doubt about it.
Keeping Jim busy here early.
Jim!
I don't know, Jim.
Too many points, Jim. I don't know.
All right, guys, saying just a running back running a seam route, totally normal. It is kind of an unstoppable play in Madden, though.
Yeah. I mean, if it was Christian McCaffrey, it would be normal, but not so much for anyone other than him.
Jonathan Eliza saying, hey, Tom, tell us the story of the Sim fam giving you crap about eating. I kind of ranted about this all day yesterday, but the short version of it is the Sim fam's like, Tom, you never use the microwave anymore. You never use the microwave anymore. You always used to eat popcorn and soup and all this fun stuff out of the microwave. Why don't you use the microwave? So finally, someone said it for like the millionth time. So I was like, okay, you know what? I'm going to put some pasta in the microwave. I'll eat some leftover seafood pasta. It'll be fun. Did so. It was like I had committed a crime on camera. Why are you eating on camera, you fatso? Stop stuffing your pie hole. Oh my God, it's so unprofessional. You hire this guy to eat on camera? What are you, crazy? He's just stuffing his pie hole. Get this guy off my screen. Muted. This is gross. And apparently the rest of the day, people were just complaining, like for days. Did you guys see Freeze Pops eat seafood pasta on camera? What a fat idiot. Like, guys, it's one or the other. You either want me to use the microwave or not. You pick. End of rant. He's just stuffing his pie hole on air.
Flag on the play.
There he goes again.
How dare you?
It's like, guys, I'm doing what you're asking me to do. Unbelievable. All right. It's over.
No, I'm done. Dowry killed her on the catch. One time I left for KC.
I mean, at a certain point, I am going to have my final sim in this apartment, and I'm going to have to, like, go all out with the microwave.
Yeah.
Because the new apartment, I'm not going to be doing sims from the kitchen anymore. In theory. That's the plan, at least.
I still think you should have that thing removed and just, you know.
Dude, like I bought the mini microwave.
Oh, right. That's right.
My model microwave.
Mahomes on the move, throwing. Good God, is that Tyreek?
Of course.
That might be Robinson. Nope. Tyreek Hill, let's see. What is he up to? He might be up to 200 yards. Seriously. 198 and 8 catches and a touchdown for Tyreek Hill in this half.
Someone on YouTube asking if the pasta was good. Yeah, it was delicious.
They're just jealous of your seafood pasta, your seafood pasta lifestyle ways. Tyreek Hill at 198 on 8 catches in this first half, folks. He catches a touchdown here. I don't even know. We might explode.
Oh!
Okay, that was close. I don't know who
Very
that was.
close. Tom Perez is taking credit for me using the microwave that day. Dang you, Tom Perez! That was Kelsey, by the way.
Yeah, second catch for Kelsey.
It was a nice play.
They're going to go for it. They have no timeouts. Can't be short of the end zone here.
Aaron Hurt saying, let's get a little Watkins. I agree. Did he catch that?
He did. It's Kelsey.
Kelsey.
This sim, folks, I tell you, 28-21 in the first half. The first half.
They're making up for the lack of scoring you and I just had.
Yeah. 3 touchdowns for Patrick Mahomes, 3 touchdowns for Daniel Jones, 1 rushing to CEH. This is the highest scoring half I've ever seen in a sim. It's not even close. 49
I might have to take my shirt off.
First half.
It's getting hot.
It's getting hot in here. Take off. Yeah, man. This is redonkulous. Redonkulous.
It is the polar opposite from the game we just had between the Bears and the Lions.
Yeah, this is, I mean...
honestly, real life, Giants versus Chiefs, cannot see the Giants holding pace with the Chiefs on this level. I do think the Giants offense gets better, though. I do like Daniel Jones's improvement from year 1 to year 2. I don't think he's going to have like this Rossi-type leap that he keeps talking about. But I do like his continued development. He gets Saquon back. They added some pieces this offseason. Galladay, John Ross. So I do like the Giants to improve, but not this level.
Yeah, and I mean, the sick part about this is the Giants haven't punted. They've scored on all their scoring drives except one where they fumbled on the kickoff, and they're still down 7. Like, they haven't really done anything wrong, and they're down 7. It's disgusting.
As Bragg Guy says on our Slack, any given sim day. By the way, guys, we are 6 likes away from the century mark. Hit that thing.
Smash a like, guys. We'd appreciate it. There goes Daniel Jones going deep. If this hits, I'm just leaving. No.
Oh, with the pick. Of course they go for the deep. They go for the deep play on the last play of the half because that's what this half has been about. Other games, you'd see the kneel down. Not this one. Woo! Wow.
Redonkulous. Two turnovers for the Chiefs D, too. So they're not even scoring that poorly despite giving up all the points. Like I said, 5 passing touchdowns. Barkley, 63 yards on the ground as well. There goes Tyreek, 198 and a touchdown for Tyreek in that half. Saquon, 456 and a touchdown in the air. Kelsey had a touchdown. Darius Slayton, 339, 2 touchdowns. Sterling Shepard, 3 for 54. That's about where we are. That's it.
Okay, I'm setting the over-under for Tyreek Hill receiving yards at 390 and a half.
Okay.
What are you going to do?
I definitely
you taking the over, the under? He's almost at 200.
I'm going to take the over on the 300.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
390, I'll take the
390.5.
390.5. I would like
I'm taking the under, but it's going to get, I think it could get close.
I would like to see him hit like 400 yards or something. It'd be fairly cool. All right, we're right back at it here.
Let's go.
Let's not stop the momentum. I agree. Let's get right into it.
Jim is busy today.
Who do you think of all the DK Sim fam announcers and analysts will be the worst fantasy football player in our
Carolyn?
Carolyn.
I mean, come on.
Okay.
Next.
She okay. You have Terrell Lynn at the top of your power rankings for worst. That's fair.
Yep.
And she'd probably agree to that.
Yep.
Who would be second worst?
It might be me, honestly, because I just came in last and had to sit at a Denny's for 24 hours.
That's true.
I think it's going to be a combination of either me, Glash, or Emerson. Because the rest of that group is like super into the... I mean, they make a living writing about this type of stuff. And Koff is just obsessed with DFS and things of that nature. So I think that he has a higher ceiling than myself, Glash, or Emerson.
Fair enough. Kelsey to start, already up to midfield here. Mahomes still X Factor lit.
There he is again.
Tyreek Hill.
He's so freaking good, man. First time playing Fortnite on Twitch saying Emerson's always going to draft Gardner first. Great call.
It's true. We can count on Emerson to... Emerson's probably a good call. We can count on Emerson to, like, you know, reach for Trevor Lawrence or something. You know. Draft Gardner Minshew as his backup. Oh, I'm going to sling it the other side. Wow, I was almost picked. But also, if Tyreek had got that, I was gone. Tyreek over 200 yards now receiving. With 6 minutes left in the third quarter. Hope you guys are enjoying this one because it's not even giving us a chance to get into anything ridiculous. It's just constant action here, folks. That's going to be a sack, though. And a fumble. Giants D coming to play.
Ayo!
They got it. First down, G-Men. All right, that's going to put a little stoppage in the Chiefs' offense. Give the Giants a chance to respond here. Still haven't had a punt. Each team's
That's
had
a great point.
Now, but no punts. No punts. 67 yards rushing for Saquon Barkley.
We are into the third quarter.
Puntless.
At a significant enough level to be shocked that there still hasn't been a punt.
Yep. Very significant. Like I said, I don't remember seeing a half without a punt. I mean, maybe it's happened, but it probably has. I just don't remember it.
Craziness.
I mean, I would suggest that 49 points and a half is the record, though. Another fumble and another turnover. KCD.
Wow. And another drive without a punt.
Yep. Still haven't had a punt.
And where the Chiefs are getting the ball here, I would find it hard to believe that they're going to punt the ball.
3 turnovers for the Giants. They have turned the ball over, 3 times. Chiefs defense credited with 3 turnovers now, so they're not even becoming the worst value play in the world. 2nd and 7.
This quarter, we're seeing a lack of scoring here compared to the first two. Just turning the ball over to each other a bunch of times.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do know how
someone
fast...
get in the end zone. I'm spoiled now.
Yeah, I know. This 2-minute section of poor play is like starting to hurt us. This is Ricky Seals-Jones kissed by a rose there on his first catch.
First time playing Fortnite over on Twitch saying, actually, I just completely lost. Oh, here we go. What are your expectations for Jones and Galladay this year in fantasy? Asking
not a huge much, man. I really don't like the landing spot from Kenny Galladay. We're going to go short here. Is he going to get the first? He is.
He got the first, yep.
I just don't really like it. I mean, I like Galladay as a player. I think he's a true number one. Ricky Seals-Jones, again, 2 catches in a row. But, you know, you're attached to a quarterback in Daniel Jones who turns the ball over a ton. The Giants' defense isn't terrible either, and they're probably, I feel like, going to try and limit Daniel Jones in the pocket. So it just leads to a situation where I don't think the Giants are going to be like up there in terms of pass attempts per game, excuse me. And that's not good for feeding Kenny Golladay. I mean, even if he leads them in targets, I don't know if he's going to be up there among the league leaders in targets. So you do have other mouths to feed there too. Ingram is still a thing. Sterling Shepard, Barkley catches a little bit. Like Golladay on talent alone, I can see, but I don't really. I still feel like his valuation might just be getting too high. I mean, if he drops to a certain point, yes, absolutely, you can grab him because he's at his core, he's a wide receiver 1 and a very good player. So why not take him? But
do you have his ADP handy?
Yeah, we can pull that up. He's not a player that I would want to reach for at all. Like if Kenny Golladay is going where he should be.
Trickeration. Yeah. Gobbled up in the backfield.
Did not work. Pull up Golladay here. I mean, he's not going super high. Wide receiver 23. So, just behind T. Higgins, Brandon Ayuk, or just in front of those guys, like right behind Adam Thielen. It kind of comes down to, there's a first down. Chiefs being very methodical on this drive. Would you rather have Adam Thielen, Tyler Lockett, or Kenny Golladay? That's kind of what the question you're being asked.
I think I'd rather have Thielen.
I'd rather have Thielen.
I think we're on the same page there.
I may even rather have Lockett.
Me too.
Yeah.
And it's not, and that's not with both of those selections. It's for different reasons, right? Like I'm not drafting Thielen because I have more faith in Kirk Cousins. While I do have more faith in Kirk Cousins, it's because I just think Thielen is a legit better player than Golladay. And with Lockett, it's fully because I trust Russell Wilson more than Daniel Jones.
Yeah, Lockett, I think you're just very safe. There's no one climbing over him on the depth chart. You're attached to Russell Wilson. Even if he goes through little slumps, the spike weeks are going to be there. I think with Thielen, he's just been good for so long.
Consistent, right?
Yeah, both players, both Thielen and Lockett, they're in these roles where the roles aren't going to change. Like the targets are going to be there for them. We know what type of players they are. They're high in talents, and like Golladay is a high in talent. I would argue Golladay is probably more talented than
more skilled than those guys. Yeah,
but the situation.
Well, I don't know. Thielen's very good. He's older now, so he's not what he used to be. But
yeah,
I mean, we've seen Thielen be a top 10 guy in the league at times in his career.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm just not that big on the whole situation. You got to have some faith in Daniel Jones there. If you do, it's probably a really good value Golladay, but I just don't think the Giants are going to throw that much. I think that the Giants will throw less.
If they throw, it's going to be like the way McCaffrey's used, right? If Barkley is fully healthy. Touchdown. Tyreek Hill. I'm just going to go ahead and give him the wooden nickel. Here you go. It's all yours. Drive 4 hours east. We'll go grab some roast beef ice cream together.
45 seconds left in the third. No punts. Tyreek Hill, 2 touchdowns. Over 200 yards receiving. Well over 200 yards receiving.
Really wish I had kept him in my captain spot and just built around him as I was trying to do the first time around. I'm now in 69th, which is nice. He's 47.7 points in the flex for me. Bry Guy brings up a good point. You always got to trust your gut.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of...
Deion Jackson wants me to give it to Mahomes. Mahomes, I mean, if Tyreek Hill didn't exist, he'd be getting the one nickel. But, I mean, good golly. This is a Herculean effort from Tyreek Hill so far.
Drop pass there. Was that dropped? No, what just happened? Anyways.
I guess we'll see in a second. Yeah, it's a 1st and 10, so that's a catch, my friend. Clock's still running. 17 seconds to go.
Tyreek Hill with 47.7 points in the flex, 217 receiving yards, 11 receptions, 2 receiving touchdowns. Daniel Jones going for it all here.
Oh, the pick! No punting is going to be allowed in this game.
The 4th turnover, though, by the Giants. 4th turnover for the Chiefs D. Chiefs
Unbelievable.
D becoming a very viable play here. Cannot go more than about 30 seconds here without something happening in this sim. You're just joining
This sim is
us.
crazy.
56 points already. We had 49 points in the first half. Unbelievable. Tyreek Hill absolutely just destroying the Giants secondary with 2 touchdowns, 217 yards, and 11 receptions. Patrick Mahomes has hit the bonus, 318. 3 passing touchdowns, and he rushed for a touchdown, so let's not forget about that. He's got 34.12 in the flex. Saquon has 23.1 in the flex. Kelsey has 18.3. He's got a touchdown. Slayton's got a big game, too, 18.9 points, 2 touchdowns. Points flying, folks, everywhere. You get a point, you get a point, you get points. So a full quarter to go. Can Tyreek Hill break the 300-yard point barrier?
Yeah, it looks like I overshot on my prediction there at halftime. I just got wrapped up in the moment, man. I don't know what to say.
It's all right. Happens. I mean, you could still hit it. You never know.
Chiefs defense have 9 points in the flex right now. So if you had a lineup that was stacked and you had to find a punt play and you went with the Chiefs D, you are a happy DFS player right now.
Sammy Watkins, DeMarcus Robinson definitely trending towards not MVPs. Babysitter Billy Award. There's a sack for the Giants D. Second and 14. Still have not had a punt today.
That's wild.
Chiefs got a long second down here, though, so it could be coming.
You've done pretty much as many of these as anyone else. Have you ever seen a puntless game?
I mean, if I have, I don't remember it, but I'm pretty sure I've never seen it. No, that seems. Oh, wow. Oh, he stayed up.
Oh, wow.
Get it away, and we're going to get the first, and still no punts. CEH. What a play by Mahomes. You got to wrap that guy up, son. 18-yard catch for
Come on, son.
Son, guy.
Finish the tackle.
Pal, buddy.
Chief. You see what I did there?
Midfield for the Chiefs. Up 2 touchdowns already. We're going bananas here. There's Sammy Watkins.
Hey, right. Sammy, welcome to the sim.
Good to see you. 3 catches for Sammy. Trying to get away from that Babysitter Billy Award.
Yeah, it's going to be him or Robinson at this point, right?
Pretty much. Evan Ingram not having a great game either. Another candidate.
Pump fake.
This is DeMarcus Robinson.
Hey, right on cue. This drive is basically saving the Chiefs from having someone in that spot.
Yep.
What's Ingram sitting at?
I think he's got 3 catches, but only like 17 yards. So something like that.
That might be the guy.
Not great, Bob.
Talented dude, but
yeah,
not so much. What about him as a fantasy candidate?
No, I don't mind it because like oh wow, it's gonna go. CEH gonna get there. Yes, he is. Second touchdown of the sim. Mahomes, 4th passing. I don't even know how many touchdowns he has. I can't even keep count here. Patrick Mahomes, 4 passing touchdowns, 387 yards. Unbelievable. He also rushed for a touchdown. So Patrick Mahomes has accounted for 5 touchdowns. CEH now has 2 touchdowns, a rushing and a receiving. 29.5 in the captain for him. Again, shout out to our guy Jim. Updating with lightning fast reflexes today. I think Evan Ingram, if you're going to wait at tight end, like I said, if you miss out on Waller, if you miss out on Hawkinson, those guys, Kelsey, and you're just going to wait, yeah, Evan Ingram is a guy you can pick up for cheaper than usual this year. And I think it's fine. Don't expect them to like vault into the top 10 or something, but
he's a guy with really good talent, but I just feel like he's so boom or bust at that position. Like real life player, I'd like to have him on my team. Not the most well-rounded tight end in football right now because he doesn't really do much for you in the blocking department.
Yep.
He's kind of a glorified receiver, but he has great hands. He's a big dude, great catch radius, super fast for his position.
All right, there goes Barkley on screen as well, trying to replicate CH's success, gets a first down. Daniel Jones only had 196 yards despite all the scoring. It feels like he should have more.
Things have definitely slowed down a bit for the Giants here.
On the Giants. I mean, they keep turning the ball over.
Exactly. Check in on the Twitch machine. We got Reed T's Did You Know? We got Monster Trip Dubber. I think that's how that is pronounced. First time playing Fortnite. Ghost 407. Lots of great SimFam members here. King Matt. The River Rat.
Right,
Robes 05.
All right, we got a big play coming up here because if the Giants don't convert, they're probably going to punt. Actually, they might not punt. They might go for it.
No, you can't punt here.
Yeah, because you're down. So they take that back. We might not
take it back, Moose.
Take it back.
Take it back.
Take that back.
It's a trap.
Give me back my son.
I think they get it here.
Ooh, it's going to be close.
Oh, okay.
They should go for it, though.
Short, you got to go for this.
We're going to go for it.
Down 3 scores. They're not winning this game, but they at least want to make it competitive. Frederick Counter wants Golden Tate for the Babysitter Billy Award.
Eat or dot. No punt. No punts. No punts.
There you go.
You got Saquon
is not going down without a fight.
Yep.
We didn't start the fire. I don't know why that just popped in my head.
Yeah, it's a good transition, though. Wasn't the song I was expecting to bring out, but works. It's about as random as me bringing in a Mel Gibson quote from the movie Ransom, so.
Sometimes you just got to say what comes to your head, Jeff.
Yep. All right, there's Sterling Shepard. Semi-close to the bonus as well.
Semi-chomp kind of life. Baby, baby.
Now we're just being very random. This is my 5th sim in a row.
You say a word, I'm just going to sing the song that I think comes to mind there. Daniel Jones almost throwing another pick there.
Yep. Yeah, that would have been a 5-bagel there. They've already got the golden sombrero with 4 turnovers, so you don't want the old 5th barrel. Under 3 minutes left, 2nd and 10. Giants, they just need to keep going because they are down by a lot. And there's not much time left. And Daniel Jones stinks. 3rd and 10. If you're just joining us, Tyreek Hill has absolutely broken the slate here. Destroyed the Giants. He's got 47.7 points in the flex. And interestingly enough, I got to verify this is correct. Just a sec.
Oh, he missed him wide open.
That's what he does. Interestingly enough, the person leading the Tom and Jeff free roll, Cuss Dig, 170.8 points. He's got the Chiefs D in the captain spot. He's got Mahomes, Hill, Barkley, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Darius Slayton. He's got all the studs.
I love that.
Captained the Chiefs D. It's a great lineup. Hope it holds.
4th and 10 here.
Giants. Oh, he catches it. First down. Wow, Slayton continuing to have a really nice game.
Slayton only 25% owned too. Perhaps one of the better plays just from a pure.
Oh, no doubt. I think he's like a steal in this one. If you had him as one of your pay down options.
Giants still running the ball for some reason. Not sure what the point of that is.
It's been effective on this drive. You know, if the clock didn't matter.
Be fine, yeah.
Right.
Barkley getting close to the bonus too. I think he's up over 80 yards now, 83 yards. So again, shout out to our guys on ops, absolutely killing it, basically lightning fast, instantaneous updates here for you guys today. We had a few hiccups on that.
Jim's crushing it.
Never gonna hide from the fact that we did, but getting straight out this morning, you love to see it. Empty backfield. They're picking up small pieces at once. It's fine, I guess, but
you're just chunking along down the field. Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces passing, I'm homebound.
That was a good one. That's good.
A little Vanessa Carlton for you here on this Sunday.
Ingram 4 for 22. Barkley back in there.
I see Daniel Jones running it in here. Nope, I was wrong. Touchdown.
Is that Ingram? Ingram with the save.
There you go. Ingram really saving himself. I think that Golden Tate really is the guy now that everyone has kind of done something.
Yep.
I was going to keep him out of that spot just because of the ownership, but everyone has performed in this one. I mean, I haven't seen a lot of Sterling Shepard either. I don't know what ownership is on him or what his numbers look like.
I think Shep almost has the bonus, doesn't he?
Really? Okay. Well, consider me surprised on that one.
Yeah, 5 for 80 for Shepard.
Wow. See, there's been so many things happening that doesn't stand out to me.
Well, we always go to the bottom lineups to see. You know who the babysitter Billy should be right now? It should be Sammy Watkins, 3 for 38.
Okay.
That's who I would pick right now.
Let's do it. Sammy Watkins. Now, is Tyreek Hill still the guy? Do I need to take the wooden nickel back, or I gave it to him early?
I don't think so. I mean,
you think it's Mahomes?
Like Slayton's okay, but he only has 21 points. Barkley has 30.
So it's Tyreek Hill?
Tyreek Hill is 47.7.
Okay,
I mean, you have to recognize the greatness that is this game. Onside kick here from the G-men. No, it's their ball. 3 timeouts, and then this one's over. So basically 1 first down away.
So Hill gets the wooden nickel. His teammate Watkins with the Babysitter Billy Award.
All right. 0 punts, Tom. No punts in this sim.
Insane. I've never seen that.
I shouldn't have jinxed it. The Chiefs could still punt here. Oh, no. I jinxed it, didn't I? They're going to punt.
How dare you?
I can't believe I did it. They might
also. The Giants have 2 timeouts, too.
Yo, this is going to be a punt. It's going to wreck it.
Must be thinks everything. It has to be Slayton because of ownership.
Nah, you got to recognize.
I think it's at a certain point you got to recognize the stat sheet.
Tyreek.
And Slayton's having a great game. Don't get me wrong, but this is like an all-time elite performance from Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek had like 30 points. Yeah, I'd agree. I'd give it to Slayton too. But we're talking 47 points here, over 200 yards, 2 touchdowns. That's
in the flex.
No. All right, this is a big play. We're gonna get a puntless game.
I kind of hope they get the first down.
Okay, the throwing, that's good. We got it. Yes.
And there he is.
Putting a cement, putting that take that shouldn't be him, the player of the game, to bed right there. Cementing the game. No punts. Folks, if you're just turning in, 0 punts in this game. 0. None. Nada. Zilch.
So, Pro Football Talk throwing out a report about Carson Wentz. He will rest, will not have immediate surgery. The big question in Indianapolis is when quarterback Carson Wentz will be able to get back on the field after suffering a foot injury, and the answer may not be known for a while. Word from the team on Saturday was that there's no timetable. So
That changes how I feel about the Colts. No question about it. It's not like Wentz is going to be MVP here, but I'm not like my friend Rossi, who's extremely high on Eason heading into this season. Just haven't seen enough out of Eason to think that the Colts are going to be awesome with him at QB. With that said, I do like their roster still. I think they remain competitive, but if they're without Wentz for a while, I'm not liking my Colts to be one of the best teams in the AFC take so much.
I'm obviously, that I'm not like
you're anti-Carson.
I actually think this almost might end up being a net positive for the Colts. I never liked the Carson Wentz move to begin with. Now you get to take a look at Jacob Eason, and I'm not suggesting Jacob Eason is going to be a world beater off the bat, but you do have a rookie who's got a live arm. He definitely has some physical skills, and he sat for a year to take a look at that offense. It's not a bad situation for a rookie to be coming into. He's also going behind a very good O-line, remember, right? So, that's something to consider as well. But
how about Mahomes with 400 yards passing, 4 touchdowns? We'll
just dabble on these stats. Over 400 yards for Mahomes, 83 yards rushing for Barkley, but he had a big passing game too.
A lot of catches.
CEH with a passing and a catching and a rushing touchdown. Receiving and a rushing touchdown. Mahomes rushed for one as well. Tyreek 12, 233 and 2 touchdowns. Barkley 9 for 84 and a touchdown in the receiving game. Kelsey 6 for 63 and a touchdown. Ingram 5 for 28 and a touchdown. Slayton 4 for 54 and 2 touchdowns. I'm done. That's as many stats as I can do. It's just a crazy game. 0 punts. 0 punts in that game. Coming up next, guys, in the next game, it's going to be Tom and I. Last one for me, last one for Tom for the day as well. Philly and Cleveland going to be coming up, so that'll be cool. But right now on the DraftKings Dream Stream, NFL training camps are open, and the Hall of Fame game is set to kick off on Thursday, and your boy Tom Carroll will be there. But Pat Mayo also discussed all the news in the NFL for this week leading up to that game. So here it is, guys. We'll be back in a bit.
The Pat Mayo Experience. Pat Mayo Experience. Pat Mayo Experience. Pat Mayo Experience. Experience.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience presented by DraftKings. Folks, it's real. It's happening. The Week 1 DraftKings pricing has dropped. This is the instant reaction and first look. And if you want to get ahead of the game, obviously you can look at the prices, but you need the tools and research methods to help you go through. So you need to go to runthesims.com right now. Till the end of July, it's a completely free site. But if you want to get on the founder's discount, runthesims.com/Mayo will get you that price for life. The simulations, the optimizer, the projections, everything is up there with what you need to help you with your research at runthesims.com. Go check it out. Smash the like button to this video. Subscribe to Mayo Media Network. In the comment section, give me your first look, biggest value on the Week 1 slate. Although we are more than 5 weeks away from the actual start of the NFL season, this now feels real. This is getting me excited, and I hope you're excited for this too. And I hope you're excited for some giveaways that I got going on for you. If you hit the description, you will find a link on Apple Podcasts to Fantasy Football Picks and Bets, a brand new show on Mayo Media Network, which is now running twice a week. It's going to go to 3 times a week here in about 2 weeks. And then by the start of the season, 5 to 6 times a week, a shorter form informational type show that can really help you get ahead. If you're looking for something quick that's, not necessarily just me talking at you the entire time, we're assembling an awesome crew over there. We're going to release the winner of the hosting job from the competition as well. But if you click on that link down there right now on Apple Podcasts, subscribe to the show, obviously, but leave a 5-star review, something you enjoy about the show, Twitter handle or email address so I can contact you. And you are in a draw, and the pool right now is at $500. We need 4 more reviews, and that's jumping up to $1,000 of cash giveaways. We get even more. It might go up to $1,500, $2,000. Who knows? We're 4 away from the $1,000 threshold. So please go rate and review Fantasy Football Picks and Bets on Apple Podcasts right now. Check it out on Mayo Media Network too when you're subbing to that on the YouTube channel. I want to bring in one of my best friends around. It is Chris Meany from FTN Fantasy, FTN Daily, FTNBets.com. If you go to FTNFantasy.com right now and use promo code Meany, that will get you a discount. And there's an awful lot of content up there right now, Meany. And there's a ton from you.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there's an absolute ton of content over at FTN, and there's still good. I mean, every day, honestly, just taking a look at the show sheet and our schedule. It's like 5 or 6 articles that pop up, whether it's betting props, just fantasy best ball advice, and soon just talking week 1, because it is almost here, as you said, just off the top, man. Once we get into August, it's basically here, right? Like spring preseason games are just right around the corner, and I'm just super excited to be able to talk, fantasy football here with you, man. It's going to be a blast here. Looking forward to this.
Yeah, talking about actionable things for week 1 is so much different than the preseason stuff. So I just wanted to jump into it. So I just looked at the pricing. I was like, whoa, here we go. Christian McCaffrey is the most expensive running back on the board. Dalvin Cook also above $9,000. They're 95 and 91. Derrick Henry, Kamara, Jonathan Taylor, all in the $8,000 range. Barkley, Chubb, and Eckler are in the 7s. Then you got DeAndre Swift, Aaron Jones, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Miles Sanders, James Robinson, $6,400, although he does an easy matchup. I don't know how that one's really going to work out. Najee Harris, here we are, $6,300 bucks. Joe Mixon and Myles Gaskin. That Myles Gaskin is $6,000. So right off the hop, I mean, I guess it really depends on how you build, because I have a stack already from the first look pricing. I was like, oh, wow, like we can pile this one up, save some cash, and go spend if we want to. But McCaffrey at 95 versus Dalvin Cook at 91, I mean, it's pretty juicy to start off with. I think I would always lean McCaffrey because of the upside, but I mean, ownership is going to have to dictate this. I don't even want to speculate on ownership right now, but did any one of these guys at running back stick out to you right away being like, oh my God, that guy is just going to be the play?
A little bit later in that down the board, like you said. I mean, even like a guy like Nick Chubb at 7-2 in a high total game against KC. Eckler's going to be in a tough spot against Washington. Jones 6-8 against the Saints. Like, Rodgers is back. Like in that range, Clyde Edwards-Helaire even 6-6. Like this is a guy that it just seems like it's going to be his backfield. I mean, he was a top 10 running back before they acquired Le'Veon Bell. And I'm looking at high totals, and that's one of the highest ones on the board. I mean, 52.5 KC and Cleveland. I mean, Robinson, no thanks. But in around that 6K, low 7 is intriguing. Even Jonathan Taylor at 8K in there against Seattle, another high total game. But yeah, I mean, Christian McCaffrey up at the top. I mean, 9.5. He's just in one of the most consistent backs. Last year, only played 3 games, but he led the league in points per game. Last year, or 2 years ago, led the league in points per game against the Jets here. So it's going to be a bit of a different offense, I suppose, with Sam Darnold under center, but it's still going to be the Christian McCaffrey show. Everything's going to roll through him. And even Cook, I honestly think maybe Cook may be a better play than CMC against the Bengals. It's still a team that I think will be pretty weak defensively at stopping the run. A lot of teams just ran all over them over the past couple of years, and we know what Minnesota wants to do there with Dalvin Cook. So, man, it's exciting, and you just flipped me this minutes ago. So kind of just rolling through some of these running back prices, but I think I may live in that range around 6K, but there's certainly some underpriced wide receivers and quarterbacks where you can spend up here at running back, maybe even McCaffrey and a Cook week 1, and get away with a decent looking lineup.
Yeah, because so much of where the pricing is not going to change over the next month. Like supreme value is going to open up in the 3Ks at wide receiver once people win jobs or guys get cut. There's probably going to be a few $2,500 tight ends that work as well. And this is for the main slate, the millionaire maker slate, although there's probably going to be a millionaire maker for the first game of the season too. So this is like your Sunday early, Sunday late. It doesn't involve the Bears or Rams, Ravens or Raiders, or the opening game of the Cowboys and Bucks. So keep that in mind when you're being like, where is this guy? Like, I mean, have you never played DraftKings before? This is how it works. This is the main slate.
Where's Zeke?
Oh, yeah, where is Zeke? He should be. Why is he not up here in the pricing? So some of the guys, when I go down the list a little bit, like I actually think like Najee Harris, that Steelers and Bills game is one of the higher total games. Now, if you think that Buffalo like blows them out, which is where the line is being set right now, it's -6.5 for the Bills at home in that opening 1 p.m. start Eastern time. But are we pretty convinced that Najee Harris is like the guy in Pittsburgh? Because if that's the case, like, no offense to Miles Sanders or even Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who still could be in a bit of a committee with Jarek and Darrell Williams, it seems like Najee's the guy.
Yeah, And that's just a total oversight by me, even going down even lower to the low 6. Yeah, Harris is, oh my goodness, that's a great price for him against the Bills. Yeah, you mentioned the spread. I don't even care about that. He's a true bell cow back. He really is. And Pittsburgh came out this week and said it. They drafted him in the first round to be a 3-down back, and that's what they expect, and that they would be extremely disappointed if he wasn't a 3-down back. Yeah, this is his backfield. You can go back to the days of Mike Tomlin, his offenses with multiple running backs touching the ball 18 plus times. Le'Veon Bell, D'Angelo Williams, the 1 year finished as a top 5 running back when he had to step in for Bell. James Conner was a top 5 running back a couple years ago as well. So even last year when Conner left, they gave Benny Snell the ball a ton and a couple times, and he didn't really do anything with it. So Harris is explosive. Say what you want about the offensive line. I think they're getting healthier. Last year, they missed a couple pieces. They addressed it a little bit at the offense, in the draft. And he's a guy that I expect him, Pat, to have 50-plus catches this year. I expect him to flirt with 300 touches. I like the over on his 1,000-yard rushing prop. I think he's going to be a player right from the get-go for the Steelers. And Big Ben, another year older, you have to question whether he can push the ball down the field. There's a reason Juju led the team in catches, because he's just throwing the ball 10 yards down the field with accuracy. So there'll be some checkdowns. If indeed the Bills do, get ahead here by a touchdown or so, Harris will be on the field at all moments of the game, even late down in the fourth quarter. I believe that.
So the cheaper the running back that we can find that's going to play in all three facets, when he's going to have the receiving role, he's going to have the every down role, and the goal line role, he is one of the cheapest ones on the board who fits that profile. The other one, and I don't think I'm going to get here because when I reveal my the stack that really jumped out to me right away, Mike Davis is down here at $5,400. No one believes in Mike Davis that he's going to be any good, and I'm sort of on the fence. I just think he's been such a really good value in season long, and this value for $5,400 on the board right now, he could be one of the running backs who fits the criteria that I just talked about. He's the goal line back, he's the passing down back, he's the between the 20s guy. He might not be that good, but no one thought David Montgomery was any good either until he got the entire role, got a pretty weak schedule, then all of a sudden he's a top 5 fantasy running back. That's sort of how I see Mike Davis. I don't think he's going to be a top 5 fantasy running back, but at the same time, that's the role I see him filling, and I think people will just talk themselves out of Mike Davis. Now, maybe we hear reports at a Falcons camp in 3 weeks' time that Quadre Olison has passed him on the depth chart. They go out and sign someone, but it hasn't happened yet. So right now, Mike Davis is the guy.
Yeah, he is the guy. And what we love about DraftKings is the full point for the catch. We like guys that are going to get the ball. And obviously Julio Jones has gone there. It's going to be Pitt's first game, and everyone's just going to automatically go to Pitts. They really will. In a game against the Eagles in a dome, a high total game, they're going to go to Matt Ryan and Pitts or Ridley, or the other side with Hurts or Smith, Goddard potentially, and forget about some of the running backs in this game. And for Davis, I mean, I don't think he's that bad, honestly. I mean, he's got a season with the Seahawks where he had 4.6 yards per carry, so I'm not completely writing him off as a guy who can't rack up more than 750 rushing yards if he can get 200 carries. Last year with Carolina, he was a low-end RB1. He really was, because he finished with 59 catches, which was top 5 among running backs. So all year, I'm going to be interested in Davis until maybe that switch happens. But Hawkins is young. He's not going to know the playbook. Olsen, are we really come on? It's going to be Davis right away off the get-go for week 1 in a high total game. You could probably bank on 5-6 catches from him. He did it multiple times last year, filling in for Christian McCaffrey. So I think that's a really good price as well at 5.4, Pat.
So some of the other guys to look at, Antonio Gibson is only $5,900. I'm a bit more bearish on Gibson than I think that the market is right now. So that's probably a pass for me, at least initially. Yeah. David Johnson's $5,700. I don't know how the Texans backfield is going to shake out.
A lot going on there.
Mostert has been wearing a brace during training camp, but he says he's not going to wear it during the season. Everyone's like, oh my God, Trey Sermon. So I think that Mostert eventually gets overlooked in this spot, but they're at Detroit. Detroit's defense, I mean, probably better than its offense, but still not good by any stretch of the imagination. San Francisco's a favorite in that game. We know that they want to run the ball. He's not a full-time back, but he's a highly efficient back. And with Jeff Wilson still on the sidelines on the PUP list, unlikely to be ready for the start of the season, if Mostert can just get control of that goal line touch load, all of a sudden, he's someone who can break the big runs. He doesn't need 25 touches to come through. As long as he has that goal line work down, or at least 60% of the goal line work, and he gets his opportunities, 15 touches in that game against Detroit just might be enough.
Yeah, I was trying to think ahead here to week 1 and look at like just team totals and who would have the highest. It's San Fran's got to be close. Like they probably would have a top 5 team total against Detroit, who, I mean, can we expect a whole lot from that offense? And it's a decently, like it's a mid total. It's not up near 48 inside the top 5, but you got to figure Vegas is thinking that San Fran's going to be able to score some points on Detroit. And I have to agree here. And for Mostert, I mean, he just recently said that, I think it was last night, I saw a tweet from him telling everybody to relax about the knee brace. It's there to protect him long-term. He's not dealing with anything, but in case something does happen to his knee where he takes a shot or he takes a hit, it would just help him out. So I think people can just relax a little bit when it comes to him. But yeah, they're going to score some points, right? Whether it's Trey Lance or it's Jimmy G, they're going to score points. They're going to be up in this game. They're going to have their way with Jared Goff. The defense looks healthy right now. They got a lot of pieces back. So they'll probably lean on the run game. This is what they want to do anyways, even though they have a lot of guys in that offense who are explosive, like Kittle and Ayuk and Debo. But they're still going to be a team that likes to run the football, especially when they get up in games. It's just, I don't think that's going to change. We know what Kyle Shanahan wants to do. So he is interesting at that. And you're talking about ownership and, try not to get too far ahead and project these kind of things, but he's a guy that I think won't come with a high ownership. Like it's certainly going to be sub 6 or sub 7, even though that, San Fran's going to be favored here by more than a touchdown. I dig a little bit deeper. I wanted to get your thoughts on this Jets backfield. Coleman used to be a Niner, and I'm seeing, I just really like Carter. I just like him as a running back, and I know it's his first game, but man, he's pretty cheap here.
This is where you're gonna have to pay attention to the training camp reports to see who wins some of these jobs, or at least who is projected to be the starting running back. Because there are 2 rookies, and actually they were college teammates, and they're both $4,000 in week 1. Michael Carter is one of them at Carolina. If he can just involve himself in the passing game. Because that could be a very easily stackable game with some of the cheaper prices. Even if you take McCaffrey, just pile up on the Jet side, and you're like, oh my God, I can afford anyone else. But Javonte Williams is the other one who's also $4,000. Yes. Melvin Gordon's like $1,400 more, and Javonte Williams and Michael Carter might win these jobs out of camp and be maybe not the 1A+, but they're the 1A in this backfield, and they'll play 65% of snaps if they can get that goal line work, to pay off this $4,000 price tag and the flexibility that it gives you in the rest of your lineup creation just could be immense. If you did want to pay up for McCaffrey and Cook, that's a very logical third player in your flex to go put in. So I think that those 2 guys are probably the best values that I see for week 1, at least at running back.
Yeah, same. Absolutely. Actually, both of them it's kind of where I looked first to see where both of those guys are, because I think that they are going to win jobs here out of camp. And I really like what the Jets did with their offensive line. I think, it's going to be one of the better offensive lines in all of football. And I do believe that Carter will be a guy that is close to a bell cow back. I think he's going to be the guy that catches balls out of the backfield. Now it's week 1. We're just looking at week 1. Long term, I think he's really going to solidify a role inside this offense. So it is going to be tough for just these rookie backs right away to see what kind of workload they'll get off the hop. But like you said, you're going to want to follow preseason with some of these guys. But again, I really like this Jets offensive line. I like Carter as a running back. I think he can catch balls out of the backfield. I'm not sold on anybody else inside that offense. And we don't even know about Melvin Gordon. Is the off-field stuff just gone now? According to reports out of Denver, that there's still a possibility that this guy could be suspended for 1 game to start the season. So if that happens, I mean, the ownership is going to go really high with Williams. But that's another guy that I expect over time here to just be the guy in Denver. Maybe it's a 60-40 off the right away in week 1 if Gordon is playing, but Williams is a bell cow back too. I mean, he's explosive and he can catch balls out of the backfield. I don't think the offensive line is all that brutal in Denver either. I just feel like that's a low scoring, that's a game that I don't think I'm going to love from a fantasy standpoint, Giants and Broncos, but Jets and Carolina is one that I think could be sneaky.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned about the totals if I'm talking about a $4,000 running back. That's just he only has to do he scores a touchdown. You're like, oh, here we go. This is amazing news. There. And I've afforded everyone else that I wanted in these high total games. The only other ones on the 4s that I'm thinking about, and again, this is going to depend on the news. Travis Etienne is $4,900. Both Bills running backs, both Cardinals running backs are down here too. Out of all of those guys, Edmonds is the one that I have the most interest in, but if he's not the starter over Connor, I don't really want to play Connor because I think that his very valuable touches both get taken away by Edmonds in the passing game and Kyler near the goal line. But if you have Edmonds in that spot, maybe Kyler takes away some of his goal line rushing ability, but he'll probably, at least more than likely, be the one catching passes out of the backfield, so he can prop himself up that way, and he's super cheap. So that's where my first lean was at running back when we went on the cheaper side. I want to talk stacks because this is the first thing that jumped out to me, because I wanted to see where Jalen Hurts was. Because Jalen Hurts, I mean, whatever you think of him as a real-life quarterback, he is fantasy gold for whenever he is playing. Yeah. Now, a lot of that has to do with his rushing. So is he actually a stackable quarterback? I think yes, especially with his new weapons. And if you want a cheap stack, this Philly and Atlanta game might be where you want to turn to, because you can get Jalen Hurts for $6,400. You can get Devontae Smith in his first game for $4,500, and Jalen Reagor, who no one cares about anymore apparently, for $3,700. Like, that is one of the cheaper stacks with upside that you're going to find. And then you can bring that back with a $7,900 Calvin Ridley against this awful. Like, did the Philly secondary really get all that much better, Meanie? That's your team.
No,
did they get good?
No, they didn't. They're gonna be. It's gonna be a long year in Philadelphia, but I'm absolutely shocked with this Smith pricing at 4.5. I'm looking in this range of wide receivers. Heck, you can go up to 5K. Like, there's not a lot of wideouts in this range that you can project double-digit targets. I think Smith is going to have a phenomenal year. It's kind of just, if you look at season long and where he's getting drafted in high stakes leagues outside the top 35, I feel like he's a steal there. And then you look at this price and he's a steal here as well, because it's going to be a high scoring game. Neither team can bring it on defense, and it's inside a dome. We don't got to worry about weather. They're going to be scoring. Both quarterbacks are going to be throwing a bit here. Smith at 4.5, and there's already a connection. Like, forget that he's lighting up the brutal secondary here in training camp, which he is. I'm getting stupid notifications every day about a catch from Smith that I don't really care about, but at least they're hooking up. But these guys have already played together before. They're familiar with each other. They have connected on touchdown passes before in college. So it's going to be a solid 1-2 punch. The matchup is phenomenal. 4.5 is a stack that I can get behind. And as you mentioned, Jalen Hurts, I mean, towards the end of last season, just his rushing ability alone was phenomenal. 106 against the Saints, 63 the week after that, 69 the week after that. I mean, the guy was, to your point, fantasy gold when he was starting. And again, say what you want about the quarterback play, but he's got an alpha wideout. And he's got a brutal defense behind him, so he's going to have to throw a little bit. I like that stack a lot. It's super cheap.
It's super cheap, and then it gives you the ability to bring Ridley back and Pitts back, because Pitts is only $4,400. So you put those 5 guys. Maybe you don't want to put in Reagor. Maybe you want to put in Goddard. I mean, you can play this a bunch of different ways, obviously. But you still have $5,800 left over on your team, which is crazy.
It is crazy. And just another rookie here in Chase. Unsure about him 4.8, but you notice, and it's not as clear where the targets are going to go in Cincinnati. It's, in my opinion, it's absolutely clear where the bulk of the targets are going to go in Philadelphia. Like Smith, I got him for over 120 this year. Who else? Who's going to be the next guy? Isn't Reagor in the slot? Potentially. Could it be Goddard? Sanders catching balls in the backfield? Sure. But in Cincy, we just don't know. But a lot of these guys are super cheap as well. Boyd 5.2, Chase 4.8, Higgins 4.7. I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of hesitancy from some people to play Joe Burrow. Doesn't look like he's going to suit up at all, but fine by me.
I don't care about
5.7.
Like
me neither.
When I ran my projections, and all of the projections on runthesims.com are fully customizable to whatever that you want to put in as your market shares or yards per target. It's one of the easiest things to do. It's right in front of you. So when I played around with it, and I just ran the simulations for the season, I was like, oh, I have Joe Burrow projected to throw the most passes of any quarterback this season. So I think that he can, I mean, it really depends on how this shakes out. And I've been down the Bengals road a few times already. I really like Jamar Chase. He is someone that I'm reaching on in season-long fantasy drafts. And if he just ends up being, sharing the same target share as Higgins and Boyd, that's not the greatest thing in the world. That's not going to be optimal. But if he can just inch ahead of them, and if we're talking about week 1 stacks and no one wants to play Burrow's cheap for one thing. It's $5,700. And if you go with Chase and you go with Higgins or even Boyd and you want to throw him in place of Higgins, I think you go Chase for sure in those upper 4s, and then Higgins also in the 4s. Like, that's another super cheap stack that you can go with right off the hop.
Yeah, I love it. That's kind of where I looked right away as well. Just Minnesota last year wasn't great defensively. I think they've improved a little bit, but I still have some questions about their secondary, and you're spot on to have Joe Burrow with all those passing attempts. 40.4 last year, was just behind Big Ben, 40.5. He's still going to throw the football. So this is another maybe sneaky little game here. And just like you said, man, super cheap. 4.8 for Chase, 4.7 for Higgins. And Boyd's probably going to be the quote-unquote contrarian guy in this offense, but he's in the slot and he has a role. And he was phenomenal with Burrow last year too. So I don't know if a lot of people will go to this offense just because of Burrow not playing. I know you said you don't care about it. I don't care about it. There could be some rust, but at the end of the day, this guy's going to chuck the ball like 40 times per game. So that's another cheap stack that I was looking at. And then I don't know what you think.
Well, that also allows you to either bring back Thielen and Jefferson if you want, because it's so cheap, or just play Delvin Cook in that lineup.
Or Cook. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, actually. Like Cook, and then just the other way with some of the pass catchers in Cincinnati. What do you make of the Arizona, Tennessee? Like any stacks there that kind of pique your interest? Like, what do you think about Julio with the Titans? Like, it's 6.8 here to start.
Did you see that story that Julio was like being charged by some weed company for selling weed?
Yeah, I saw that.
Was that a real story?
I don't know, man. I didn't want to give it a click. I just saw the headline. I just moved on.
Yeah, it wasn't Adam Schefter who tweeted it out or Ian Rappaport.
No.
I was like, it's just some guy on Twitter. I was like, how did this make it into my feed? Is this real? And I just decided like it didn't really make that much of a difference for me. So I think there's one of two ways you can play it. Like I always find it tough to stack with Kyler because it's a lot like Hurts, where if Kyler has his ceiling game, it's not necessarily because DeAndre Hopkins scores 4 touchdowns in that game. It's because he's picked up 100 on the ground, rushed 2 in. So you can play like the Tannehill side, go like Tannehill, Julio, and A.J. Brown, pretty expensive, and hope this isn't a Derrick Henry game, or just flip it and play Derrick Henry on the comeback.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm excited about Julio this year. I think he's going to be a big time player in this offense. I really do. I know a lot of people want to knock him on touchdowns and him staying on the sidelines, but it's just really been one season where he's been hurt, and it was last year. Over the course of like a per game standpoint, he was right on par with everything that he's done in each of his past, his prior years. And I think just the way that they run the play action there and the focus it's going to be on Derrick Henry, I just, the deep ball that Tannehill does have, I really do think that Julio's I'm going to be intrigued with him. If he's going to live in this range, now it's just week 1, but if he may just be a guy that lives in this 6.8 to 7.3 range where AJ's always more expensive than him and people are just shying away from Julio because of Derrick Henry or maybe the price of Ryan Tannehill, I just think it's going to be an interesting target. It's just one game that you bring up good points when it comes to Kyler, right? It could be just Kyler running it in. Before he had the shoulder injury, he was 3rd among quarterbacks in red zone rushing attempts. So he kind of called his own number all the time. And then it was Chase Edmonds here and there. So it is tough to pinpoint who the stack could be. But on the other side, I think I'm pretty intrigued with Tennessee.
Well, and that people were just like clamoring to play Ferkser because everyone loves Ferkser.
All of a sudden he's the best tight end in football. Yeah,
of course. If we look at wide receiver values from down the list, I think we hit on the Cincy guys and the Philly guys are pretty cheap. I was looking at that Carolina and Jets game. I mean, it's a Sam Darnold revenge game out of the gate, so you have to be excited about that. But all the reports out of Panthers camp are that Terrace Marshall Jr. is going to be like a legit slot guy for them this season. He's going to be playing a ton. If that persists, he's $3,000. He is the min at wide receiver on DraftKings.
Yeah, he may lead the team in touchdowns after CMC. He's going to have a role. Brady is very comfortable with him, obviously being with him at LSU. So there's a connection there right off the hop. 3K. There's a couple guys, 2 rookies inside this. I actually may like this Jets Carolina game a lot more than I probably should. I like Elijah Moore too. It could be Crowder in there right away, but Elijah Moore is a guy who's 3K. And I think he's somebody that is going to impress a lot of people here in camp. I know at OTAs, he was doing some things right away with Wilson that impress a lot of beat writers, but I think he's going to take the role pretty early. I think he's already their best wide receiver, and he's yet to touch an NFL field. I think he's explosive. I think he can run great routes and great hands. And the same can be said about Terrace Marshall as well. So 2 of those guys in at 3K. Terrific values. And, even other guys inside this game, like if you believe it's going to be Corey Davidson, it's going to take some time for Elijah Moore. He's 4.9, an outside guy that, Mims seems to be falling down a little bit in terms of just the pecking order inside New York's camp. But a lot of these guys are fairly cheap in a game that, again, maybe we can see some points. And just sticking with, cheap wide receivers, what about Jacksonville? Like the Texans are going to be trash. And you have Lawrence right away, Chark at 5'8", Chenault 5. How about Marvin Jones at 3'6"?
That's the name. Marvin Jones at 3'6" is the name. That's going to be a name that's in a ton of my lineups, I feel like. I just can't. I love Marvin Jones anyway. In season-long drafts, I think that he's actually going to be the highest scoring receiver on this team anyway. And you mentioned Mims. He's running with the threes now in Jets camp, so I wouldn't expect to see a ton from old Mims. But this is where we're currently at. There's a few other names down there. Like, if you can get a beat on the Lions situation or the Saints situation, all those guys are super cheap. So if you think that, like, Perriman downfield against the Niners probably isn't the best move, but, St. Brown could be someone who just picks up, like, 9 catches for 90 yards in the first game because he's the guy that they just go to. Marquez Callaway, he has that speed. We saw him last year with the Saints. I think he's $3,400. So if you can get a really good beat, those guys at 3,000, Terrace Marshall in particular and Marvin Jones were the two that really stuck out to me as like, oh my God, $3,000 values. Like, I need to save money. Here's where I can go. Paris Campbell too is $3,700.
Yeah, that Indy game is interesting too, right? We're going to see, I think, a lot of points in it, even though Indy's D is good. Seattle's going to be able to score points in them. Yeah, I'd like Pittman, but 3.7 is Campbell, a little bit cheaper there, probably low owned. But I think Pittman's in for a breakout season with Carson Wentz. I really do feel that way. I think that these guys are going to be – they were working together right away. The minute that Wentz was traded, they hooked up and they were throwing footballs together. And I just like Pittman as an athlete. I think, last year was a bit of a down year for him, a rookie, but Phillip Rivers didn't have a lot of zip on the ball, and they wanted to run the ball a lot. And I think, they still will want to run the ball, Pat, this season in Indy. But one of these guys is going to emerge, and I don't think it's going to be Ty. But no. Pittman at 4-1 would be Pittman at 4-1. I think would be my guy there. But yeah, Paris Campbell at 3.7 is certainly interesting.
Yeah, there's also like the rookies down here. Jalen Waddle has already injured his ankle again in training camp, but if he's ready for week one with Tua, he's $3,600. Nico Collins. In that, like, no one's going to want any Texans, but if he wins the wide receiver 2 job over Anthony Miller across from Brendan Cooks, even Brendan Cooks is a pretty good price, but he's $3,600. That's Colin. Zacchaeus on Atlanta, if you want a cheaper part of that stack, is only $3,400. If he can beat out Gage on the outside and Gage has to play the interior, those are all potential options right now that are there. For tight ends, was there any like just giant tight end value that you saw? Or like the highlights, Kelsey is 83, Kittle is 63, and then Hawkinson's 49. Like, everyone is kind of a value at tight end. Not necessarily a value, but at least they're cheaper at tight end.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will probably look to
Pitts.
Troutman.
Pitts. Pitts is the $4,400 Pitts. That's going to be people's play.
I know, and it's hard to fade that too. You just like, whatever. I'm gonna play Pitts. He's a freak. It's his coming out party against the Eagles. You can line him up everywhere. He's a mismatch, and he's gonna come with a high ownership. But I think you just eat it. 4.4 is a pretty good price. But you were talking about the Saints and just figuring out which guy was, and maybe this will be a trap. And Troutman is 2.9, but. I mean, who's catching balls there for the Saints, right? We're trying to talk about Harris and Callaway there. So there's a lot of guys. Thomas, of course, is not going to play, and Sanders, and defenses are going to be focused in on Alvin Kamara. So he's kind of one that stands out to me. But yeah, Pitt's at 4.4. Just continuing down the board here.
Like Troutman at 29, like you said, is a pretty good value. If Dan Arnold is like, if it's not Terrace Marshall and it is Tarzan Dan Arnold in this Carolina offense, then maybe at $2,600 you can give him a look. But we need someone to win this job out of camp at tight end to be the starting tight end and be a focal point of this offense for any of these $2,500 guys, unless I'm just missing someone, but it doesn't feel like I am.
No, and Marshall's, you mentioned Terrace Marshall, like he's probably going to be a reason that maybe Dan Arnold doesn't, break out or get a lot of looks, because Marshall's probably that guy. Maybe, I don't think Uzomah, but 3K. Yeah, Everett 3.4 potentially.
Yeah, but we
just against Indy.
But we just don't know. Like, Everett was signed, and it's like, oh yeah, tight end's going to be a big part of this new up-pace offense in Seattle. But then it's like, oh, it's Hollister today. It's like, oh. Great.
Yeah. I will say Goddard at 4.8, but again, why are you going Goddard when you can go down to Pitts at 4.4? So yeah, the tight end pool is probably going to be limited right away here. Hawkinson 4.9. Hawkinson 4.9 is actually a value. He's probably going to guy that gets 10 plus targets.
Yeah, but comparatively to what you can spend at 4.9 at the other positions, I think that's a little bit tougher, because the big selling point, I think, with Hawkinson is that he's going to get this like load of targets. but how much scoring is actually going to come along with him. Like, is TJ Hawkinson a slate breaker? Like, Pitts feels like he's a slate breaker. We don't know that, obviously. But for $500 cheaper, I'd rather just gamble on that upside. In the Colts tight end depth chart, they brought everyone back, right? Like, they still have Doyle. No, Burton's gone.
Burton's gone.
So it's Doyle and Mo Alley-Cox. Like, I always like Mo Alley-Cox, maybe because his name is Mo Alley-Cox, but he's cheap. He's $2,900.
Yeah, and again, this is something you're going to want to follow through camp, who Wentz's guy is going to be, because he has a history of locking into certain guys, right? Jordan Matthews in the slot early on in his career. That's kind of why I think Pittman could be something there for him. I feel like both of those guys have similarities in terms of wide receivers, and if you're a Colts fan, you hope that Pittman is a lot better than Jordan Matthews, but he locked into Wentz. Wentz locked into Wentz, obviously. He locked into Ertz. Ertz was his guy for years, and he locked into him, and then he locked into Goddard at times when Ertz wasn't around, and he also locked into Trey Burton at times when Ertz wasn't around. So who's going to be that tight end for Carson Wentz? It could be Mo Alley-Cox. I mean, he's got the touchdown upside, right? He's a freak. He's super tall, and he's a red zone target for Wentz. So I think it's probably Doyle. I think he's a better athlete. But again, Wentz is going to play here in the preseason. He's going to be one of those quarterbacks.
Mo Alley-Cox is a better athlete than Jack Doyle.
They're both not great.
No, Mo Alley-Cox is a great athlete. He's just not a great receiver.
I guess. I mean, he's tall. I don't feel like he's I don't know. I don't feel like he's that great of an athlete.
I feel like he's very nimble. You see him out there, it's like, oh boy, like he just looks so gigantic, and you're like, oh,
he stands out.
He's not tripping over his own feet. Like when you're like 6'7", that's usually good enough at that point. There's this little like mini tier from like 40 for like below Pitts. It's a decent range. It's just I don't know if I'd want to spend $4,100 on Jonnu or Hunter Henry or Evan Ingram or Irv Smith, who's $4,200. Like, it's a bit much for me. Let's talk quarterbacks. We discussed probably our two favorite values in Hurts and Joe Burrow at 64 and 57. But Sam Darnold is like one of the cheapest guys on the board here. Him and Zach Wilson are both $5,000.
Yes. I like both of those guys again. I like that game. I think it's going to be an interesting game. 5K and Wilson, both of them are at 5K. So I know a lot of people want to crap all over Sam Darnold, but he's just going to be in a nice situation here in Carolina with an actual play caller and Joe Brady and just playmakers inside that offense, and he's familiar with Robbie Anderson. So I think both of those guys, and Zach Wilson is a quarterback that I think could be decent this year as well. I already talked about the offensive line. It's hard to pinpoint which guy either of these guys are going to like. But for Sam Darnold, I think I'm more intrigued with him, especially if people are going to, it's been a while since we had CMC on the slate. Let's spend up for CMC. The 19 fantasy points is basically what this guy is his floor, right? He churns that out every single week. And it will allow you maybe to go with Sam Darnold or Terrace Marshall or Sam Darnold or DJ Moore or Robbie Anderson, or getting in maybe a couple pass catchers with Sam Darnold. So those are the guys in that 5K range. We don't know what's happening with the Saints. I don't think I'll be totally interested, but if it was Taysom Hill, I guess maybe, but I don't think I'm, talking myself out of that one pretty easily, actually.
Darnold feels like the better option at 5K. I mean, I think Zach Wilson by himself might outscore Darnold, but if everything goes right, it just seems like it's much easier to stack with Sam Darnold than it is with Zach Wilson.
They say nobody is perfect, but these 5 players keep it pretty close to 100. There are only a handful of players in Madden NFL 22 with an overall rating of 99, and the Los Angeles Rams and Kansas City Chiefs each have 2 players with 99 ratings. So let's break down the members of the prestigious club. The highest rated quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, enters the 99 club for the 3rd time. His numbers across the board prove why his rating wasn't going anywhere in Madden 22. The 25-year-old threw for 4,740 yards and 38 touchdowns. Jalen Ramsey, the cornerback, made a big jump from Madden 21 as he had a 94 rating. Ramsey's production on the field last season proved there's no debate here as to why he has a 99 rating. Ramsey has 99s across the board in play recognition, man coverage, zone coverage, and press. For the 5th straight year, Aaron Donald is in the 99 club. Yeah, Donald is not dropping out of this club as he continues to maintain his status as tight end's the NFL. In 15 regular season games, Kelce caught 105 passes for 1,416 yards and scored 11 touchdowns. It's Green Bay Packers Devontae Adams' second consecutive year at being a 99 overall. Adams had 18 touchdowns in 14 games last season. So check out all these 99s coming soon to the Madden Dream Stream.
Welcome back in, DK Sim fam, for your third sim of Sunday, August 1st. That's right, it's August. I'm kind of glad July's over. I mean, July's fine. It just, it's kind of felt like a sloggy month for me for on various fronts.
Long month.
Glad to see it go.
Month.
I'm just starting with that. That's all I got. I've been here with my 6th.
I thought you had more to give there.
I thought I did too. I really didn't. We got the Eagles.
I feel like it just
Browns.
ended.
Yeah, Eagles and the Browns here to end off the Moose
Slam.
The Moose Slam, whatever you want to call it. This is a pretty good matchup, though. I mean, the Browns definitely a team I'm used to seeing. I did captain Nick Chubb, as I always do, which means get ready for 5 carries for -5 yards. And we got the Eagles on the other side. Obviously, Carson Wentz, actually a decent sim quarterback. Deshaun Jackson, Miles Sanders, a bunch of dudes. Actually, a pretty good sim team. So, who'd you end up captain for this one right off the bat?
I went with Marquise Goodwin in the captain spot. Give myself some nice value the rest of the way. $11,100. Yeah, man, I try and have a balanced lineup. OBJ, Nick Chubb, Alshon Jeffrey, who has been awesome the last few sims he's been in, Jarvis Landry, and Miles Sanders. I like my lineup.
Yeah. Now, if you joined us for the last sim, I'm pretty sure we set history.
We had no
punts. No punts in the last sim. Chiefs and the Giants. I can't even remember the final score. It was so high. The Chiefs won by a lot, but they scored like 49 points or something. So I don't know if we're going to get a repeat here. Probably not. It would be nice if we did, but first pass out to Alshon Jeffrey there. Went over 58% owned. Yeah, it was 42-28. So 70 points on the dot. It was one of the greatest sim games ever. Tyreek Hill went for 1 billion points. It was fun. Anyways, yeah, as Congo Cab alluded to in the chat, the classic contest is going to have a ton of points today.
Yeah.
Chiefs players just went nuts. So
have to imagine people were stacking the Chiefs too. I mean, why not, right?
I think that's generally the strat, especially the Mahomes, Tyreek Hill when they're on the slate.
Yeah.
All right. Who did I roster? I did make a lineup. I would like to see it here. How did I get in there? I got Chubb, Wentz, Goodwin, Jeffrey, Kareem Hunt, and Beckham. So faded Baker, faded Miles Sanders. Went both Cleveland RBs. And again, I got to get this Nick Chubb game, man. I need like 100 yards and a couple touchdowns here. So we're gonna hit it eventually.
You're looking for a chubby in this one.
You said it. I did.
BC Emulator, Jordan Lindenbaum, Congo Cab, McHale, S4G, Noah Moon, Brian C, Jordan Green, artist formerly known as Brother Phil.
Wow. Nice
80 Poker 89, The Guru 805, Jeffrey Orris, Uncle Buck, Must Be, Turtles 1. What's going on, everybody? We see you. Twitch, you're out here as well. 5th time playing Fortnite. 80 Zippo 1, Monster Drip Dubber, Ghost 407. The fam is here.
The fam is here. We appreciate you guys showing up. We got 1st time and 5th time playing Fortnite. I don't know how many other Fortnites there are, but I know there's those two. Probably like 3 others.
We love you all.
All right, got a little iced coffee break in between sims, so I'm ready to go. It's Wentz in the flat. Miles Sanders. What's your outlook on the Eagles? You give them any hope?
Bad.
Yeah. Gonna be bad, hey?
I think they're going to be among the worst teams in the NFL.
Well, let's take a look at their depth chart. I think they're going to be a fun fantasy team. That's like, I don't know. My brain can't reconcile that because I think you're probably right. They're probably going to be a bad real life team, but I feel like their fantasy goodness is actually going to be pretty good because I feel like, I just feel like they're going to get in shootouts, and I feel like Jalen Hurts is going to be able to keep them in games, not necessarily win them games, But, instead of getting beat 28-7, it'll be 31-24, So where they'll be scoring a lot of points will be scored against them. Get a Jake Elliott field goal.
Garbage time points.
Yeah. I mean, they still have Ertz and Goddard, Fulgham, Devontae Smith, Jalen Reagor. It's not a horrible wide receiver crew. Fulgham can play a little. I don't know about Reagor, but a lot of young talent there, and some of it hasn't looked that great. Still got Jason Kelsey, center. Lane Johnson. I mean, their line isn't terrible. Had some issues last year. Old, yeah. It is old. Fletcher Cox still on the D-line. Their D-line's not terrible. They do get worse as you go to the back end, though. Anthony Harris, Darius Slay, really need a rebound year from him. Stevie Nelson, could be an okay ad. I don't know. I think you're probably right. I think their secondary is just going to get exposed too many times again. But again, I think for fantasy purposes, you almost don't mind that because it's just going to mean Devontae Smith could get more targets. Goddard, Ertz. They're in a weak division too, so
that definitely is a huge factor. There's no question. Yeah. But I do think a lot of those teams have momentum towards being better next season, and Philly is the one team that doesn't. Dak got better. I mean, Dak's coming back healthy, so the Cowboys got better. Giants ended the season on a high note, so I feel like they're coming in with a positive mindset. They added some good pieces in the offseason. Saquon's coming back healthy. And then you have Washington, who everyone's high on, especially because of their defensive line. What do you have coming in with Philly? New head coach.
That's pretty much it. And Devontae Smith, right? I mean,
true. Very good point.
Oh, fumble. Recovered by Philly. He's down, though. Okay. So Graham with the fumble recovery. It's a big hit on Baker.
I do like me some Devontae Smith.
Yeah, I think that was a very smart pickup, moving up to get him. They really needed it. They needed to address that position. I feel like with a couple of young guys, too, it's gonna take pressure off a guy like Jalen Reagor now. He doesn't have to come in and be like, oh, yeah, I'm a number one receiver, right? So it's just going to be a lot simpler for him, I think. Yeah, I like that pick. I like that move. I think their D-line will still be okay, but I think they're going to get exposed potentially. And a lot of it will come down to Hurts. If he can improve a bit as a passer, could potentially win them a couple games, just because of what he can do with his legs too. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. Do head coach too. I mean, there's a couple factors, but there's probably not enough there to really make Philly a great team, or even just like an average team next year. All right,
thinking 6-10,
6-11,
6-11. I guess it would be now.
I think 6-11 is a pretty good prediction for Philly. I think it wouldn't even be that bad a year with 6 wins. There's a touchdown, 2. I think that's Jackson. Yep, D-Jax. First touchdown. Deshaun Jackson with the touchdown.
We're going to Jackson.
Oh, and another player who I had in my lineup and took out at the last second. Unbelievable. What a day. What a day. 10-0 Philly. 2 minutes left in the first Q.
I'm surprised. I figured that Cleveland would be putting some points on the board already at this point. Cleveland's a good sim team in my eyes.
Yeah, they're not bad. They just obviously gave up that early turnover. Baker got smushed on that first play. Big game coming up for the Browns. First game of the season, man. I mean, they've taken on the defending champs. Week 1 should be interesting. Well, not the defending champs, excuse me. The 2-time Super Bowl appearances in a row, Kansas City Chiefs. So, Chiefs week 1 at the Browns. Rematch, obviously, the AFC Championship. It's going to be an interesting game. Should we get a lot of fantasy hype there?
Yeah, that was a divisional round game from the AFC. And Cleveland had a real shot to win that. People forget.
They did. They had a legit shot to win that. They had a drive where if they
that dumb rule where the ball goes into the back of the end zone screwed up everything.
Yep. And
Worst rule in sports.
A little bit of news coming out of Cleveland too. A couple days ago they re-signed Nick Chubb. I like this contract. 3 years. You're getting Nick Chubb basically in his prime. Chubb will be a free agent at the age of 29, so that's fine. 36 million, 20 million guaranteed. And I know our producer Michael dropped some interesting statage in the chat. Nick Chubb averaged 5.6 yards per carry in 2020, excuse me. And I think part of that goes to the reason why he's a 96 in Madden next year. But despite facing an 8+ man box, over 31.5% of the time, the 10th highest in the league, he still averaged 5.6 yards per carry. So this guy was facing stacked boxes a lot, and he still dominated. This is why I love Nick Chubb. I think he's the best pure rusher in the NFL. I really do.
I think Cleveland wasn't shy about the fact that they were going to be a team that pounded the rock last season. I mean, when I would go through the box scores every Monday, I mean, it was outrageous how many more rushes Cleveland would have than every other team in the NFL. So teams were ready for it, and they still couldn't keep up because Chubb is so good. Cleveland was so prepared to pound the rock. And when you have Kareem Hunt in relief, I mean, that's scary, man.
Yep, you can rotate the guys. If Chubb needs a breather and you're in the red zone, you just throw Hunt in there. And, I mean, maybe you don't get exact same carry, but it's close. You're getting another dynamic back in there, right, that you can do a lot of things with. I think the Browns commit to using Nick Chubb even more next year. I think you'll see him a little bit more involved in the pass game. I think Kareem Hunt's still going to do it, but again, I am really high on Nick Chubb for just the season.
And Nick Chubb, $7,200 for week 1 in DFS for DraftKings. That feels like a really good number.
It's not bad, especially if you're trying to stack that game. I don't disagree. I mean, he's not necessarily a must play just because it's so easy to find value in cheap receivers, and then you can get up to McCaffrey or Cook, who gives you more of the PPR edge. But yeah, it's absolutely a fair price, I think. And again, especially if you're looking to get a little differentiation, I don't think Nick Chubb's going to be super highly owned week 1. So, all right, Cleveland can't get anything going. So Wentz going to be the last play of the queue here I think that's Ertz or Goddard. Excuse me.
You're excused.
Thank you. I'm not sure who that was on that catch, though. We'll find out later. Okay, 10-0 Philly. Again, Cleveland with the early turnover, really hampering them. Baker attempted one pass. Wentz has 93 yards. He's on pacing for the bonus.
Yeah, there you go.
Good start for him. I mean, Wentz is a pretty good sim quarterback, even though he's obviously
taking a dip in the next version, though, as we saw the ratings come out.
Big time. 4 for 41 for D-Jax. He's got the touchdown. Alshon 2 for 31. Ertz was the guy who caught that. 2 for 15 now for him. Jarvis has the only catch for the Browns, so not much going on. We're definitely not getting
Michael thinks that catch was Ertz.
Yeah, no, it was Ertz for sure. We're definitely not getting a repeat of the last.
No.
Probably already tell. I think we've already had.
I don't think we're ever going to see that again.
I'm very positive that's the first game I've seen without a punt. I think I would have remembered something like that happening. There's Alshon with a big start to this game. Wentz over 100 yards already.
By the way, I got the long jump on in front of me. This might be a replay.
Long jump.
Wow. I mean, they just paused it with her at like the beginning of the sand pit. And then they did all the yellow lines that you can do, the telestrator, this, and this, and this. And I'm like, oh, okay. Wow, she jumped pretty far. And then they unpaused it and she kept going. Like, oh my God, it's so far. I don't know how humans do this. Yulimar Rojas from, I believe, Venezuela.
What is the sport that you watch the most from the Olympics, or just what is the sport you watch from the Olympics where you're just in awe?
All of it, all of these sports,
Yeah.
because I barely ever watch stuff like this.
Yeah.
So when I see it, I'm amazed.
Yeah, I know.
Brian says curling from the Winter Olympics.
Okay, Brian. Okay.
Like, you know what though? I say all of it. That's unfair because like some of the track stuff, like yes, they're really fast, but I'm not in awe per se because you see people running straight line speed all the time, right? But like the long jump stuff, the hurdles, that stuff is so impressive to me.
Yeah, the pole vault.
Yeah.
I think for me on TV, the most impressive stuff is like the diving and maybe even like the freestyle stuff, like the
Big
bikes.
time. The synchronized diving is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, like diving is
How
hard
they
enough.
both do that stuff in unison the same way and have that tiny splash. Incredible.
Yeah, I think the diving always gets me. I'm like, this is something I could not even attempt. Like I can barely like get myself to like jump off a platform that high, let alone do flip in the air. Like the diving to me always just is like, this is
And the small splash is crazy.
It's like watching another species to me, like watching divers, you know, like that's how foreign it is to me. So that one always gets me as a touchdown. Ertz or Goddard? Ertz.
I believe
Ertz on the
Ertz.
touchdown.
Gymnastics is crazy too. I mean,
So,
come on.
yeah, it is crazy. You're right. Exactly. I mean, and those, I mean, it's the same thing. Lamarck and I were having this discussion, a booth review. I'm pretty sure it's going to count. Lamarck and I were having this discussion last night. If someone put $100 million on the table and said, all you got to do is qualify for an Olympic sport. You got 12 years to do it. What sport would you choose to go after?
I have 12 years to try and get
qualify.
myself to
On an
qualify for an Olympic sport.
Winter or summer?
Oh man. Well, if it's winter, the easy answer is curling.
Now, and curling is definitely something that's attainable, but don't forget, like qualifying, you got to get on the right team. Like it's not just you. Like the rest of your team has to be good.
Yeah.
It's
But I
not,
feel like
especially
if
like,
I
in
could get
Canada,
how many guys are on a curling team, you'd know better than me as the resident
four.
Canadian.
Yeah, it's 4 plus an alternate.
I could get 3 of my buddies to commit to that and get it done. I'm more confident in that than me ever being able to qualify for anything else on my own for either Winter or Summer Olympics.
See, so curling definitely is doable, but I'm going to throw like the Canadian curling qualification is so competitive.
Yeah.
It might
no
be
doubt.
more. The Canadian curling qualifications might be more competitive than the actual Olympic event. I'm not even kidding when I say that.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things you got dominated.
Like maybe
For you, it maybe isn't that.
I don't.
For
I
me,
actually don't
think it's a lot easier.
I think
Mark
archery.
Bolger, have you heard this story? Mark Bolger is trying to become an Olympic curler.
Really, Mark Bolger.
Former NFL quarterback. Yeah. Him and a few other former NFL players who I'm blanking on are trying to get together a team and be Team USA for the next Winter Olympics. Mark Bolger is leading the way.
Mark Bolger.
Yeah, look this. You guys in the chat, go look this up. It's an awesome story.
Brian,
So, like, there's already athletes out here trying to do this.
I think archery. There's still shooting. I mean, those would be. Archery would probably be my go-to.
Archery's hard though, man.
Oh, I'm sure it's hard. Like
it
shooting
kills
is
your
hard, too.
arms, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I
just
did
saying
play
from-
collegiate volleyball, but I have no ups. Like, I have no shot. I'm only 6'2". All those guys are like 6'6". Plus.
Sailing. Another one.
That's hard though, man. You got to grow up doing that to be Olympic level.
I mean, I think you need to grow up doing most of these sports to even have a shot. But I mean,
True.
again, we're talking most realistic. I think curling, archery, shooting, those would be the ones. But anyway,
What about bobsledding? Like
yeah, that was
Lolo
one.
Jones.
Actually, I think
Lolo Jones just picked up bobsledding like nothing. And granted, she was an incredibly good track athlete, so of course she figured it out. But
I feel like I could do bobsledding if I practiced it every day, like all day for 12 years.
Yeah, you'd have a better shot of me because you could just be one of the middle guys on the format.
Exactly. Like I'm just straight weight to make that thing go fast downhill.
All you got to do is, get in the gym, do a ton of squats, do sprints every day, and you're there. You get your 100 million payout at the end, right? So, anyway,
Jared Allen also trying to get into the curling game here, according to Michael. Jared Allen, is he on that team with Mark Bolger?
Maybe. I do kind of find it funny that these ex-NFL players are trying to get in on it.
Yeah. Allen and his buddy, Pro Bowl quarterback Mark Bolger. Oh, pop-up just popped up. $40 off subscription to Sports Illustrated. No, thank you.
Lucky for you.
Started researching what this might entail. Through their friend, Lou Nan, the NHL general manager and coach, Allen got in touch with the man who would be his first curling coach, John Benton, who competed in the 2010 Olympics and is a contributor to the Curling News. The original all-NFL curling team was Allen at skip, third Michael Ruse, and second Keith Bullock, who are both ex-Tennessee Titans, and lead Mark Bolger. Benton was the coach alternate in that first season.
Okay.
Allen and Bolger remain the diehards from that team. I think they got a shot here.
I mean, the American Olympic qualification definitely, they don't have as strong as Canada. I mean, I think, again, somebody like that.
I actually have a curling story for you. When I was in high school, there was a curling expo at an ice rink near my high school. And a bunch of my friends, we all went. There were probably 4 or 5 of us. And I was the guy, and I don't remember the terminology, that was pushing the rock. And I wasn't doing it correctly. I was just kind of pushing it like shuffleboard, where you're more so supposed to release it.
Yep.
But for whatever reason, my pushes, the way I was doing it incorrectly, I was nailing bullseyes after bullseye after bullseye. Like I was dominating at this expo. So much so that the Rhode Island Curling Club team asked me if I wanted to join, and but there was membership involved, and it's not like this was an exclusive group of guys, There's probably 12 dudes that have a Rhode Island curling team. It's nothing special. But I was dominating at this expo so much so they're like, we think you should join. It's $500 for the year or something. And I didn't have any money at the time. So I was like, no, absolutely not. And also, I don't want to go to curling practice once a week. I'm 16 years old.
So basically,
but they were adamant. They're like, you could be great at this. But then in hindsight, I wasn't even doing it correctly. I think they were just looking for someone to get $500 a month from.
Probably.
But it was a fun day. It was definitely an ego boost at the time.
I mean, curling is a fun sport. It's fun.
It was fun. We actually had a ton of fun.
It's funny. I mean, people assume every Canadian curls, but I've only done it a few times in my life.
It is fun.
But yeah, definitely a sport. I actually wish I had gotten into it a little bit more when I was younger, because it's something you can do as you age too. Fumble.
All these dudes were in their 50s.
Right. Yeah. They just want some young blood in there,
Yeah.
3rd and 2, Philly. Under a minute left in the second Q here, guys. Cleveland just basically throwing up a dog's breakfast here in the first half.
Yeah, this has just been atrocious.
Wentz back. Oh, he's got someone. Nailed him. It's Alshon again. Alshon having a pretty good half. Gonna burn a timeout as well. Philly down to 1 timeout. Alshon 6 for 97. So yeah, really big Q for Alshon Jeffrey. Really big half.
I was looking at his recent games, man. He's been going off.
Has he?
20+ point performances his last 2 times out, from what I saw.
I mean, I did roster.
I never know if I'm looking in the right place for things, though.
Yeah. I did roster him. Unfortunately, I took out Deshaun Jackson to get him in. There's Marquise Goodwin. Wentz balling out, too. He's got over 200 yards. That was Goodwin's first catch.
You think if you're really committed to like one of these skiing events for 12 years or so, you could get in?
Oh, dear God, no, man. Downhill skiing is just...
It's terrifying.
It's terrifying, and it's just, yeah.
It's so
You got to
scary.
start... Downhill skiing is one of those things. You either start when you're young or, like, you're not going to be anywhere near good.
Yeah.
Like, you got to get the yips out of you early for downhill skiing. I guess if you had, like, athleticism, you could start, like the freestyle stuff a little later, but that's definitely not me in terms of... I got no acrobatic ability here. What other skiing? You do ski jumping. That terrifying.
Sounds way harder.
Those guys. I mean, it's. Oh, knockdown. It's harder from the perspective of, like you're legitimately throwing yourself down a ramp like 100 miles an hour to sail into the air.
It's incredibly terrifying.
But
when we were interviewing Jan Stenerud on Great Dane Nation, check it out, Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts, the only other kicker in the Hall of Fame, he actually came to America on a ski jumping scholarship at Montana State. The only reason why he's in America to learn the game of football was that he came to America on a Montana State ski jumping scholarship from Norway. Yes.
Okay.
And he was running stairs after ski jumping practice one day and was just messing around with some of the guys in the football team and just started banging 50-yarders for fun. Football coach noticed it, invited him to practice, and then Jan Stenerud went on to have, for a time, the greatest kicking career of anyone ever.
That's nuts on a lot of levels.
Shout out to ski jumping.
Okay, first of all, what school is giving people scholarships for ski jumping?
I guess schools like Montana State.
So there's a legit NCAA competition for ski jumping.
At least at that time there was.
That is news to me. I mean, I can't believe it.
But think about this, like at the time when Jan Stenerud was of that age and he was doing the ski jumping thing, he was like the 5th or 6th best ski jumper for his age in the country of Norway.
Right. Yeah.
And when you're at that level in Norway doing that sport, you're one of the best ski jumpers in the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
yeah.
He found a place to pay for his education.
Finland, Norway, those guys, that's what they do. I mean, they jump ski,
Those sports exist because of Scandinavia.
Yeah. That is a crazy story though. And then just to like the whole, that's like the Disney movie thing. Like, oh yeah, I'll kick a few balls. Coach is on the sideline. Hey kid, you're in practice. Here's your jersey,
Same thing happened with Morton, though. Morton was here as an exchange student, never had any expectations of playing football. He played soccer his whole life. And the sorry, I'm blanking on it. The host family that he was with just so happened to be the assistant athletic director at this big time high school in Indianapolis. And he's like, hey, you play soccer? You want to try football? And he was like, and he's like, come on, give it a shot. Look at Morton, played more games in the NFL than anyone ever. Just because he happened to be placed in that home.
So he was on an exchange, like a high school exchange program?
Yeah, so he had finished high school.
He's from Denmark, right?
Yeah, in Denmark. He finished high school in Denmark. So the way the program that he was in, it takes like recent high school grads and they get to do like a year. It's almost like a gap year. As a last year, they do another year of high school as like a senior year again.
Right. Yeah. I got you.
In America.
That is, I mean, again, I'm not suggesting, you shouldn't be working hard or like hard work doesn't mean like have something to do with success in life. But, it's two stories where right place, right time, like those guys obviously just, a little bit of luck involved in everything. That's crazy, man. Those are
two of the greatest kickers of all time have very similar stories in that regard.
That's nuts. Ski jumping scholarship.
Yep.
What a world. Anyways, Montana State. Landry with 2 catches. All right, if you're just joining us, third sim of the day on a Sunday. There's Nick Chubb. Go, kid, go. Yeah, guy. All right, little Chubb action. 53 yards. There we go. There he is. Nick
We'll
Chubb,
take that, Chubby.
The freshly signed Nick Chubb, 3 years, $36 million extension from the Cleveland Browns.
Bride guy with some good info here. Ski jumping was discontinued at the NCAA rank in 1980.
Just the fact it was there.
Yeah.
Where were
that
they?
That might have been a Title IX thing, because that feels like when they started. That feels around that time.
I mean, it's not like there's ski jumping facilities at every college. Like these are, they're hard to come by. I mean, they're
right. So that's why a school like Montana State would be one that has that.
Exactly. Like ski jumping structures they're not small things. I mean, they're
right. Like USC isn't going to have a ski jumping team.
No.
Bry guy, 1954 to 1980 on ski jumping at the NCAA level.
All right.
And Jan did both sports. He was like an All-American ski jumper while he was doing it. He was like a 3-time All-American.
It's crazy. This Chubb with the first, 57 yards. Hope everybody's having a good Sunday. Got the third sim. So last for Tommy and I, we got Glash and Lamarca going to carry you home for the last 3 sims of Sunday, guys. Kirk Cousins, is he out with COVID? Ghost, is that what you're saying? Might have a little Kirk Cousins news here.
Uh-oh.
Do a little search-a-roo. Minnesota Vikings QB Kellen Mond test positive for COVID. Kirk Cousins, a high-risk contact. Yeah, looks like Kirk Cousins not vaxxed, which, again, Kirk Cousins came out at the start of the pandemic and voiced some like, I'm just not going to worry about this. So I'm not really shocked if Kirk Cousins doesn't have the vaccine. And if he was a high-risk contact and doesn't have the vaccine, he's going to be sitting out. This is a theme, Tom, for the whole year. Again, if you're in a high-stakes fantasy league, you need to know who the unvaccinated players are. Like, you really do. Kirk Cousins, I'm not drafting Kirk Cousins in anything. If this guy
if you were going to draft him anyways, you got to be in a league that probably has 2 quarterbacks.
Yeah, or like as a backup option. Or you're right. Yeah,
right. There needs to be a website that just has it all listed out for fantasy reasons.
But I mean, again, like he's probably going to miss games. I mean, I don't even care what your stance on this whole thing is. I'm not talking about that. It's just from a
We're just talking fantasy.
Yeah, just a football perspective. He may not play all the games, so you've got to be aware of that. Like this is a thing that's going to be a thing all year. So the players who don't have the vaccines, way higher risk potential to miss some weeks for fantasy purposes. So I just don't. And again, look, from a common sense perspective, I don't know why these players with so much money at risk and stuff like that. Why? I just don't know. Anyways. 80 poker, there's 2 QB leagues, man. You need a backup QB. That's why. I mean, there's tons of leagues where Kirk Cousins will be a valuable asset. I'm in super flex leagues. We were just talking about this. Kirk Cousins will be like a top 3-round draft pick in those leagues because of how valuable quarterbacks are. So there's tons of leagues where Kirk Cousins will come into effect, my man.
Eagles defense unable to keep the shutout intact. Cleveland getting 3 on the board.
No, Cousins came out and said something like, if I die, I die, or something at the start of the pandemic. Anyways.
I do remember that.
He said something ridiculous. Him and Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz is another guy who was wearing the masks at the press conference, which basically, the only reason you have to wear a mask at the press conferences for football is if you don't have a vaccine. So, again, Wentz, another guy, even before he was injured, was going to be higher risk. I just want no part of these guys. I mean, I don't want any part of them anyways, unless I'm in a 2 QB league, but important notes for you. I'm just trying to help you out. Best ball leagues, maybe season long. Again, I think this is something that people need to take note of. So.
We got 4.
Talking curling. Mark Bolger apparently trying to make the Olympic team, former round QB for the 20 whatever next to Winter Olympics. Talking ski jumping. Jan Stenerud. Ski jumping scholarship. Yeah, you heard it there, right? That's how he came over.
Yep.
Tom giving a great Morton Anderson story, but he got involved in kicking. It's crazy stuff. Honestly, it is.
Pretty nuts. The first 2 kickers to get into the Hall of Fame having extremely similar stories in that regard.
I really wonder, too, how many more soccer players could come over and like be like legit kickers.
Oh, I'm sure that number is actually decently high.
Yeah.
Like we had Eric Winalda on whenever we did the 1-year anniversary of the Sims. It was a 3-man booth, me and Koff, and he was saying that there was a point in time where he was going to try out for the Cardinals, and he was being pretty serious about it.
Yep.
And he was banging 40, 50 yarders with ease, but he never really got to the level where it was going to be something serious that, you know, he got serious enough where he knew that he could hit those types of balls, but not serious enough where it was ever on the table for him, if that makes sense.
Yeah, he got to, you know, he probably made a business decision at some point.
And I'm sure there's lots of dudes that play soccer that are in that camp.
That's the thing. I mean, to be a professional NFL kicker, you obviously can't play soccer on the side. Like, you can't do both. So, you know, you've got to be about that life, one life or the other, right? So soccer is still...
And Bry Guy bringing up Carly Lloyd, who has flirted with the idea as well. I never knew. I can never tell if she's actually serious about that or if that's just like a marketing, because she's in all these ads about it, or at least she was a few years ago, you know? I would like to see it happen. I mean, Vanderbilt had a female kicker.
That's right.
This past season who hit an extra point in the game. It's funny, the first game that she was there, they got blown out. Like, it was like a historic blowout, if you remember. I don't have the number in front of me, but it was like 60-0. Yeah, that's right. So she was in uniform, ready to roll, and then Vandy's just so bad that she didn't even have a shot.
No, I remember that. Yeah, I also on Jeffrey has hit the bonus here. He's having a monster game, but there's Miles Sanders. Is that Sanders' second touchdown? I can't remember. We've had D-Jack.
It's his first.
Okay, we're gonna have to look this up. I can't remember who scored touchdowns here. We'll get it to you. Give me a sec. That is a touchdown though for Miles Sanders. Philly just dominating this one from the get-go, man. This one has not been close at all. We got Alshon hit the bonus. He doesn't have a touchdown, though. We've got Deshaun Jackson with the touchdown. Miles Sanders has one rushing. Ertz had the other one. Ertz has a touchdown. And then we got the 2 field goals for Jake Elliott. So Ertz, Sanders, and Deshaun Jackson for the touchdowns for Philly. And then 2 Jake Elliott field goals, and Cleveland is just trying to save face at this point. So enough of this Alshon kid. Yeah, I know. I mean, if you don't have him, you're in trouble.
So I think the next kicker that's going to get in the Hall of Fame is Adam Vinatieri.
Yes,
but I do think it's kind of crazy, and you know the Hall of Fame's on deck here, so. I think it's relevant to talk about since we're talking kickers.
Sure.
I think it's insane that Gary Anderson isn't in the Hall of Fame.
Right. Is he done? Like he doesn't have any more chances to get in, Gary Anderson?
No, he was a finalist this year. So I don't really know what the limit is. I
think there is a limit.
Is it 20 years on the ballot you get? Because
It's
I remember
probably-
Clay Matthews Sr. or Clay Matthews, Clay Matthews that we all watched, his dad was on the ballot this year as a finalist. So I forget if that's the third or if that's junior or senior. I lose track. There's been like 8 Clay Matthews in the NFL. But I saw Gary on there as like a top whatever at some point, and then Clay Matthews was on there as like a top 15 guy.
Yep.
So you have a while before you move to the Legends Committee or whatever it is. Whatever committee it is that got Drew Pearson in this year.
And Tom Flores, I think, too.
The Legends Committee.
I think that's what it's called.
All right. Cleveland trying to do something. There's Odell. He is alive. First catch, 10 yards. He's alive.
We're just right into the fourth quarter here, by the way.
Yeah, no, absolutely flying along.
And we're cool with it.
I mean, this one's over. I mean, the Cleveland, unless something absolutely insane happens, which, I mean, I'd be fine with. If you want to come back from like 20-plus points, sure, go for it. But Cleveland has done nothing in this game. It's been the Philly show, and they're going to punt again, 4th and 8. That's terrible, as Charles Barkley would say. So
Terrible.
Baker not doing much. No one doing much. No one doing anything for the Browns.
A rough game for Cleveland. And it continues.
Picked. They did go for it, bless their hearts, but Nicole Roby-Coleman, it's basically like a punt anyways. So that just pretend that Cleveland just punted again, except that now the Philly D gets 2 points. So if you have Philly D, you like that. You'll take that trade off. Miles Sanders bullying his way through. He's got 62 yards, 67 yards, I do believe, and a touchdown. He could hit the bonus. Should be getting lots of Miles Sanders carries here coming up.
Jim, Bry Guy apologizes. I don't know, Jim.
Yeah, what's Wentz at? Wentz hit the bonus yet? Oh, he's gonna run it. He's gonna do a little RPO. Maybe Carson Wentz shouldn't run it. A little banged up here.
His foot is hurting. Okay, are you ready to give a hot take, Jeff? Have we seen the end of Carson Wentz as a starter in the NFL? Do you think that this foot injury, he's unable to recover and get that job back? Jacob Eason takes it and runs.
I mean, if he comes
like,
back,
what do you put the percentage at that we're done with Carson Wentz starting games on a regular basis in the NFL?
Okay, well, I think he could come back and make a start or two. So, but we won't count that as like a regular basis. I think that the likelihood that he finishes as starter for the Colts, we'll say, this year, I'm going to say it's about 50-50, at least. I might even put it like 60-40, like in my favor of Carson Wentz not starting ever again, like being a regular starter. Again, I think that if he comes back, it'll still be early enough in the season that the Colts will be like, okay, it's his job, whatever. Carson Wentz is our guy, and they'll try and get him going. But like if Eason is pretty good from the start, don't forget the Colts drafted Jacob Eason, so they don't have a problem with that. Like if their homegrown talent wants to ball out, I don't see them being committed. They can also save money by not playing, or save a draft pick by not playing Carson Wentz, right? So I think the odds are like 60-40 that he's done as a regular starter. Again, he might get a couple starts this year, but as the regular starter, I would say it's. I'm putting a little bit of faith in Jacob Eason here because I think he is okay, but I think the odds are decent. 50-50, we'll say.
If I'm a Colts fan, I'm actually kind of bummed out. Like they signed Brent Hundley. Like, okay, is that really the best we're gonna do here?
Yeah.
You know.
Well, it's two things.
Like that's kind of crappy insurance. But maybe Wentz, they feel more confident that he's going to be back. Yeah, it's true. Who else are they going to get?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd have to think about it. But
because I didn't really.
Brent Hundley's not a good quarterback.
No, I agree. And look, I agree with that. I mean, I'm definitely not trying to defend Brett Hundley. I just don't. I mean, we were talking about it the other day. I mean, outside of trading assets for a guy like Gardner Minshew, which I wouldn't hate. I
wouldn't hate that either, to be honest.
I'm not sure what else you do. I think that the Brett Hundley move speaks to the fact the Colts are going to be rolling with Jacob Eason. Like they're going to give him every chance to take over here and start the year. And again, I don't think it's that bad a spot. You've got a guy who's been in the system for a year. They've got Frank Reich. He knows Frank Reich's system because he practiced in it all last year. Now, did he get in any game times? No, that sucks. He didn't get the preseason from last year, but this is almost the same progression we saw from Patrick Mahomes. And obviously, I'm not saying this is the same player, but it's the same progression.
What are you trying to say?
How dare you mention Patrick Mahomes and Jacob Eason in the same sentence, right? it's not a bad problem for a guy to sit for a year and obviously get that under his belt. We don't see it very often anymore, if at all, but this might be a blessing in disguise. It really might. I mean,
I want to state for the record, because Mustby brings this up, and he's right to bring it up. I did say that Wentz could be a guy that wins comeback player of the year. This was before I knew about the foot injury, obviously. I think if he's healthy, he's in a good position to be in that spot for that award, especially as a quarterback. People love to give quarterbacks that award.
We'll cut Tom
if he
a break.
Doesn't play any games, he can't win comeback player of the year.
I think we can cut Tom a break on that one, guys.
Yeah, come on, Mustby. Use a little nuance here.
We'll cut you a break on that one. Yeah. Carson Wentz was up there in the odds for comeback player of the year.
Yeah.
Before the injury, so. All right,
so who we giving this wooden nickel to? Alshon?
I mean, I think it's got to be Alshon, right? I don't, unless it's like Wentz.
And then babysitter Billy, obviously coming from the Cleveland sideline.
Pick your poison. Odell, Baker.
Let's see what the ownership was.
Jarvis.
Odell was at 52% ownership. He only had 2 points. Obviously, we still have about a minute to go here, but I'm going to go OBJ. That's atrocious.
Baker Mayfield, 79 yards and an interception.
That's also
Baker
atrocious.
And Odell, terrible. But yeah, Odell, the really high owned play. Kareem Hunt with some garbage time points there. If you had Hunt as your value. If you had the Eagles stack with Kareem Hunt, you're loving this. Hopefully more Kareem Hunt. No, almost another pick by Baker, which may have really sealed him as the
Eagles have limited days here as being a good team in Simland.
Yeah. Right now we got Levy alone in first place in the Tommy and Jeff free roll. He's got Sanders in the captain with Wentz, Ertz, Jeffrey, Jarvis Landry, and Seibert, who does have the field goal for Cleveland. So he went heavy Eagles, and that's obviously what he needed to do here. He's got any shot. There's some garbage time. There's Odell. First down.
He still gets the award. Come on, brutal.
Of course he does. He's 2 catches. It's terrible. Hilarious. Yeah, this one obviously flying by, but I mean Cleveland.
I'm not mad about it.
Well, I mean,
I'm now watching the I don't know, I forget the name of the event, but gymnastics where they're just doing the floor events.
Oh, the all around?
It's like
the free,
what's it called?
Free for all gymnastics.
Free program, that's what it's called.
It's really cool.
They should call it the free for all. That is a way better.
I mean,
name.
this guy is just going off right now.
They should let them use weapons and stuff, you know, like he's got a samurai sword, Jim. Jim, I don't know.
I don't know, Jim. He's got throwing stars, Jim.
Where the coaches can like huck in pumpkins. They can just,
I can see a dude doing this with nunchucks for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Or like flaming arrows. Like, you know how you got a guy doing this with like where he's juggling stuff that's on fire.
Oh, Donovan Peoples-Jones showing up with a catch. Why not?
Hey-o.
The people of Cleveland, take back your city. Cleveland trying. They got no timeouts left. 20 seconds. They want this garbage time. They want to make this
decided to wake up and try.
All you'll have left is respect in the morning.
Oh, I kind of wanted him to pick 6 there.
Yeah, that was close, actually.
They deserve it. Trash performance by Cleveland.
Oh, is it the ribbon one? That's the
no ribbon here.
Because there's 2 types of gymnastics. There's the gymnastics, like the athletic one, and then there's the artistic programs or whatever, which is like different. That's the.
You know what? Give me 12 years. I bet I could do the ribbon version of the gymnastics.
Well, that's what Lamarca wanted to do. He wanted to pull the whole Will Ferrell from Old School. You know.
Yeah.
That was his idea.
Give me 12 years.
Really taking a rough the passer.
Get me and Lamarca on the same team.
WWE meets gymnastics. That's like Jerry Seinfeld's bit about the Olympics. Let's just combine, like, talking about sports, like the biathlon, like ski and shoot a guy, he's like, what about swim and strangle someone?
Yeah, the biathlon. It's kind of a weird sport.
It is. It's extremely
cross
weird.
country ski and then shoot a rifle.
Yeah.
Are the Canadians good at that sport?
Yeah, we've had some very good biathletes. All right, that's going to do it. Mercifully.
Yeah, I mean, come on. What were you doing there?
Mercifully, the Philly D-line has put this game into an end. This is terrible. Browns, just give your heads a shake. Do something. Get your heads in the game. All right, man. That is going to be it for your what were
the Moose Slam is over.
4 p.m. Eastern Sim. That's it for your 4 p.m. Eastern Sim, man. That is it for your Moose Slam. That's how we end.
Alshon gets the wooden
a quick
nickel.
one. I'm not going to lie. That one was over before it started. We'll do a little updates here on the contest quickly. But Miles Sanders was in the captain spot with 27 points, 89 rush yards, 2 receptions, and a touchdown. Wentz 270, 2 passing touchdowns, 10 rush yards, 11 rush yards. Alshon was the big play. He was the wooden nickel winner, 136 receiving yards, 8 receptions, and the bonus. So that was big. And Deshaun also had a touchdown. So, all right. Next up, 6 p.m. Eastern Sim. It'll be the Bucs and the Patriots. Yes, Tom Brady versus Tom Brady's old team. I know. Can you? I know. Look who's on the call. Brendan Glasheen. Oh, yeah. He doesn't even like Tom Brady. So I'm sure that won't be a big deal. Matt LaMarca joining him. Just don't even let Glash talk about Tom Brady.
I want to challenge Glash to not talk about Brady in that sim.
Yeah, challenge Glash. See if he can do it. See how long Glash can go without mentioning Tom Brady's name. It won't happen. Anyways, Tom, that was fun, buddy. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks, DK Sim fam. Thanks for hanging out this morning, too. Give people a plug. Where should they go to find you?
Find me on Twitter at yaboy TC Fresh, YABOI TC Fresh. Subscribe to the podcast, Great Dane Nation. It's me and Hall of Fame kicker Morton Anderson. Weekly podcast, all things football, Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, there you go. You can follow me at the Fantasy Grind, guys. Always appreciate the follow. I'm always tweeting stuff out, obviously weekly golf previews, but NFL coming up and NHL. Also go to dknation.com for articles there, not just from me, but from the other smart people as well. But again, this was fun hanging out. I know 6 in a row. You guys are probably sick of me, so I'm going to get out of here. We got Bucks Patriots, 6 p.m. Sim with Glash LaMarca. But coming up next on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Ross Tucker and Greg Cozell, they go into the film room. They diving deep. They discussed all the news from the NFL from this past week. Peace out, guys. See you later.
See you guys.
Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Finish Strong Friday presented by DraftKings. As always, absolutely love that Olympic promotion they have going on right now. I think they're giving you $100. I love Greg Cosell. Look, there's a lot of guys in the news. Randall Cobb and Steve Nelson, Deshaun Watson, Aaron Rodgers. Sometimes I feel like we lose sight of what these guys are as football players. That's the sport we're talking about. So we're going to go into the film room with Greg and break down some of the guys that have been in the news this week momentarily. You can always check me out at Ross Tucker NFL. Check us out at Ross Tucker Pod. And if you engage in any way, you can be one of the 3 winners. I announce the last show every week, usually a Friday. It's a Winners Friday.
I want winners. I want people that want to win.
It's not just a Winners Friday. It's a Finish Strong Friday. To spread the word winner, Josh Austin. Josh, I saw you liked the college draft post on Facebook, facebook.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Let me know exactly what you'd like, whether it's a signed picture or a press pass. I'll be getting a lot of them soon this season coming up. I still have one from last year, Jags Eagles. Maybe that's 2 years ago. If you want the Jags Eagles, for those of you that are Eagles fans or Jags fans for that matter, or if you want a signed picture or a signed card, that's perfectly fine as well. Sponsor confirmation email winner, Jill Tomasian. She got the Raycon earbuds that I'm obsessed with these days. Love Jill getting the Raycon earbuds. Love my Raycon earbuds. If you don't have earbuds, or even if you do and you're not happy with them, the Raycon ones are way better. They don't stick way out either. They fit right in your ear, which I like. And then the YouTube shout out, really appreciative of the kind words from Kieran O'Keefe. Kieran said he's been listening for a while. He checked it out on YouTube for the first time, and he loved being able to see us talk to each other like we do now on the show. It's been about a year now we've been on YouTube. YouTube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
Always great to talk with the Dean of NFL Films, the civilian GOAT, as I have nicknamed him, the greatest video watcher who did not work for a team in NFL history. And you can check him out on social media, so you always know what he's up to, at Greg Cosell. So, Greg, obviously, a lot of news with like Deshaun Watson, Aaron Rodgers, guys like that this week. And we know they're good players, okay? But here's what I think is interesting about Aaron Rodgers. You know, the 2 years before this past year, Greg, he wasn't quite as good as he had been before that. I think he even acknowledged that. Didn't he say something like, my down years would be career years for other people? He made some comment like that. But my point would be, 2019, he was not great. First year in Matt LaFleur's system. 2018, he was okay, and he got hurt. I guess the question is, Greg, what did you see on the tape that enabled him to take that next step last year? Was it familiarity with LaFleur's system? Was he trusting the system more? Because I know you talked in previous years about him maybe freelancing a little bit. What did the tape show you last year? And what's your belief in his ability to do that again this year and possibly even build on it?
Well, I certainly, Ross, can't speak to what was in his head about familiarity, but I will say what the tape showed in 2020 was that he was extremely efficient within that system. And again, he's an incredibly smart guy. We all know that. But anytime you're in a new system, a different system, it just takes a little time. And I think because he's always been phenomenal at making plays outside the pocket, improvisational plays, second reaction plays, he always had the ability to rely on that and then make the kinds of throws that not many can make. But I thought last year that he played within the structure of that system so exceptionally well. And then he made improvisational plays when they presented themselves, which of course he can do. But there's no reason to believe with another year in that system that he can't play at an exceedingly high level. Very few guys throw a ball like Aaron Rodgers. and he's incredibly bright. So I would expect him to play at a really high level this year, Ross.
It's a good point you make, Greg, about the new system, because it felt like it took Tom Brady more than half the year last year to kind of have a good, or at least be in the same page and in sync with what Bruce Arians was doing in Tampa.
Yeah, and I think that's natural. Look, it's just different. I had a coach tell me that, whenever you go to a new system and the terminology is different, what it's like ordering a hamburger and fries. It's, if you order it a certain way in the United States. If you go to a foreign country, you have to order it differently. And it just takes a little bit of time to learn, and then to learn all the different checks and all the details and nuance that each system presents are different, and it just takes time. And you mentioned Brady, obviously another really smart guy, and we know how smart Rodgers is. But it's one thing to master it on the iPad, master it in the classroom, master it on the practice field when the pace is slower. It's not the same as mastering it in a game. And I just thought Rodgers last year, we know the talent, but I thought just in terms of executing the offense, because that's the way this stuff is taught. We've become so focused on guys who can run around, but that's not the way the position or an offense is taught, Ross. You know this. You played. No coach rolls the ball out and says, let's run around today. This is the way this stuff's taught, and they want it executed that way unless the defense truly demands it can't be executed that way.
Yeah, that they look at that as extra. Ancillary. Yeah. Like if they get a bad look, if things don't go the way they want them to go,
right?
It's nice to have a guy that can save you.
Right. But, it's funny. The last 2 years, I've spent a lot of time, maybe more time than ever, talking to coaches. And there's not a quarterback coach or an offensive coordinator that would draft a guy, let's say, and therefore coach a guy based on his ability to run around. They draft guys on their ability to execute an offense at a high level. And that's one of the reasons, obviously you're looking at traits as well, but I'm just talking about now the execution of an offense. You don't draft a guy based on his ability to extend a play and run around. You're looking at a guy's ability to execute your offense with consistency, snap after snap.
So, Greg, while we're on the Packers, they also traded for Randall Cobb, which I think is interesting. The GM, Brian Gutekunst, and I'll get into this a little bit later, made it very clear that they traded for Randall Cobb because Aaron Rodgers wanted him to. Very clear. And so I guess the question is, his numbers the last couple of years have not been real good. And I'm sure last year you didn't spend a ton of time studying Randall Cobb, but you did watch Deshaun Watson. You did watch the Texans at times. I guess, what do you think? What was Randall Cobb at his best, and what do you think he has left?
Well, I think, again, without getting into the internals, because we don't know if they did it because they wanted to placate Aaron. We don't know any of that. We can speculate, and others will do that. But I think there's a comfort level, and I think that's really important for quarterbacks and receivers. And I think even if Cobb is maybe not the exact same guy he was 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, because he had a stretch where he was obviously really good in Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers, I think there's just a comfort level, and there's a sense that, hey, I can go to my guy pretty much any time. I know where he's going to be. Now, don't forget, though, Cobb is coming to an offense that was different than the one that he played in when he was with Aaron Rodgers the first time. So there's a little bit of a learning curve there as well. Now, he's a veteran, and he's another smart guy, so maybe it'll go quicker. But I just think that there's a feel and a comfort, and that's very important for a quarterback and a receiver.
It's a really good point, Greg, about, there is a familiarity between Aaron and Randall, obviously, but it is a new system for Randall.
It's a new system.
And I can speak to this. I think I had 9 different offensive coordinators, Greg. I mean,
isn't it? It's just different, Ross. I mean, people might not, they might think, oh, as an offensive lineman, just block this guy. But it's just different in the way it's presented, the way it's coached, the way you're asked to execute it. Am I right?
Yeah. So what I would say is most of the plays, there's a lot of crossover. Like there's a lot of them run the same plays from an offensive lineman's perspective.
Right.
The same blocking scheme. What's different would be the language, the calls, what they call it, what the offensive line technique is, and then the detail of how they want you to go about it is different. So, like, there would never be a time where I would go to a new offense and immediately be better in that new offense than I was in the one I was just doing, because I had just been doing that one for a while.
Right.
And honestly, Greg, I say this, and I'm not like, I don't know how good I could have been, but I would love to do my career over again, Greg, and just be one place for 7 years with the same system, the same offensive line coach. I'd be curious to see how good I could have gotten. I'm not sitting here saying I would have been a Pro Bowl. I don't think so. But, you know, when you're constantly having new offensive line coaches that are changing what they want you to do, you can never really master your craft. It's like, Greg, can you imagine you're like a carpenter or a plumber, and it's like you're an apprentice, okay?
Right?
And you keep learning under different guys. I mean, you're learning a lot, and it's good to learn a lot, and maybe eventually you can figure out what works best for you. But every time you go to a new plumber or you're at a new place apprenticing, you kind of have to learn how they want you to do it, and you're not as good at it at first.
And don't forget, now you're also talking about doing it in a game where the speed, you know, let's say you're playing the Rams and, you know, you're trying to remember your system, the details. See, it's the details and nuance that are so important. And all of a sudden, Aaron Donald's in front of you. You know, it makes it a little bit different.
It's a great point. Question, Greg, to wrap up the Packers here. Davante Adams made it very clear that he believes he's the best wide receiver in the NFL. He wants to get paid as the best wide receiver in the NFL. You watch all of these guys a lot.
Yeah.
Do you think he is the best receiver in the NFL, Greg? And what makes him so good?
Thought he was last year. And again, you know, these are year-to-year things in terms of making lists. Davante Adams has been a great receiver. So now you're just deciding in a given year. But Davante Adams, if you're talking about his skill set, you're talking about a guy that's phenomenal getting off press coverage. And that's a critical deal in today's NFL, where there's more press because of more quick game, more RPOs, where corners and defenses want their corners to press more because you need to disrupt receivers. Because when you're dealing with quick game, 3-step drop, 5-step drop, you're not going to get there with your pass rush as quickly. So you have to disrupt routes. And Davante Adams is outstanding getting off press coverage. I think he's really refined as a route runner. Great understanding of how to use his vertical stem to attack leverage of corners. Great ability to use his steps, to use his body, to sell routes. You know, these are all really critical things. And I think he's a master at this. He's become a true master technician at understanding how to run specific individual routes, because there's numerous routes and each one is run differently. And you also have to understand where you line up, splits. You run routes differently based on receiver splits. So he's become a master in understanding all these kinds of things. And again, people can make any list that they want to make, but there's no question that Davante Adams is right at the top in any discussion of the best receivers in this league.
Let's tie it together and go back to Houston, where Randall Cobb came from. Deshaun Watson, obviously lots of reports, Greg, that he is available via trade. Clearly, we don't talk about the off-the-field stuff with you, and there's really not much to report there anyway. My question is, looks like he's going to go somewhere.
Right.
At some point. So maybe it's Miami, maybe it's Denver, maybe it's Philadelphia, maybe it's wherever. I feel like, did you say last year you thought was his best year? What did he do different? What did he improve upon, and what would he bring to a new team?
Well, to me, Deshaun has always kind of had to find that balance between playing from the pocket at a really high level, which he's capable of, and leaving the pocket prematurely when he does not need to. One of the reasons he's been sacked an awful lot, and because he's a really good player, people automatically assume that it's a bad offensive line. And that offensive line was bad for a stretch earlier in his career, but it has improved over the last year or so. And what quarterbacks, and you know this, Ross, as an offensive lineman, quarterbacks who move when they don't have to move, they get sacked more, not less. Because every play call has a protection call, and you protect and block it a certain way based on where the quarterback is supposed to be. And if he moves when he doesn't have to move, then that poses a problem for the offensive line, as you well know. So he's always, in my mind, struggled a bit to find that balance. Now, because he's so good on the move and he's excellent throwing on the run, many times that is camouflaged. But when he plays well from the pocket, and he's had stretches in his career where I'm talking about 5, 6, 7 game stretches where he's played exceptionally well from the pocket, and it just really shows up on tape, and he plays at a really high level.
Yeah, it's the most frustrating thing of all time, Greg.
You mean for an alignment?
When the quarterback is not where he's supposed to be, such as like being 10 yards deep when you're protecting a spot that's 6 or 7 yards deep.
Yep.
It's incredibly frustrating. When they hold on to the ball, it's incredibly frustrating. But listen, they got a tough job too. Like I'm not here.
No, but that's just the reality, because again, it comes back to coaching, how things are coached. They're coached with precision and nuance and detail, and it's expected to be, executed that way unless the defense truly demands otherwise.
Greg, two other guys I wanted to ask you about that were in the news this week. One is Steve Nelson. Was a corner that the Steelers released, salary cap, was on the market a long time. A lot of teams rumored to want to get him to be a starter. The Eagles get him. What have you seen from Steve Nelson throughout his career, and I guess in particular last year, that you think he'll give the Eagles?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a professional corner. I remember him coming out of college. I believe it was Oregon State, if I'm not mistaken. And he was always a little shorter than you'd ideally like, but super feisty, super competitive. He can play press. He can play zone. I think he's a professional corner. And I think that the Eagles, I mean, look, other than Darius Slay, we can sit here and say that the Eagles did not have a starting caliber outside corner on their roster. And I think that's a really good signing for them. Jonathan Gannon is their D coordinator. It's my understanding that he's pretty much instituting what would be considered a Minnesota-type defense with a lot of probably quarters, cover 4. That's a Minnesota-type scheme. So your corners can play off, your corners can play press. I think he'll end up, barring anything unforeseen, as the outside corner opposite Slay, and I think that's a really good signing by the Eagles.
So the other guy I wanted to ask you about for sure, and maybe we'll get to some other guys, but I think this guy's really interesting on a couple different levels. Logan Thomas, Greg, got a contract extension with the Washington football team, big money, and I love stories like this. I love guys like this. I think a lot of the listeners know, but maybe they don't. He was a quarterback at Virginia Tech. He's a really big kid. He had a big arm. Where do you go? Like 4th round, maybe? I
thought he had a chance as a quarterback. I guess I was wrong.
Yeah, he had a big. I think Arizona drafted him in the 4th round as a quarterback, and he worked all the way through to go ahead, become a tight end, and become a starting tight end that Washington wants around for years to come. So let's start with this first. The first question is, what kind of player is Logan Thomas?
I watched his tape a couple of weeks ago. He was just one of those guys I felt like I wanted to take a look at. And I was pretty impressed. My sense, and for those listening who are fantasy players, I think he'll be an ascending player. I think he'll be utilized more this year. It's Scott Turner's offense, which has many elements of his dad, Norv Turner. So there's intermediate and vertical elements to that pass game. There's a lot of routes that have those elements to it. Last year, his explosive receptions came on corner routes, vertical seams, wheel routes. He's physical and competitive run after catch. I think he's really an intriguing player. And, he showed a pretty wide catching radius. He showed good hands for a player that was not a receiver in college, as you mentioned. So I think there's a lot to like with this guy, and I think you'll see him utilized even more this particular year in the context of that offense. Because keep in mind, Ryan Fitzpatrick is a quarterback that's used to throwing it up to big receivers. He's done that much of his career. And Logan Thomas is the big receiver in this offense. So I think you'll see him with a lot of targets this year.
The last question, Greg, it's a follow-up to that. We see a lot of teams trying to convert quarterbacks to tight end, like the Eagles with Tyree Jackson from University of Buffalo, or receivers to tight end like Kelvin Benjamin, who just got cut. It doesn't work a lot. What is the difference usually between the guys it works for and the guys that like? What usually holds the guys back that they try to convert to tight end?
I mean, I hate to say this, Ross, but I can't. That's a hard question to answer because I think guys have skill sets and talents. Look, Logan Thomas was a quarterback. My guess is it has something to do more with their approach, their work ethic, their understanding of the game. These are kinds of things that I wouldn't know. I mean, they show up on tape just sitting and watching the tape, but there's a process involved with that I really can't speak to because I'm not there. I mean, I've heard from people that coach Logan Thomas that he's an unbelievable kid who really, wants to be great. Now, I can't speak to Kelvin Benjamin. I'm sure people who followed Kelvin Benjamin's career might say, based on what we just know about him, without being around him, that he doesn't seem to be that guy. I can't answer that. I can't speak to Tyree Jackson, who's just trying to make that transition now. So, but all I can say is watching the tape of Logan Thomas, he looks like a guy that has really taken well to the tight end position and seems to have a really good understanding of how to play the position. So again, I know that maybe is not a great answer, but I can't speak to why other guys can't do it.
Yeah, no, well, and obviously the guys that can't do it, they're not on tape that much.
Right, exactly. That's a good point.
Not on tape that much because they didn't do it. Check him out on social media at Greg Cosell. He joins us every week. It's one of my favorite 20 minutes of the week every week. Thank you so much, Greg.
Thanks, Ross. Appreciate it.
Greg is a keeper, just like Keeps is a keeper. You know what? I literally have my Keeps right over there in the hotel room I'm in right now because I already put it on the top of my head, the topical solution. I already took the pill, and I could show you guys here, those of you that are watching on YouTube, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. I could show you my Keeps right now. Huge fan. I tell my friends all the time. I tell my family, literally ask my family and friends. They will tell you Ross is a big fan of Keeps, and he takes it and has for years. The key is that there's only 2 FDA-approved medications. We all know about the FDA approval process now, right? Like they need a lot of research. They need a lot of track record to approve something. They need to be able to have evidence, tangible evidence that it works. Guess what? They've got 2 FDA-approved medications for male pattern baldness. Get involved. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss like I did and do, go to keeps.com/Ross to receive your first month of treatment for free. That's KEEPS.com/Ross to get your first month free. Keeps.com/Ross.
Tuck's Takes.
Good morning, Ross. Let's start with some of the hard news that actually came down the pike. It's Randall Cobb goes from Houston to the Packers for a 6th-round pick.
So, man, I mean, there's a lot I could get into here, Bri. A lot of people don't think he has a whole lot left. But he certainly wants to prove he still does. And Aaron Rodgers certainly wants to prove he still does. Gutekunst couldn't have been clearer at his press conference that they traded for Randall Cobb because that's what Aaron wanted. It was amazing. Like, I think I tweeted, Bri, at Ross Tucker NFL. Are you guys all following me by now? I mean, do I even need to say that? You should all be following me by now. At Ross Tucker NFL. Bri is at Ross Tucker Pod. But Gutekunst made it very clear that they got Randall Cobb because Aaron Rodgers wanted him. AKA, if Randall Cobb stinks, don't blame me. This is the guy Aaron Rodgers wanted. And the Texans still have to pay him $3 million this year to play for the Packers. The Packers are paying him $5.5 million. I don't know how he had $8.5 million still guaranteed for this year, but that was a heck of a contract he got to still have that much money guaranteed.
Tuck's Takes.
While we're on the topic of Green Bay, got to get your thoughts on the press conferences they had up there in Wisconsin.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the guy's honesty. It's very entertaining for us. Rodgers put it all out there. Devontae Adams is very clear that he's not taking less, doesn't care who the quarterback is. Like, he wants to be the highest paid receiver in the NFL. That's his priority. And by the way, I have no problem with that whatsoever. Every guy's always like, it's not about the money, it's about the respect. No, no, no. Devontae Adams was like, I want to be the highest paid receiver. Okay. And I agree with Gutekunst. There's different ways to say you're the highest paid receiver. There's average per year, there's guarantees, there's signing bonus, there's 1, 2, 3 year cash flow. There are different ways to be paid the highest in the NFL. So it sounds like Devontae's only concerned about average per year, but I appreciate Devontae just said that. I wish more guys would just say that. I will say, I think, like, for example, Aaron Rodgers saying, we cut a guy that was our second best receiver. How does that make the other receivers feel? I mean, they cut Kumaro, is who he's talking about. How does that make Lazard and these other guys feel when Aaron's like, yeah, they cut the guy that I like better than you guys? I don't think that's a great look for Aaron.
Tux takes.
Some other quarterback news includes Cowboys, Dak Prescott having a shoulder strain, and Ravens, Lamar Jackson testing positive for COVID.
So I'm not going to make a huge deal about either one of these, Bri, yet, but they're not good. I mean, Dak Prescott, I wouldn't expect him to throw for a while, and he's coming off of a serious injury. He wants those reps. He wants to be out there working with his guys again. It's been a long time coming off that severe leg injury, and now he won't be able to throw for a while. And sometimes you get that shoulder strain because you're not as confident in your lower body, so you're using your arm more as opposed to your total body pushing off when you throw. Read up on what Pro Football Doc, Dr. Chow, said about that stuff, because this is not like a day-to-day thing for Dak Prescott. And then for Lamar Jackson, bro, this is the second time he's tested positive. So he tested positive last season, obviously. This isn't good either. I mean, they need to improve. First of all, like, you got to maybe reevaluate what you're doing if you tested positive twice. Secondly, they're trying to improve their passing game. They got Sammy Watkins. He's going to miss what, like 10 days, Lamar Jackson? That's a lot of reps. It's a lot. There's a reason why guys like Brady and Manning and those guys want all those reps. That's not good at all for the Ravens and for Lamar Jackson. He's going to miss a bunch of opportunity to get more on the same page with his receivers so they can improve a passing game that needs to be improved.
Tux takes.
Couple of other news items to finish off the week, Ross. Colts giving their right tackle Braden Smith the big extension, and the Giants cut wide receiver turned tight end Kelvin Benjamin.
A lot of tackles, a lot of right tackles getting their contracts, right? It's like Ramczyk, then Moton, then Braden Smith. They have a new data point, right? Okay, this is what guys are getting now at this time. And any of these, I mean, these are big guys. They're playing a tough position. It's physical. It takes a toll on their bodies. I'm just absolutely thrilled for any of these guys that end up getting, big money like this. As for Kelvin Benjamin, I doubt he'll ever get signed again. I mean, his weight was supposed to be 251. He showed up at 268. He says Joe Judge never liked me. Joe Judge doesn't like people that show up 17 pounds overweight, Kelvin. What are we doing? What are we talking about here? By the way, you get fined if you're overweight. It's like $300 some dollars per pound per day. So he would have been like playing in training camp for free with all the fine money he would have racked up being that overweight. Like, Kelvin, you have a weight. Just so you guys know, you have a weight you have to be when you get to training camp. If you're over it, you get fined every day until you're under it. Like that, it's professional football. That's how it works. I just, man, I don't get it. I don't get what he's complaining about. It's Kelvin. It's on you. You made a decision. They're not drafting you to be a blocking tight end. They didn't sign you to be a blocking tight end. They want you to be a receiving tight end. Don't be 17 pounds overweight. Gosh. Shout outs, Pizza Boy Brewing, as well as Sporticulture, as well as humanheadnyc.com and Vision Comics with an X. Already have an awesome guest lined up for Monday. Make sure you check out all the other shows that we've got rolling on rawsucker.com or wherever podcasts can be found. Even Money was great this week with Chad Millman. He was awesome. He and Steve, I got several emails from people saying it was one of their favorite Even Money podcasts ever. Fantasy Feast, I did my O-line ranking. So plenty of other stuff that I know you guys would really enjoy in addition to the Raw Sucker Football podcast this week. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Nobody is perfect, but these 5 players keep it pretty close to 100. There are only a handful of players in Madden NFL 22 with an overall rating of 99, and the Los Angeles Rams and Kansas City Chiefs each have 2 players with 99 ratings. So let's break down the members of the prestigious club. The highest rated quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, enters the 99 club for the 3rd time. His numbers across the board prove why his rating wasn't going anywhere in Madden 22. The 25-year-old threw for 4,740 yards and 38 touchdowns. Jalen Ramsey, the cornerback, made a big jump from Madden 21 as he had a 94 rating. Ramsey's production on the field last season proved there's no debate here as to why he has a 99 rating. Ramsey has 99s across the board in play recognition, man coverage, zone coverage, and press. For the 5th straight year, Aaron Donald is in the 99 club. Yeah, Donald is not dropping out of this club as he continues to maintain his status as the best defensive player in the league. And it's not a big shock here that Travis Kelce is also in the club. He is one of the best tight ends in the NFL. In 15 regular season games, Kelce caught 105 passes for 1,416 yards and scored 11 touchdowns. It's Green Bay Packers Devontae Adams' second consecutive year at being a 99 overall. Adams had 18 touchdowns in 14 games last season. So check out all these 99s coming soon to the Madden Dream Stream.
All right. Hey, Matt LaMarca. Good to see you. How's it going?
Hey, Carl. Good to see you. I'm wonderful. I shouldn't say wonderful. That's just like my natural disposition. My laptop broke today. I don't know what happened. Other than that, I can't complain.
Okay, good. Brendan Glasheen here as well. Good to see all of you. I was on my vacation for a couple days. We have Daniel here, Eamon's here, Bailey and Tate from the Game Ops team. We have Tampa and New England, my two favorite teams. LaMarca, did you make a lineup?
No.
This pregame show is going great. I did. I captained Rob Gronkowski. A little bit of a New England flavor or Tampa flavor back in New England. I rostered both quarterbacks because go Cam must be. Go Cam go. Starting quarterback Cam Newton, according to Bill Belichick on Saturday. Chris Godwin, O.J. Howard, gotta have him. O.J. Howard, gotta have him. Sony Michel. Let's start over. Gronk captain, Brady, Newton, Godwin, Michel, Howard.
Okay.
Here you go. We can talk about the sim. We can talk about how your weekend was. We can talk about the latest and greatest from the National Football League because there is news. There was news today. Carson Wentz. Again, I don't know. I mean, CEH, are you there too? I know you're here a lot. How do you feel about your team with Carson Wentz? This guy can't stay healthy. I'm concerned. I have concerns for all of you because I am a fair host. I care about all of you and what your fanhood is and where it stands. What's up? What's on your mind?
How about the Mets? Kumar Rocker, their first round draft pick, couldn't get him signed.
Yeah, how do you feel about that?
You know, I'm probably more okay with it than a lot of Mets fans because he's a big name, right? Like the expectation was that this guy was going to be a star in the major leagues, right? But what people don't seem to realize is he has not been the same pitcher recently, and his medical scared the team. So they did what they thought was best, and they let him go. And they'll get the 11th pick back in the next draft. So it is what it is.
It is what it is. I'm sure you can't feel great about it.
No, I mean, would I have liked to have had him? Sure. But we'll get another draft pick. It's fine. The world moves on.
Okay. Well, it's good to see all of you. Thank you for being here. LaMarca and I are with you for the rest of the night. How's that sound?
Sounds good to me.
All right. I'm into it. It's Patriots football to begin the sim. Cam Newton, quarterback. That ball might have been deflected. News from Saturday morning, Bill Belichick reiterating that Cam Newton is the starter in New England.
Okay.
So that was hey, what a fun competition here in Foxborough. That lasted 2 days. Cam Newton, the second highest owned player in the free DraftKings showdown, available to all the people. 56% owned. It's a nice pass to Demir Bird. First down to the 42. Yeah, you know, when you come back from the mountains, LaMarca, and you're getting caught up on stuff. So the trade deadline was Friday in baseball, the NBA draft.
Wild trade deadline.
Why? Maybe the best. I mean, I'm not that old, but I'm 28. That might have been the most wild trade deadline ever in my lifetime.
Wildest I can remember.
Okay. Pretty good, though. Good for the game. Good for the sport.
Absolutely.
10, what was it? 10 All-Stars on the move?
I believe that's the correct number. The Cubs and Nationals basically traded their whole teams. Mm-hmm. You know, the Nationals kept Juan Soto because Juan Soto is the greatest. But other than that, the Cubs and the Nats traded away everything of value that they owned. Basically, every other team that wasn't in playoff contention also was like, yeah, we gotta make moves. We gotta sell. Everybody who thought they could win was like, we gotta buy. And then the Rockies also just exist. Still don't know what their plan is.
What do you make of the Cubs doing that? Like, of course I get it, but do you feel it's a little premature? Like,
I don't get it. I don't
strange.
get it. So.
Like, they're not even going to try to. I get this year's over, but you're not going to keep some of the core and try to mend it and then clean it up on the fly?
The team's worth what? Like $4 billion, I think I last saw. They're not a small market team. Like, you don't have to gut it and start over like you're the, Oakland A's or the Miami Marlins. Like, your team is super wealthy. So I don't understand. I don't think I've ever seen a team like that just have a complete fire sale, which is what they did. And I'm sure that restocking the farm system was great for them, but what are they going to do next year? Like, they've got nobody.
I know. Never mind next year. They got to finish the season. they got to, like you said, they're worth so much money. Like, spitting in the face of the fan base. Well, yeah, come on up to Wrigley to watch these no-names. Kimbrel, 2 other relievers, Rizzo, Bryant. Who else? There was one more name.
Baez.
Baez. Crazy.
Catching runs. There's always next year, as us Cubs fans are used to saying. Yeah, there isn't. Like, I guess you can sign some dudes in free agency and be active that way. Like, maybe they'll be in the Trevor Story mix now. Who knows? But like, at least with when you had all your core, it was like, okay, there's next year, but we have some players that we feel good about. Like, they still have Wilson Contreras, who's a pretty good player, very good player. Not trying to shortchange Wilson. You've got, then your second best player is probably like Patrick Wisdom.
God.
Tate says we just keep saying that until we don't suck anymore. Then we go right back to saying it.
They're gonna need Wisdom in Chicago. My God. Yeah, interesting stuff. No doubt about it. A lot of movement. Questionable, in my opinion. The chat. Never mind just baseball. The Cubs are such a big brand across all North American sports. So it's newsworthy for sure. James White off to a good start. That's true. Problem kid gaining. This time it's N'Keal Harry, who I guess has looked okay at Patriots training camp, which is bizarre. Big game tonight for the Red Sox and the Rays. I'm looking forward to that after this sim's over. Looking forward to watching a little bit of that for yours truly.
Who won yesterday's game?
Tampa.
So Tampa is now in first place in the AL East.
Correct, by a half game.
Fun.
Yeah, a little back and forth.
Yeah, kid.
Yeah, what's the Rays record since Brady got there?
I think he's teaching him how to deflate the baseballs, kid.
Could be true. James White. Oh, he didn't get in.
Seriously, though, Tampa, since Brady's got there, just wins titles. It's like funny to make that joke, but it's also weird. The Lightning have won 2. The Rays made it to the World Series last year. I don't know. There's probably something else, too.
What's this? I read this or heard this the other day. Now they're calling it Champa Bay.
Yeah, Champa Bay.
Gross. Lamarca's Pokemon collection.
Yeah, this is a new account that I love.
That's fantastic. You were giving away cards last night, I heard?
Yeah, me and Jeff had a little fun. We were doing some giveaways. I gave away some stuff with some trivia. So it was a good time.
Like, how have you executed these giveaways? Messaging people?
Yeah, pretty much I told people to reach out to me on Twitter if they won, and they did.
And that's worked out well so far. There goes Cam.
Yeah, I got in touch with everybody except one dude who had to set up a Twitter account, and
I've been there.
And he has not gotten it right yet. So Tim Vaughn, I'm still waiting on you. If you ever, or not Tim Vaughn, Mike Parker, if you can get that Twitter set up and send me that DM at Matt LaMarca, I will send it out. But until then, I can't do anything. Everybody else, I have confirmation from.
I love reading tweets from Steve Buchanan, how his baseball bets didn't go well today. Poor guy. Julian trolling him back. Just catching up because the Rangers let Steve down today.
It's more fun to troll Bukes than it is, or to troll Julian than it is to troll Steve. That's my experience.
Yeah, because I guess with Julian, you never know what you're going to get. Steve, he'll just come right back at you. Oh, this is coming from Eamon, our producer. We've talked about this, or we talked about the news of the Bills. I might have brought this up with you, considering playing home games at Penn State.
Yes.
In a couple years when their deal at I guess it's called Bills Stadium now, technically, once that is up. But I guess there's an article out today in the Citizen. Pagula Sports and Entertainment, the Buffalo Bills owners, they've pitched a $1.5 billion proposal for a new stadium in Orchard Park to help cover some renovation costs at Keep Bank Center downtown.
All right, that's good.
Good. Yeah.
Those Bills fans deserve nice things. I mean, they also don't deserve nice things at the same time because they'll just break them. But they're great fans. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, man.
They're lunatics. The jumping through tables and squirting ketchup and mustard at each other. It's all nuts. I don't get it. But at the same time, you got to respect the dedication.
Yeah, plus, like, good on the Pagulas. They're good owners. Get it figured out. Don't be playing home games at Penn State. Like, they know that's not ideal. And that was just getting thrown out there in case things got really ugly. So it's just good journalism. Folks reporting the possibilities. Evans
fun
with the
name
cat.
to say. Pagulas.
Pagulas.
Good on the Pagulas.
Hey, Scott has a question. Scott is asking for Boston and Tampa, which is tonight's Sunday night baseball game. Any suggestion on who to captain?
Oh, goodness. You're going to put me on the spot like that?
You could say no. I don't have a suggestion, sir. OJ Howard, gotta have him.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't leave my man out to dry.
All right, man. Scott and Wright asking in the chat.
Let me just pull up this here slate real quick and do a little quick research, you know?
Okay. Look at that. You ask questions, we got answers.
Austin Meadows, final answer.
Quick and to the point. Good stuff. 3-0 is our score at the end of one. Speaking of Boston-Tampa, the sim matchup, New England and Tampa. How nice. These teams will meet week 4, Sunday Night Football. And apparently, must be, Cam Newton will be the starting quarterback. Because Bill loves Cam. But this isn't surprising. It's not. It's not what I want, but it's kind of what I thought was going to happen. I was hoping there would be an actual competition here in camp. It doesn't seem like that's going to happen. Anywho.
I'm going out on the limb, and I'm going to say that Mac Jones stinks.
You could be right.
Fred Prather says, what does the inside of Matt's hat smell like? Hair product, mostly.
What kind of product do you use?
I got a little J. Crew pomade.
Same.
Yeah, so when I get my, have you seen my hair since the haircut?
I think so. Let me see.
Oh, I can't do it now because my hair's not right. Oh. But I might give you a treat for the next sim.
Okay. Fair enough. Dis one says, gonna be a minute for a championship in Boston. We got a fumble. But it's recovered by, did Tom Brady just fumble it to the Patriots? I can't tell who recovered that ball. Did the Patriots get it?
I think the Patriots have it.
Patriots have it. Okay. Tom Brady coughs it up. Adam Butler recovery. Good deal. We got Tate and Bailey from Ops tonight. Hit the like button for those guys. Daniel and Eamon from our production team. Everyone welcome Eamon. I'm sure you have already this week, but he's new to our team.
Kaufman calls him Eamon.
Because of course he does. Because everyone there has to be something.
Yep.
It can't just say his name. But I must give credit. That's kind of fun.
I gotta be honest, I hated it, and now after I said it, it was a lot of fun.
Amen. It is sort of pronounced like Amen.
Yeah.
So it's Amen,
it's
not
definitely
Eamon.
Amen,
I said Eamon a few
not
times.
Eamon.
Okay.
Don't worry, you're not the only person that's done it. But I wasn't gonna correct you. That's not my battle to fight.
Amen, not Eamon. Got it.
The E is silent, like Django.
How about this run by Cam Newton? Holy cow. If he can do that this year, I'll be perfectly fine with this. Still can't throw. Murray, thanks for welcoming. Eamon. No. Amen. Got it. This is going to be hard now. I'm going to keep mixing them up. Amen. First and goal for the Patriots after the Tom Brady turnover. Washed up Tom Brady. Oh, Harry to the one.
Is he officially gone yet?
Who?
Nikhil.
No, he's actually looked okay, apparently, in training camp. They're
I
using
thought he
demanded
a trade.
He did, but who wants him?
So he demanded a trade. The Patriots said presumably okay. Nobody wanted him, and then everybody just went back to living their life normally?
Pretty much.
Okay.
I mean, maybe their theory is he'll have a nice little camp, maybe shine in a preseason game, and someone takes a chance. Maybe better, increase. I say increase. I'm not sure where we're increasing from, but boost his value, whatever of it needs to be boosted, and then you move him. Because I don't know if
only all trade demands work that way.
Yeah, well, maybe Bill can salvage it. I have no idea. Damon, we're not calling you. We're calling Eamon. I get it right? Eamon, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I know. I gotta. You know how it goes with me. I gotta backtrack and forget what I said 10 seconds ago. It's Glass Sheen and Lamarca. We're here for the rest of the night. 2 more Sims after this. It's good to have you with us. Yeah, short-term memory losses. That's kind of what's going on right now. Jaguars and Chargers are on after this at 8, and then Dolphins, Cowboys for Madden After Dark. Brandon played Edelman. Nice. Must be. Must be. Let me help you. You can't tell me that Cam makes everyone better, but then also be the same guy that whines and cries that he doesn't have enough help. Which one is it? Does he make everyone else better, or does he need all the help around him?
Who does Cam make better?
Please inform us. Who does he make better, must be? Who did he make better last year? I'm waiting.
Tate says the opposing defense.
Like you can't have it both ways. Well, come on, big ears. What'd they have for running backs last year? What were the weapons last year? But Cam makes everyone better. Well, hold on a minute. If the Patriots play well this year, it's going to say it's more about what's around the quarterback, not the quarterback. Sorry. That's how it goes.
Let's be honest. As nice as the Cam story was last year, it was good to see him get another shot. The guy is a bottom caliber starting quarterback in the league this season. He's probably better suited to be a high-end backup. He's a low, he's like in that tier. The Ryan Fitzpatricks of the world. The Case Keenums of the world. You don't like that take. Do you want him to be better than that?
No, I don't disagree with you.
Okay.
I want it to be that way, but that doesn't mean I can get what I want if it's true. Must be says that he made that horrible team go 7-9. That's not good. Why is 7-9 being celebrated? Plus, they beat the Jets twice. Sorry, Kenny. Those wins don't count.
It's a fair point.
And there's a game in there where they beat the Chargers. The final score was like 45-10, and 3 of the touchdowns are from the defense.
Soulkeeper said he's made Blinn, Auburn, and Carolina better. No doubt about that. I'm not arguing that. That guy was very good. That guy is not this guy. AKA he's had too many injuries.
C-Card says it's not hate. People just don't believe he fits the Patriots. Doesn't feel like a fit. They tried to make... That's the other thing. Like, this whole Cam hating narrative that's held against me, it's not hating him. It's really more so about the coach. And Belichick just being stubborn about this. He wants to make it. They got the bridge from Brady to the next guy wrong. They messed it up. And that's why it's frustrating. Nice run by Shady McCoy.
Yeah, Mustbe says, what offensive player from last year's team would have started somewhere else? I think Jacoby Myers is not bad, but that's beside the point. My thing is that quarterbacks make skill players, not vice versa. Having good weapons doesn't mean you should be a good quarterback, just like having bad weapons doesn't mean you should be a bad quarterback. A good quarterback is able to elevate what he has around him. And I don't think Cam's done that. He
Must
didn't
be right, but again, so you
can't.
can't.
That wasn't the kind of guy that he was. He was a guy that could run the ball, that was going to score double-digit touchdowns with his legs as a goal line hammer. That's what made him so useful in fantasy, not because he was spreading the ball out and getting his receivers involved and all that. He was a good quarterback because he was the best athlete on the field. And now that he's not the best athlete on the field, I question his viability.
Yeah. Well, and again, you can't in one breath say what offensive players from that team would have started somewhere else, and then also say, well, Cam makes everyone better. Well, which one is it? You can't have it both ways. I'm looking at their games last year. I actually give him a lot of credit, Cam Newton. Week 1, I thought week 1 against Miami in Foxborough, he was fantastic in that game. The Vegas game, sorry, Congo Cab, I know you're watching. Cam Newton wasn't very good in that game. He really wasn't. It was about the Patriots running game that day. Sony Michel ran for 117. Patriots ran it on Vegas in week 3. Those were 2 of their wins, 2 of their 7. I'm not counting the Jets wins. Sorry, Kenny. The Baltimore game, 118
I thought the Seattle game was the best that I saw him play all year.
Yep. I know, but that's a loss. I'm not going to give him credit for a loss.
Okay.
Arizona, they should have lost that game. They were lucky to win that game. Oh my God, Arizona totally botched that game. As I mentioned before, that Chargers win 45-0. 45-0. 3 of the touchdowns scored by the defense, and then they beat the Jets again. Woohoo! The last 4 games of the season. Ready for it? Patriots point totals. Thursday Night Football, Rams, 3 points. At Miami, 12 points. Monday Night Football, 38-9 loss to Buffalo. 9 points. 9. He got worse as the year went on. And Bill is being stubborn, bringing him back.
I think it's the health, right? I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence that his best games were at the beginning of the season, right? But health is going to be an issue from now until the end of time with Cam Newton. Like, he takes too many hits. He's the way that he plays football. Like, he's not going to avoid injury. You don't see guys who are like injured their whole careers, and then all of a sudden, as they get older, they're the models of health.
But if we're going to sit here and say, well, hey, you know what? There was something there at the end of the season. He was making players better. It started to feel like he was getting more comfortable with the system. He was getting used to the players around him. That didn't happen. Didn't happen. Then you got a case. Because then you look at it and you say, okay, started to pick up the offense, looked a little bit better. If they put some better personnel around him, maybe this can work in 2021. It just didn't look right. But he says nice things about Bill Belichick. He takes Bill Belichick's cheap contract. Therefore, he fits.
Congo does make a good point. He said because of last year and the way that the league was set up, it's not fair to judge Cam or any player. And yeah, you know what? Like, there's some validity to that. But I'm not judging him based on what I saw just last year. I'm judging him based on what I saw towards the end of his Panthers tenure, when he legitimately got benched for Kyle Allen. Like, I haven't seen good MVP caliber Cam Newton in half a decade now. So this year is a big year for him, right? He does have some weapons now. I still think that the weapons are overpaid and possibly overrated, but
yep, you're not wrong about that.
He has 2 tight ends. He has more receivers to lean on. So we'll see.
Yeah.
If he has a better year, I'll be willing to come on here and say that I was wrong.
Agreed. I've said the same thing. I hope it works. I really do. He's a nice guy, good leader. He's a lot of fun. I've enjoyed him being here. Like, I enjoy listening to him. Sometimes though, that gets
dude.
really.
He's he's an easy guy to root for.
Yep.
The production just hasn't been there the past few years.
Last year, as each week went by, it got really hard every week to continue to buy into what he was saying, because at some point you just say, dude, like, nice guy, guys on the team like you, you're not playing well, and it makes it really hard to like keep cheering for you. Sorry, like, no offense. You can say that about me, Glass Sheen.
I'm excited for Glash costume season.
Yeah, hey Glash, ever since you stopped dressing up, I think you've been sucking as a host. Nice guy, but dude, you stink. Fair enough. That's your opinion.
We'll see. I'm excited to see what Mac Jones Glash looks like. Like, is it going to be corduroys? What's Mac's outfit game look like these days?
Well,
are you going to go shirtless with a cigar?
Exactly. Maybe? Yeah. That might be that may be just the consistent get up every week. If indeed he does get a chance to start this year. Hey, it's good to have you with us. We have 42 seconds left in the first half. Patriots have the only touchdown of the sim to this point. Let's look at the leading lineups here. See what we got going on. Matt Flinch, first place in the free DraftKings contest. Julian Edelman has the touchdown, 35% owned, has 6 catches in this first half.
The Flinch.
Justin Cravens. Cam isn't getting hated on this chat because of his play. He's hated because haters gonna hate. I'm guilty of this with Russell Wilson. I'm confused about why that relates to Russell Wilson. Justin, please elaborate. Brother Phil, Cam has very poor throwing mechanics. Footwork has always hurt him with his accuracy. Quarterback coaches have been trying to fix him for years, but it obviously hasn't worked. His running made him. I don't disagree with a lot of that. It's true. He was working with a throwing coach. And here's the other thing about all of this. Cam Newton has admitted publicly, as recent as a couple weeks ago before training camp, he was on Keyshawn Johnson's radio show at ESPN. He was asked to evaluate how he played in 2020. And he said it wasn't good enough. Like, even he knows it wasn't good enough. He didn't, if Cam started saying, well, you know, the guys around me wasn't a good enough supporting cast, he'd get ripped for that, for even saying that. So he might believe some of that, right? But we'll see. We'll see. That's why this is an exciting time. We're in August. It is August 1st. I haven't even said that yet on the air. It feels weird to even say that. We're a couple weeks, couple days away from games, from preseason games, to see what it looks like. And then, of course, week 1. I think we're 6 Sundays away from week 1.
Crazy.
Yeah, man. It is. But once you hit August, it's like that used to be that feeling as a kid when you're like, oh man, like school starts soon. You know, like summer pretty much is over at this point. It's starting to feel that way, at least.
Yeah, I feel like there's usually most people sneak one last vacation in, one last trip. You know, August, maybe towards Labor Day weekend. You get a little getaway, but other than that, it's winding down.
Yep, sure is. We had a really rainy July, too, at least here in New England. So
the weather's been wild. I got to say, the past few days in New York, beautiful. It's just beautiful.
Cam Newton has 36 rushing yards in the sim. He is the leading rusher of all players in this matchup. Shady McCoy has 28 rushing yards. Shout out to Tate and Bailey from our Game Ops team. Julian Edelman, 6 catches, 31 yards, and a touchdown. N'Keal Harry, 4 for 41. And James White's got 3 for 21. Zeros for Devin Asiasi.
With a drop.
We're here for the next 3. Well, next 2. We're on this sim, of course, and then we're on the next 2. So, catching up here, Captain Blood. Did Glass just return from vacation to do this sim so we could talk about Brady for 60 minutes only, then do a 180 and crush Cam instead? I haven't talked about Brady yet. I can if you'd like me to. I want to get to this because CEH is here. And this is newsworthy as of the last hour. Well, not hour. This afternoon. Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, blue check mark on Twitter. Colts quarterback Carson Wentz plans to try to rest and rehab his foot injury over the next few days rather than have immediate surgery. If all goes well, week 1 is in play. If it doesn't improve, the answer may be surgery. I don't know how, as a Colts fan, you can feel good about this. And it's already not good, and it's August 1st.
So I feel like anytime it's like, oh, we're going to wait on surgery, you just end up having the surgery later. It never works. You know, I'm sure Michael Thomas and the Saints wish that he had just gotten surgery at the end of last year. Instead, they tried to wait, see how it would heal on its own, and it didn't. And guess what? Now he's having surgery. So I would just get him under the knife. Just do it. Just bite the bullet, cut him up, fix him, and get him back on the field. But the good news is that Carson Wentz stinks, so it doesn't dramatically change the Colts' outlook.
Okay, interesting.
That's my take.
Who is their backup?
They drafted a kid last year, Jacob Eason.
Oh, Jacob Eason. Okay.
So we'll see what he's about.
Oy. It was too good to be true. Reuniting him with Frank Wright, and all will be well. I mean, we were doing. I forget why this came up. Maybe it was because of Aaron Rodgers and everything that happened last week, or this past week, I should say. Like which teams are in that Super Bowl contending discussion. Everyone has their own definition of contending, but in the AFC, Kansas City, Buffalo, and then I think the team after that, it's kind of murky. You can make cases for a lot of teams. I'd put Tennessee in there. Like, I think it would be a huge underachievement if Tennessee doesn't win the South.
Agreed.
A massive underachievement might be the better word, because I think they're that good.
Yeah, they've got everything. I mean, their defense was a little shaky last year, but offensively they should be fantastic, right? Like I have stand for Ryan Tannehill as just a super efficient guy who wins you football games, right? And that should only improve with Julio Jones there. So I agree. I don't know if I would put them in the championship tier, though. I think there are other teams. Like, for me, you've got the Chiefs, you've got the Bucks, you've got the Bills.
Yeah.
Now that Rodgers is back, I'm putting the Packers in there.
Okay.
I think Baltimore is in the mix. I think the Rams are in the mix.
What about Seattle? No.
Pass on Seattle.
Interesting.
I think after the Rams is where I draw the line. For now. You know, this is what's great about the NFL is things change and teams overperform and underperform. And so we might be looking back at this and saying, man, how are the Chargers not considered title front runners? Or, you know, like things change. But those heading into the season, those like 6 teams are the teams that I think have realistic title aspirations.
I just think, I don't know. I mean, if there is something there as far as Carson Wentz as a talent, no one disputes the talent, but it just feels like they're already having problems. He's already having issues staying on the field and staying healthy. So yeah, I get it. He played well with Reich. He was an MVP candidate. Probably should have won it that year, but Brady won it. Oopsies. Oopsies. You know, that's what happens when you get hurt. People, just no offense, like you get forgotten about. Like, oh yeah, all right, on to the next guy who played the whole year. But yeah, it's just kind of too good to be true. So it's a little annoying because when they got Wentz, I'm like, yeah, you know, the Colts roster's loaded. They'll be fine. They're gonna reinvigorate the career of Carson Wentz. I'm like, are we sure about that? I'm like, are we sure about that? So I don't know.
I think it's the opposite. Again, my stance on this, I don't want to talk about this because I talk about this on every sim, I feel like, but...
What do you talk about every sim?
That Carson Wentz, like, I don't want to be known as the guy who just hates Carson Wentz, but...
People think I'm the one who hates Cam, so it's too late for me.
For every Ryan Tannehill, you know, they changed teams and revived his career. For every one of those, there's like 10 guys who changed teams and they're the same. It's like revitalizing a quarterback is a lot harder than I think people realize it is. You know, Carson Wentz last year took a beating. He was playing behind a papier-mâché offensive line, and I think that you, like, as a quarterback, you only have so many hits in you. Like, that was the David Carr syndrome, right? He played behind that Texans offensive line for years, and it just ruined him. And Wentz last year, he had 15 picks. He was sacked 50 times in 12 games. That's more than 4 a game, let alone how many times he was actually hit. He had 10 fumbles. So he had 25 turnovers in 12 games and 50 sacks. I think if you want to make the narrative that a change of scenery is going to make some guy reach new heights, you're much better off doing it with Sam Darnold. And I don't think that's going to work out either, for what it's worth. I think Sam Darnold is also not a good quarterback, and a change of scenery isn't going to do anything for him. But you can at least make an argument that he was just in such a bad situation with the Jets that nobody could have succeeded.
We thought the quarterback movement after the 2019 season was juicy. There's Asiasi.
Oh.
Great move in for the touchdown. Oh, beautiful. Noah Moon, stop crying. Your guy scored.
A little wiggle, wiggle.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. We both thought the same.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
Oh, it's big for a lot of you. 13% in the captain spot. Devin Asiasi, 47.7% owned. Wow. There you go. Ashley Edwards likes it too. Even S4G likes it. C cards. Mike Parker, with Wentz's injury history, Tennessee will challenge for the best AFC record because they will sweep their division.
Wow.
That's a hot one, but it's not, I don't think it's ridiculous.
That's a spicy meatball.
It's really not. I mean,
yeah, you're right.
We'll see how good Trevor Lawrence is, of course, in Jacksonville, if he can will them to some wins. And Houston's going to be a dumpster, a smelly dumpster. So, and then if maybe Jacob Eason can play. Maybe this Wentz thing opens the door for Jacob Eason. I don't know.
Quite odoriferous in Houston.
I mean, Brandon Cooks went out on Twitter and advocated for Randall Cobb to go back to Green Bay. Brandon Cooks is next. He's getting the heck out of there.
I mean, why would you even I don't blame anybody for wanting to get out of there. It's not that easy, unfortunately, but yeah,
the one thing, of course, and this is just this goes for any team, especially a team that's bad or in a rebuild, is you get an opportunity to play. You get playing time. But when you're a receiver, Brandon Cooks is still on the younger side, but he's been in the league. He's bounced around. He's played with some really good quarterbacks. He must be looking at it like, oh my God, this ain't going to go well. Catching up here in the chat.
I saw one of their beat reporters say that Davis Mills, who's the quarterback that they drafted, had one of the worst quarterback performances in a practice that he's ever seen. So that's not what you want to hear.
No, it's not. Mike Parker agreed. We'll see what it looks like. That's the same thing. I feel the same way. I think, I'm going to bring up Tom Terrific for a minute here. I think and it relates to Aaron Rodgers. It relates to Russell Wilson, the beefs they had with their respective franchises in this offseason. It's a tough ball. Nice catch.
Go get it. Go get it, young fella.
Tyler Johnson. But talking quarterback movement, we thought it was good after 2019. We saw a lot of movement in this offseason heading into the 2021 season, which we are now in officially. The league year, of course, is underway. I think just plugging in a new quarterback such as the Rams, you think they're a Super Bowl team.
Yep.
Just, it's not a great comp because Carson Wentz is really unproven, but it relates in the sense that there's injury history with Stafford as well, but Stafford has played through a lot of crap and he's played for some bad teams. I'm not convinced it's just going to be a plug and play and it works as seamless as it did, because it wasn't seamless in Tampa last year. They were 7-5. Their lows were low, very low. I'm curious, though, by just putting Stafford in, how much that elevates them, and you've got them as a Super Bowl team. So I'm still not convinced. I want to see what it looks like, Matthew Stafford playing way more meaningful games.
It's fair, right? It's the first time we've seen Matt Stafford really have to play with expectations. I just think that team has so much talent on both sides of the ball. There's a long one to Chris Godwin. BC Emulator says Evans or Godwin's now. Well, you got it, sir. Yeah, it's fair, right? Like the general prevailing thought is that Matt Stafford is a good quarterback and that the Detroit's inability to construct a team around him is what kept them back, particularly like a defense. Detroit's never had a good defense. But maybe Stafford's just a fantasy guy or something like that. So
yeah, well,
I buy Stafford though. I think he's legit. And any defense that has Aaron Donald and Jalen Ramsey, like they're going to be good. I buy them. I'm buying the Rams.
Yeah, and look, I think you bring up fantasy. That's a good transition. I mean, with the Akers injury, it certainly could boost his value. Maybe it could hurt the team in their production. There's a flag on this. I'm not sure this might be coming back. Hold. Yep, coming back.
The old 2nd and 30.
Yeah, I mean, it could help your fantasy team if Stafford's throwing the ball more, no question. But I'm not so sure that's going to bode well for them to win ball games, because I think Sean McVay does want to have a consistent, reputable running game, right? So something to think about. Something to think about for sure. We'll look at some stats here. Cam Newton, 16 of 20, 149 yards, 2 touchdowns. Tom Brady, 11 of 18, 130 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. Running backs, not much to update. Well, a little bit. Sony Michel, 34 rushing yards. Shady McCoy, 38 rushing yards. Cam Newton still sitting on 36 so far through 3. And on the receiving end, Edelman, 6 for 31 and the touchdown. James White has 4 for 36. N'Keal Harry, 4 for 41. Scotty Miller has 2 for 38. 1 for Damiere Byrd, 1 for Mike Evans, 1 for Devin Asiasi. Who yawned? Did you yawn, LaMarca?
Yeah, it was me.
Oh, crap. We have 2 more of these, man. Come on.
I know. I got to get some nourishment in between sim number 1 and sim number 2.
It's okay. I'm just teasing. All right, 4th quarter is underway. Shout out to Tate and Bailey for the game on Steve. Nice shades, man.
Thanks.
Oh, I know what I wanted to bring up. Week 1 salaries are out now on DraftKings.
Yeah, they are.
Did you have a look at any of this yet?
Jeff and I kind of went through it a little bit yesterday, but I have not dug into these. We still have 4 weeks, and there are going to be injuries and all sorts of things. I'm not one of these people that obsess about the week 1 salaries as soon as they come out.
Okay.
So I'm sorry if that's not fun, but
it's not.
But that's my approach.
Well, I guess, as you know, and I give CEH credit for saying this, I honestly ignore everything until the season starts. I can't handle the waiting. As I've said to CEH before and to everyone else, like, we're on here doing whatever, if it's 6 sims or if it's 4 sims because of American Ultimate Disc League. We have a stream, we have a daily stream. We have to talk about something. So we're going to read into stuff. We've got to fill these 12 hours,
Well, I'll tell you right now, if you're looking for anybody to talk about preseason DFS,
okay.
I just signed I hate saying signed a contract. It sounds so much more official than it is. But I just signed a contract. I will be doing some preseason DFS content for Fantasy Labs, breaking down each week of the preseason. And then of course, I'll be doing plenty of regular season content as well. So like I will be diving into this stuff heavily. But while a lot of people don't have to focus on the preseason, and I don't blame you for that, I'm gonna be deep into the preseason wormhole. So
fair enough.
I'll be happy to talk some preseason DFS with you and stuff.
Okay.
If that's something you'd like to do.
Sure. Gets the people going.
It gets the people going. It's provocative.
How do those slates work, though? Because some teams play Thursday, others play Friday. I can't even keep track of it. When is the Hall of Fame game? Is that this Thursday?
That's this Thursday.
Holy cow.
Yeah, dude.
Crazy.
I'm pretty sure it's a daily thing, like the Thursday teams, the Friday teams, the Saturday team. So this week's easy. There's just one game and it's on Thursday. But then the following week, that's when, like the real preseason starts.
Mm-hmm.
And then we get Hard Knocks. I got to tell you, I'm excited for Hard Knocks.
You know what? I'm going to try and get into it this year because the Cowboys are involved. I do find that intriguing just to figure out. I think Dak Prescott's a pretty likable guy. I think he's really overrated as a player. His Madden rating's pretty overrated. It's an 87 for a guy who didn't play in the league last year. That injury was scary. I still have nightmares even thinking about it. It was awful. But I find him kind of likable. He really does make that team likable.
I love Dak Prescott.
So, yeah, I want to hear.
And I don't think he's overrated for what it's worth. I think, if anything, he's underrated.
Well, I don't think it's his fault. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think folks, because of his leadership and the brand, you're going to get overrated when you wear that uniform.
Do you think Tony Romo was overrated?
No.
So, Prescott has started 4 years, okay? He went 13-3 as a rookie, 9-7, 10-6, 8-8, and then 2-3 last year before getting hurt. Last year, he averaged, you ready for this?
Yep.
371 passing yards per game.
In 5 games. Okay. They went 2-3.
For sure. The defense last year was pacing to be the worst defensive unit of all time from a passing yards perspective.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't stop a nosebleed. Dak is a great quarterback. And like, to me, I kind of related to Russell Wilson, where, when Wilson won, it was because he was playing behind a great defense, and everybody had excuses for why Russell Wilson wasn't great. And I think that people have come around on that, right? For Dak, it's like, oh, well, he played behind an all-time great offensive line. Mm-hmm. He's got Ezekiel Elliott to keep defenses honest. But last year, he really had none of those things, and he averaged 370 yards per game. His offense was consistently putting up 35, 40 points, and the only reason they lost was because the defense was horrendous. You know, like, do you want to blame him for scoring 38 points in a loss against the Browns? The defense allowed 49. It's hard to put any of these L's on Prescott, in my opinion.
Fair. Okay. Fair. Maybe I'll reword what I said. I feel the national perspective of Dak Prescott is that he's overrated. I take him on my team. I think he's a good player. I think by someone, I mean the general you. I think I'm just waiting for someone to take over that division, like go on a run. Can someone win that division back-to-back years and just firm this thing up? And they are in position to do so. Like, I think their roster management is pretty bad. Like, the guys they gave contracts to, they're good players, not great players.
The Cowboys are a poorly run team.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if they had just...
Did Philly win the division back-to-back?
No. Nobody's won the division back-to-back since, like, 2004 or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Daniel.
Drafting Zeke in the first round as early as they did was a huge mistake. Mm-hmm. And then signing him to an extension was also a huge mistake. Like, they could have drafted Jalen Ramsey. They passed on Jalen Ramsey, took Ezekiel Elliott. And Zeke's a great player. He's good. He's one of the better running backs in the league, you know, top 10 at the position. But that just doesn't mean all that much in today's game. Like, would you rather have Zeke Elliott and whatever terrible starting cornerback they rolled out last year, or Tony Pollard and Jalen Ramsey? I think it's easily the latter. So, I think there are some roster constructions issues, you know, but that's not Dak's fault.
Well, and as we discussed, nice run here by Leonard Fournette. Yeah, and Amon, I think I got it right. Amon. Good work. Thanks, Amon. It was a while. Looking back, the last time I think I had to say his name was in the second quarter. By the way, Amon and Daniel are our production team tonight. Fantastic work, as always. Last time, you're right, 03-04. Last time, one team in the NFC East repeated as the division winner.
The Donnie Mack days.
Yeah. Donnie Mack.
Fueled by chunky soup.
Let's see what Brady does. Inside handoff to Shady McCoy. He's in.
He reached it. He reached it out there. Yeah, I see you, Shady. Just doing the Shady bounce.
Well, it's kind of the same thing, too, about, like, Jerry Jones getting obsessed with, like, CeeDee Lamb. Like, we get it. Like, good for your fantasy team. Like, good. I mean, good for Dak Prescott if you have him in fantasy to go get Amari Cooper, which ended up being a pretty good deal, I think, for them. Then again, they gave him 5 years, $100 million. Good player, good receiver. Is he great? I don't know if he's great, but he's really good. Offensive line's getting older. They gave Demarcus Robinson a crap ton of money. And you just brought up Zeke. So when you push all the chips in for those players, it's the same conversation we've had about Kansas City. Mahomes and the contract they gave him is flexible and team-friendly, that they can maneuver the cap. And as long as you get the right defensive lineman and the right guy in the secondary and the right receiver / tight end, you got to be really careful about who you give those big contracts to. Because if you don't be careful, you're going to be like the Cowboys, and you're going to have a stranglehold on certain parts of your roster. And I think that's where they're at. So it's, to your point, it's not fair to Dak Prescott, because now he's in the spotlight if they don't win, because I just kind of felt I was just a victim of it. You just gave me the numbers of what he was averaging, 370 something yards per game in 5 games last year, and they were 2-3. But it comes off like, same old Cowboys. They can't take care of the division, win 10, 11 games, and win it, not in a landslide, but at least they can't win it handedly. But it's not necessarily a reflection of the quarterback. Fair. Shady McCoy, only 13% owned in the showdown. Wow.
Shady.
Aftermath. All right, Cam Newton. Cam Newton's back.
By the way, we will have another new division champ in 2021 in the NFC East. Washington will not be the first team to break that spell.
Ooh,
feel pretty good.
Asi.
Oi, oi, oi.
Asi. Thank you all so much for being here on the Dream Stream. About 350 of you watching on YouTube. We got you on Twitch as well. About 50 of you here. Real quick, I really apologize. There was a question in the chat to you about Todd Gurley. Where do you think he'll end up? Any thoughts on that?
I think the Saskatoon Roughriders need a running back. I think Gurley's best chance is to wait for an injury in season. Wait for a team to lose their running back and then kind of panic, and then Gurley can sign with them.
Okay.
But he's donezo.
I mean, Devontae Freeman just got a job.
Devontae had some moments last year with the
Giants.
G-Man.
The G-Man.
The G-Man. Let's look up what Todd did last year. Todd.
Amen, no way. I don't think he's going back to LA. That didn't end well.
3.5 yards per carry. Ugh.
If Cam Newton doesn't mess this up, the Patriots should win this sim. They should be in field goal range.
Eamon says, the painting was a gift, Todd. I'm keeping it.
Executive sessions. I love how us in the chat room and sim hosts always know more about constructing teams than NFL GMs.
Damn right.
We need something to talk about.
In all seriousness, though, what qualifies Jerry Jones to know how to build a team outside of the fact that he's worth billions of dollars? That's his only qualification. Jerry Jones is an NFL fan who happens to be rich. What are the Patriots doing?
Oh my God, they didn't kick the field goal. Belichick, clock mismanagement. Are you kidding me? They didn't kick it.
They had a timeout left too. They could have just taken timeout when they got down to 1 second.
What are they doing? What are they doing? You're right.
I don't know.
They could have kicked a 49-yarder. Oh. Just when we had, I was just thinking about eating my dinner. You mentioned you have to have some fuel because you were yawning.
Fuel it up. Fuel it up. Little darling, fuel it up. All right.
Hi. Chat's fired up. It's true. Technically, it's not Bill Belichick coaching the Patriots.
Listen, we all know that Brady is a winner. He somehow Jedi mind tricked virtual Patriots head coach who has no name into running the ball there.
Executive sessions, I know. I'm just trolling must be if Cam doesn't mess this up. It's a good back and forth. Oh, Noah Moon, stop being a baby. Noah, if you consider that the case, why do you keep coming back? I'm really genuinely curious. I have to keep reminding some of you, at the end of the day, someone Someone watching on YouTube, Twitch, the Game Center, heck, they might just check the score when they wake up tomorrow morning having their cup of coffee watching the birds by the bird feeder. Somebody's going to be
do that, by the way. Not the bird feeder, but I like to go outside for my morning coffee.
Someone will be happy how this sim plays out because someone is going to win. There is a winner, and there are many losers. That's how it works. And then we get up the next day, and you try again. And the next day. And the next
Welcome back, Glash.
We're here for the next 2, by the way, so good evening to all. But, someone's going to win, and someone will be happy. Someone will smile tonight and say, I loved that New England-Tampa sim on August 1st, 2021.
Well, that was the big scuttlebutt yesterday, Glash, was we did, I was doing my giveaways, and for the first sim, I basically had the perfect lineup. So I won my own free roll in which I was supposed to be doing a giveaway. And people were not happy about this. So for the rest of the sims that night, I rostered backup quarterbacks. I was $30,000 under the cap. I pulled out all the stops.
Nice. Atta baby. Noah Moon, at least Noah says I'm his guy. That makes me happy. The game should be over, but it isn't. I don't know. Talk to the virtual coach. Call him up. 3rd and 16 from the 28. Cam, do something. Run, Cam. Hold on to the ball.
Yeah, good run.
Chris Adams, good to see you too. Good evening, Chris. Chris is in the chat. Hey, Chris, I just wanted to remind you that Peyton Manning finished his career 3-1 against Tom Brady in the AFC Championship with 3 different head coaches. Will he ever get out of Peyton's shadow? Let me just add this. It looked like Peyton Manning's arm was going to fall off in his last year. And let me ask you this, Chris. Who's still playing at 43 years old in year number 22 in the NFL? Oh, that's right. And how many Super Bowls does... Oh, what's his name again? Thomas Edward Patrick Brady. 7 titles, Chris. 7.
God, that's such a... It's almost a shame he wasn't born in Boston, because that's a Boston name if I've ever heard one.
But LaMarca, according to Chris, we all count Peyton Manning's record in his last 4 AFC Championship games. That's what matters.
Yeah. For my money, if I had to win a game and I could have any quarterback in their prime, I'm probably taking Peyton Manning. So I might not be the right person to talk to about this, Glash, but there's no denying that the resume of Tom Brady's resume is significantly more impressive. He will go down as the better quarterback historically.
And Chris, you can stop typing. I know you're going to type out your MVP argument. I already know it's coming. So stop yourself while you can. I'll mention it. I'll say it for you. Now, I wonder, there's a red line there to tell us, in theory, that is field goal range. But I don't know what this coach of the Patriots in Simland is going to do. I can't figure this out.
Who knows? They might punt on 2nd and 10.
LaMarca, don't even joke. Okay, little dump off. There you go, James White. He's had a nice sim. Thank you all for being here, though. For reals. Tyrone, no, we are not allowed. Well, LaMarca can. You can play in these sims if you wanted to.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking. I shouldn't have done it. But at the same time, I like to win. So I put the lineup out that I thought was going to be the best yesterday, and it won. And I'm sorry. I made up for it, I think. But I'm a competitor. That's my teammate.
And the other thing, too, if you're watching on YouTube, you can scroll to the bottom of the DraftKings YouTube page where you can hit subscribe. That'd be great if you could do that. It says
they're going to send out their kicker here.
Kick it! Oh, so now it's from 31 yards, or now he made it. Oh, thank goodness.
Piped it through.
But the Bucs get a chance here, right? The Bucs have a chance to rebuttal. If you scroll down, it says Matt LaMarca and Jeff Ulrich are promoters and users at DraftKings. Their usernames are even listed. M. LaMarca and Jeff says wave goodbye. They play on their personal accounts and games they offer advice on. There you go. Yours truly, though, can't do it.
Right, because I'm not technically a DraftKings employee. I am a contractor. DraftKings wouldn't hire me because they'd be losing about $15,000 annually. From the rate that I pay.
Oh, Jeremy wants to bring up the really bad division, the AFC East. Let me ask you all this.
It's a rough division.
When Peyton Manning was playing the AFC South, who was his competition?
It's also a rough division.
I'm waiting. Who was really good in the AFC South? Hello?
Yeah, I guess David Garrard.
It's the Garrard. He's coming for you, Peyton.
Peyton, first Garrard. Next.
Oh, come on. Stop it. Now, look, I agree. The AFC East, awful. But let's not make this out. Let me ask you this then, everybody. Why was it then that it was always Peyton against Brady? Because Peyton had pretty easy trips to win that division, too. Come on. Come on.
David Garrard just sitting at home like, what did I do? Out here catching strays.
And Chris Adams is right. Nobody goes down as anything. It's all an opinion, not an official stat. It's true. It's good fodder. Good back and forth. Second and 11. Tom gets hit. It looked like it hurt. Poor guy. You're not almost 40.
It's a shtick that Must Be has going. There was a college football coach who had like an epic rant. Like he was like, "Don't go after my kids. Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40." And Must Be's been giving me that treatment because he says I am a man and I stand up for my takes. I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong. So it's a sign of respect. Yes, Eamon says Mike Gundy, Oklahoma State coach. That's correct.
All right, Tom Brady, I don't want a tie here. I want a touchdown, okay? Or, oh, he might get it. Picked. But a flag. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Go down.
Go down. Godwin with the tackle. What's the flag?
Pass interference. Defense. It did look like Evans got
pass
tackled.
interference. Automatic first down. You gotta be kidding me. Oh my God. We're hungry. Just score a freaking touchdown. Gotta be kidding me. Freaking PI. Yeah. Dude. They just do that because all the Madden hosts love Brady. Yeah, Brady gets all the calls. But I thought Goodell hated him.
Oh, a stoink.
20-17. That was a good year, 2017. I actually don't know if it was a good year. So
Yeah, I don't remember anything that happened then.
Me either. There it was. Brady trying for a field goal, says Daniel. LaMarca and I are with you for the whole night. This is Sim 1 of 3. 3rd and 3 for Tom from the 8.
Get there, Lenny.
Ooh. 4 inches. Great. Go for it.
Come on, virtual Bruce.
Go for it, Bruce. Oh, boo. Jeez. I'm getting hangry. Midwest Heather, first place in our free roll. Hope everyone had a nice weekend.
This is the first time ever, I think, that my double overtime clause is going to come into play. Producer Eamon, you're new, but my contract, it only calls for a maximum of 1 overtime per game. Eamon says, yeah, it's due. We out of here. Just kidding. I'm happy to call this game for as long as it goes. Let's play 7 overtimes.
All right. The show goes on. In the free DraftKings contest offered to all of you, the people, 8,394 entries. First place lineup, because Tate and Bailey are super quick updating those scores. Shady McCoy is in the captain. Newton, Godwin, Edelman, Asiasi, James White. Oi, oi, oi. Maybe we'll get some news. I guess there was news on Kawhi Leonard, NBA-wise. Kawhi Leonard declined his player option, so he's an unrestricted free agent.
Not surprising.
Nope. Really not.
I think the article also said Chris Paul did it too. I think Paul, he should almost assuredly go back to Phoenix, but who knows what Kawhi's going to do. Guy's a wild card.
Seriously. And I guess with Chris Paul, right, he's not going to get the same money out on the open market, right? But maybe he'll get stability, like a couple years.
Yeah, you trade the 1-year contract for some stability. I mean, his stock is high right now. There's Asi.
There you go,
He can
Noah.
probably get another, 3-year deal with a lot of money tied into it. So you sacrifice some on the back end, but you get the longevity. Kawhi, I don't know what his plan is. I think that I think he's just gonna continue. This is just gonna be his modus operandi for however long it takes. Like, he's just gonna sign short deals with options so he can constantly evaluate his options. If he wants to scoot, he'll scoot, go somewhere else. Like, whoever he is going to be playing for is constantly going to be under the microscope and be under pressure to put together a team that Kawhi feels is good enough to win the title. And I think the Clippers are fine. Like, they were close last year without Kawhi. So, I don't know if there's a better situation out there for him, per se, but I would expect Kawhi to take a look around and see what his options are.
Free agency starts tomorrow, or it's midnight tonight, right? Schmidnight. Okay. Patriots are at the Tampa 44. If this plays out the way this game's going right now in real life when they meet up Sunday Night Football, that'll be fun. Folks are going to overrate the crap out of that matchup because I'm of the belief I'd rather the Patriots, as a Patriots fan, I'd rather them lose week 4, but win the division, or not win the division, but because I think Buffalo's winning the division. But if they can win 10 games, I'd rather than win 10 games. If I had to pick one or the other, beating Tom Brady week 4 or winning the division, some folks are like, oh, if Bill wants to get his revenge, he's got to beat Brady head to head. I'm like, no, just win the division.
Yeah, exactly.
Mookie Betts hit a home run. Okay. Dodgers destroying Arizona. Jonathan Smith, Kawhi to the Sixers. Huh.
That would be interesting.
And we just got something from Eamon. See, I messed it up. Eamon, sorry. Apparently that Tobias Harris is being shopped, so you can make that work.
Yeah.
Maybe a sign and trade? I don't know.
I stand for Tobias because he's a fellow Long Islander. Long Island in the house. But there's no denying that would be a massive dub for the 76ers if they could pull it off. Eamon says Jeff Green is a primary target for the Boston Celtics. Also showing interest in Kelly Olynyk and Avery Bradley. Oh boy, Brad Stevens bringing back all his old dogs.
Jeez. The Jeff Green one is fantastic. Like, Brad Stevens is at a point, I've had enough of this guy haunting me with Brooklyn, with Cleveland.
All right, for the game.
Is this close enough for you, Nick? Congratulations. The New England Patriots. You beat Tom. You beat Tampa.
Who else can Brad bring back? Is Eddie House available?
Who else is out there? It's a good question. Isaiah Thomas.
Yeah, let's get IT back in here. Antoine Walker.
All right, you know what? Why don't you think about that, and then we'll start the 8 p.m. sim with that topic. Who should Brad Stevens bring back? Or you can save that for Koff. He'll be offended if you don't talk to him about it. Okay, we need a player of the game and not my kid award.
Player of the game. Moment of the day. Player of the game for me is going to be Shady Mac. How about that?
Fair. Captain in the winning lineup makes total sense. Only 1% in the captain. He scored 34.5 points in the captain spot. And in the flex, 23 points. Pretty good. 13% owned.
Pretty good.
And then
not my kid is Tom Brady. He had 0 touchdowns.
It'll motivate him. So I'd roster him next sim. He'll be motivated by this. Okay, I want to go eat. So this post game is over. We're going to be back in like a half hour. So
yeah, quick turnaround.
Chargers, Jags coming up next. Me, Lamarca, Eamon, Daniel, Tate, and Bailey finalizing the scoring from this game. The late classic slate continues. In the meantime, to keep you all busy and keep you company, here comes the Pat Mayo Experience breaking down the thing Lamarca doesn't really care too much about, the DraftKings Week 1 salaries. Here they are.
Mayo Experience. Mayo Experience. Mayo Experience. Mayo Experience. Experience.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience presented by DraftKings. Folks, it's real. It's happening. The Week 1 DraftKings pricing has dropped. This is the instant reaction. and first look. And if you want to get ahead of the game, obviously you can look at the prices, but you need the tools and research methods to help you go through. So you need to go to runthesims.com right now till the end of July. It's a completely free site. But if you want to get on the founders discount, runthesims.com/Mayo will get you that price for life. The simulations, the optimizer, the projections, everything is up there with what you need to help you with your research at runthesims.com. Go check it out. Smash the like button to this video. Subscribe to Mayo Media Network. In the comment section, give me your first look, biggest value on the week 1 slate. Although we are more than 5 weeks away from the actual start of the NFL season, this now feels real. This is getting me excited, and I hope you're excited for this too. And I hope you're excited for some giveaways that I got going on for you. If you hit the description, you will find a link on Apple Podcasts to Fantasy Football Picks and Bets, a brand new show on Mayo Media Network, which is now running twice a week. It's going to go to 3 times a week here in about 2 weeks. And then by the start of the season, 5 to 6 times a week, a shorter form informational type show that can really help you get ahead. If you're looking for something quick that's, not necessarily just me talking at you the entire time, we are assembling an awesome crew over there. We're going to release the winner of the hosting job from the competition as well. But if you click on that link down there right now on Apple Podcasts, subscribe to the show, obviously, but leave a 5-star review, something you enjoy about the show, Twitter handle or email address so I can contact you. And you are in a draw, and the pool right now is at $500. We need 4 more reviews, and that's jumping up to $1,000 of cash giveaways. We get even more. It might go up to $1,500, $2,000. Who knows? We're 4 away from the $1,000 threshold. So please go rate and review Fantasy Football Picks and Bets on Apple Podcasts right now. Check it out on Mayo Media Network too when you're subbing to that on the YouTube channel. I want to bring in one of my best friends around. It is Chris Meany from FTN Fantasy, FTN Daily, FTNBets.com. If you go to FTNFantasy.com right now and use promo code Meany, that will get you a discount. And there's an awful lot of content up there right now, Meany. And there's a ton from you.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there's an absolute ton of content over at FTN, and there's still good. I mean, every day, honestly, just taking a look at the show sheet and our schedule, it's like 5 or 6 articles that pop up, whether it's betting props, just fantasy best ball advice, and soon just talking week 1 because it is almost here, as you said, just off the top, man. Once we get into August, it's basically here, right? Like spring preseason games are just right around the corner, and I'm just super excited to be able to talk, fantasy football here with you, man. It's going to be a blast here. Looking forward to this.
Yeah, talking about actionable things for week 1 is so much different than the preseason stuff. So I just wanted to jump into it. So I just looked at the pricing. I was like, whoa, here we go. Christian McCaffrey is the most expensive running back on the board. Dalvin Cook also above $9,000. They're 95 and 91. Derrick Henry, Kamara, Jonathan Taylor, all in the $8,000 range. Barkley, Chubb, and Eckler are in the 7s. Then you got DeAndre Swift, Aaron Jones, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Miles Sanders, James Robinson, $6,400, although he does an easy matchup. I don't know how that one's really going to work out. Najee Harris, here we are, $6,300. Yeah. Joe Mixon and Myles Gaskin. That Myles Gaskin is $6,000. So right off the hop, I mean, I guess it really depends on how you build, because I have a stack already from the first look pricing. I was like, oh, wow, we can pile this one up, save some cash, and go spend if we want to. But McCaffrey at 95 versus Dalvin Cook at 91, I mean, it's pretty juicy to start off with. I think I would always lean McCaffrey because of the upside, but I mean, ownership is going to have to dictate this. I don't even want to speculate on ownership right now, but did any one of these guys at running back stick out to you right away being like, oh my God, that guy is just going to be the play?
A little bit later in that down the board, like you said. I mean, even like a guy like Nick Chubb at 7-2 in a high total game against KC. Eckler's going to be in a tough spot against Washington. Jones 6-8 against the Saints. Rodgers is back. In that range, Clyde Edwards-Helaire even 6-6. This is a guy that it just seems like it's going to be his backfield. I mean, he was a top 10 running back before they acquired Le'Veon Bell. And I'm looking at high totals, and that's one of the highest ones on the board. I mean, 52.5 KC and Cleveland. I mean, Robinson, no thanks. But in around that 6K, low 7 is intriguing. Even Jonathan Taylor at 8K in there against Seattle, not another high total game. But yeah, I mean, Christian McCaffrey up at the top. I mean, 9.5. He's just in one of the most consistent backs. Last year, only played 3 games, but he led the league in points per game. Last year or 2 years ago, led the league in points per game against the Jets here. So it's going to be a bit of a different offense, I suppose, with Sam Darnold under center, but it's still going to be the Christian McCaffrey show. Everything's going to roll through him. And even Cook. I honestly think maybe Cook may be a better play than CMC against the Bengals. It's still a team that I think will be pretty weak defensively at stopping the run. A lot of teams have just ran all over them over the past couple of years, and we know what Minnesota wants to do there with Dalvin Cook. So, man, it's exciting, and you just flipped me this minutes ago. So kind of just rolling through some of these running back prices, but I think I may live in that range around 6K, but there's certainly some underpriced wide receivers and quarterbacks where you can spend up here at running back, maybe even McCaffrey and a Cook week 1 and get away with a decent looking lineup.
Yeah, because so much of where the pricing is not going to change over the next month. Like supreme value is going to open up in the 3Ks at wide receiver once people win jobs or guys get cut. There's probably going to be a few $2,500 tight ends that work as well. And this is for the main slate, the millionaire maker slate, although there's probably going to be a millionaire maker for the first game of the season too. So this is like your Sunday early, Sunday late. It doesn't involve the Bears or Rams, Ravens or Raiders, or the opening game of the Cowboys and Bucks. So keep that in mind when you're being like, where is this guy? Like, I mean, have you never played DraftKings before? This is how it works. This is the main slate.
Where's Zeke?
Yeah, where is Zeke? He should be. Why is he not up here in the pricing? So some of the guys, when I go down the list a little bit, like I actually think like Najee Harris, that Steelers and Bills game is one of the higher total games. Now, if you think that Buffalo like blows them out, which is where the line is being set right now, it's -6.5 for the Bills at home in that opening 1 p.m. start Eastern time. But are we pretty convinced that Najee Harris is like the guy in Pittsburgh? Because if that's the case, like, no offense to Miles Sanders or even Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who still could be in a bit of a committee with Jarek and Darrell Williams, it seems like Najee's the guy.
Yeah, and that's just a total oversight by me, even going down even lower to the low 6. Yeah, Harris is, oh my goodness, it's a great price for him against the Bills. Yeah, you mentioned the spread. I don't even care about that. He's a true bell cow back. He really is. And Pittsburgh came out this week and said it. They drafted him in the first round to be a 3-down back, and that's what they expect, and that they would be extremely disappointed if he wasn't a 3-down back. Yeah, this is his backfield. You can go back to the days of Mike Tomlin, his offenses with multiple running backs touching the ball 18 plus times. Le'Veon Bell, D'Angelo Williams, the 1 year finished as a top 5 running back when he had to step in for Bell. James Conner was a top 5 running back a couple years ago as well. So even last year when Conner left, they gave Benny Snell the ball a ton and a couple times, and he didn't really do anything with it. So Harris is explosive. Say what you want about the offensive line. I think they're getting healthier. Last year, they missed a couple pieces. They addressed it a little bit at the offense, in the draft. And he's a guy that I expect him, Pat, to have 50-plus catches this year. I expect him to flirt with 300 touches. I like the over on his 1,000-yard rushing prop. I think he's going to be a player right from the get-go for the Steelers. And Big Ben, another year older, you have to question whether he can push the ball down the field. There's a reason Juju led the team in catches, because he's just throwing the ball 10 yards down the field with accuracy. So there'll be some checkdowns. If indeed the Bills do, get ahead here by a touchdown or so, Harris will be on the field at all moments of the game, even late down in the fourth quarter. I believe that.
So the cheaper the running back that we can find that's going to play in all 3 facets, when he's going to have the receiving role, he's going to have the every down role, and the goal line role, he is one of the cheapest ones on the board who fits that profile. The other one, and I don't think I'm going to get here because when I reveal my the stack that really jumped out to me right away, Mike Davis is down here at $5,400. No one believes in Mike Davis that he's going to be any good, and I'm sort of on the fence. I just think he's been such a really good value in season long, and this value for $5,400 on the board right now, he could be one of the running backs who fits the criteria that I just talked about. He's the goal line back, he's the passing down back, he's the between the 20s guy. He might not be that good, but no one thought David Montgomery was any good either until he got the entire role, got a pretty weak schedule. Then all of a sudden he's a top 5 fantasy running back. That's sort of how I see Mike Davis. I don't think he's going to be a top 5 fantasy running back, but at the same time, that's the role I see him filling. And I think people will just talk themselves out of Mike Davis. Now, maybe we hear reports at a Falcons camp in 3 weeks' time that Quadre Olison has passed him on the depth chart. They go out and sign someone, but it hasn't happened yet. So right now, Mike Davis is the guy.
Yeah, he is the guy. And what we love about DraftKings is the full point for the catch. We like guys that are going to get the ball. And obviously Julio Jones is gone there. It's going to be Pitt's first game, and everyone's just going to automatically go to Pitts. They really will. In a game against the Eagles in a dome, a high total game, they're going to go to Matt Ryan and Pitts or Ridley, or the other side with Hurts or Smith, Goddard potentially, and forget about some of the running backs in this game. And for Davis, I mean, I don't think he's that bad, honestly. I mean, he's got a season with the Seahawks where he had 4.6 yards per carry, so I'm not completely writing him off as a guy who can't rack up more than 750 rushing yards if he can get 200 carries. Last year with Carolina, he was a low-end RB1. He really was, because he finished with 59 catches, which was top 5 among running backs. So all year, I'm going to be interested in Davis until maybe that switch happens. But Hawkins is young. He's not going to know the playbook. Allison, are we really come on? It's going to be Davis right away off the get-go for week 1 in a high total game. You could probably bank on 5-6 catches from him. He did it multiple times last year filling in for Christian McCaffrey. So I think that's a really good price as well at 5-4, Pat.
So some of the other guys to look at, Antonio Gibson is only $5,900. I'm a bit more bearish on Gibson than I think that the market is right now. So that's probably a pass for me, at least initially. Yeah. David Johnson's $5,700. I don't know how the Texans backfield is going to take
going on there.
Mostert has been wearing a brace during training camp, but he says he's not going to wear it during the season. Everyone's like, oh my God, Trey Sermon. So I think that Mostert eventually gets overlooked in this spot, but they're at Detroit. Detroit's defense, I mean, probably better than its offense, but still not good by any stretch of the imagination. San Francisco's a favorite in that game. We know that they want to run the ball. He's not a full-time back, but he's a highly efficient back. And with Jeff Wilson still on the sidelines on the PUP list, unlikely to be ready for the start of the season, if Mostert can just get control of that goal line touch load, all of a sudden, he's someone who can break the big runs. He doesn't need 25 touches to come through. As long as he has that goal line work down, or at least 60% of the goal line work, and he gets his opportunities, 15 touches in that game against Detroit just might be enough.
Yeah, I was trying to think ahead here to week 1 and look at just team totals and who would have the highest. San Fran's got to be close. They probably would have a top 5 team total against Detroit, who, I mean, can we expect a whole lot from that offense? And it's a decently, it's a mid total. It's not up near 48 inside the top 5, but you got to figure Vegas is thinking that San Fran's going to be able to score some points on Detroit. And I have to agree here. And for Mostert, I mean, he just recently said that, I think it was last night, I saw a tweet from him telling everybody to relax about the knee brace. It's there to protect him long-term. He's not dealing with anything, but in case something does happen to his knee where he takes a shot or he takes a hit, it would just help him out. So I think people can just relax a little bit when it comes to him. But yeah, they're going to score some points, right? Whether it's Trey Lance or it's Jimmy G, they're going to score points. They're going to be up in this game. They're going to have their way with Jared Goff. The defense looks healthy right now. They got a lot of pieces back. So they'll probably lean on the run game. This is what they want to do anyways, even though they have a lot of guys in that offense who are explosive, like Kittle and Ayuk and Debo. But they're still going to be a team that likes to run the football, especially when they get up in games. It's just, I don't think that's going to change. We know what Kyle Shanahan wants to do. So he is interesting at that. And you're talking about ownership, and try not to get too far ahead and project these kind of things, but he's a guy that I think won't come with a high ownership. It's certainly going to be sub 6 or sub 7, even though that, San Fran's going to be favored here by more than a touchdown. I dig a little bit deeper. I wanted to get your thoughts on this Jets backfield. Coleman used to be a Niner, and I just really like Carter. I just like him as a running back, and I know it's his first game, but man, he's pretty cheap here.
This is where you're gonna have to pay attention to the training camp reports to see who wins some of these jobs, or at least who is projected to be the starting running back. Because there are 2 rookies, and actually they were college teammates, and they're both $4,000 in week 1. Michael Carter is one of them at Carolina. If he can just involve himself in the passing game. Because that could be a very easily stackable game with some of the cheaper prices. Even if you take McCaffrey, just pile up on the Jet side, and you're like, oh my God, I can afford anyone else. But Javonte Williams is the other one who's also $4,000. Yes. Melvin Gordon's like $1,400 more, and Javonte Williams and Michael Carter might win these jobs out of camp and be maybe not the 1A plus, but they're the 1A in this backfield, and they'll play like 65% of snaps if they can get that goal line work, like to pay off this $4,000 price tag and the flexibility that it gives you in the rest of your like lineup creation just could be immense. Like if you did want to pay up for McCaffrey and Cook, that's a very logical third player in your flex to go put in. So I think that those two guys are probably the best values that I see for week one, at least at running back.
Yeah, same. Absolutely. Actually, both of them it's kind of where I looked first to see where both of those guys are, because I think that they are going to win jobs here out of camp. And I really like what the Jets did with their offensive line. I think, it's going to be one of the better offensive lines in all of football. And I do believe that Carter will be a guy that is close to a bell cow back. I think he's going to be the guy that catches balls into the backfield. Now it's week one. We're just looking at week one. Long term, I think he's really going to solidify a role inside this offense. So it is going to be tough for just these rookie backs right away to see what kind of workload they'll get off the hop. But like you said, you're going to want to follow preseason with some of these guys. But again, I really like this Jets offensive line. I like Carter as a running back. I think he can catch balls into the backfield. I'm not sold on anybody else inside that offense. And we don't even know about Melvin Gordon. Is the off-field stuff just gone now? According to reports out of Denver, that there's still a possibility that this guy could be suspended for one game to start the season. So if that happens, I mean, the ownership is going to go really high with Williams. But that's another guy that I expect over time here to just be the guy in Denver. Maybe it's a 60-40 off the right away in week one if Gordon is playing, but Williams is a bell cow back too. I mean, he's explosive and he can catch balls in the backfield. I don't think the offensive line is all that brutal in Denver either. I just feel like that's a low scoring, like that's a game that I don't think I'm going to love from a fantasy standpoint, Giants and Broncos, but Jets and Carolina is one that I think could be sneaky.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned about the totals if I'm talking about a $4,000 running back. Like that just
Sure.
he only has to do so he scores a touchdown. You're like, oh, here we go. This is amazing
You're
news.
there.
And I've afforded everyone else that I wanted in these high total games. The only other ones on the fours that I'm thinking about, and again, this is going to depend on the news. Travis Etienne is $4,900. Both Bills running backs, both Cardinals running backs are down here too. Out of all of those guys, like Edmonds is the one that I have the most interest in, but if he's not the starter over Connor, I don't really want to play Connor because I think that his very valuable touches both get taken away by Edmonds in the passing game and Kyler near the goal line. But if you have Edmonds in that spot, maybe Kyler takes away some of his goal line rushing ability, but he'll probably, at least more than likely, be the one catching passes out of the backfield so he can prop himself up that way, and he's super cheap. So that's where my first lean was at running back when we went on the cheaper side. I want to talk stacks because this is the first thing that jumped out to me because I wanted to see where Jalen Hurts was. Because Jalen Hurts, I mean, whatever you think of him as a real-life quarterback, he is fantasy gold for whenever he is playing. Yeah. Now, a lot of that has to do with his rushing. So is he actually a stackable quarterback? I think yes, especially with his new weapons. And if you want a cheap stack, this Philly and Atlanta game might be where you want to turn to because you can get Jalen Hurts for $6,400. You can get Devontae Smith in his first game for $4,500. And Jalen Reagor, who no one cares about anymore, apparently, for $3,700. Like, that is one of the cheaper stacks with upside that you're going to find. And then you can bring that back with a $7,900 Kelvin Ridley against his awful. Like, did the Philly secondary really get all that much better, Meanie? That's your team. Did they get good?
No, they didn't. It's gonna be a long year in Philadelphia, but I'm absolutely shocked with this Smith pricing at 4.5. I'm looking in this range of wide receivers. Heck, you can go up to 5K. Like, there's not a lot of wideouts in this range that you can project double-digit targets. I think Smith is going to have a phenomenal year. It's kind of just, if you look at season long and where he's getting drafted in high stakes leagues outside the top 35, I feel like he's a steal there. And then you look at this price and he's a steal here as well because it's going to be a high scoring game. Neither team can bring it on defense and it's inside a dome. We don't got to worry about weather. They're going to be scoring. Both quarterbacks are going to be throwing a bit here. Smith at 4.5, and there's already a connection. Like, forget that he's lighting up the brutal secondary here in training camp, which he is. I'm getting stupid notifications every day about a catch from Smith that I don't really care about, but at least they're hooking up. But these guys have already played together before. They're familiar with each other. They have connected on touchdown passes before in college. So it's going to be a solid 1-2 punch. The matchup is phenomenal. 4-5 is a stack that I can get behind. And as you mentioned, Jalen Hurts, I mean, towards the end of last season, just his rushing ability alone was phenomenal. 106 against the Saints, 63 the week after that, 69 the week after that. I mean, the guy was, to your point, fantasy gold when he was starting. And again, say what you want about the quarterback play, but he's got an alpha wideout. And he's got a brutal defense behind him, so he's going to have to throw a little bit. I like that stack a lot. It's super cheap.
It's super cheap, and then it gives you the ability to bring Ridley back and Pitts back, because Pitts is only $4,400. So you put those 5 guys. Maybe you don't want to put in Reagor. Maybe you want to put in Goddard. I mean, you can play this a bunch of different ways, obviously. But you still have $5,800 left over on your team, which is crazy.
It is crazy. And just another rookie here in Chase. Unsure about him 4-8, but you notice, and it's not as clear where the targets are going to go in Cincinnati. It's, in my opinion, it's absolutely clear where the bulk of the targets are going to go in Philadelphia. Like Smith, I got him for over 120 this year. Who else? Who's going to be the next guy? Isn't it Reagor in the slot? Potentially. Could it be Goddard? Sanders catching balls in the backfield? Sure. But in Cincy, we just don't know. But a lot of these guys are super cheap as well. Boyd 5.2, Chase 4.8, Higgins 4.7. I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of hesitancy from some people to play Joe Burrow. Doesn't look like he's going to suit up at all, but fine by me.
I don't care about
5-7.
Like
me neither.
When I ran my projections, and all of the projections on runthesims.com are fully customizable to whatever that you want to put in as your market shares or yards per target. It's one of the easiest things to do. It's right in front of you. So when I played around with it, and I just ran the simulations for the season, I was like, oh, I have Joe Burrow projected to throw the most passes of any quarterback this season. So I think that he can, I mean, it really depends on how this shakes out. And I've been down the Bengals road a few times already. I really like Jamar Chase. He is someone that I'm reaching on in season-long fantasy drafts. And if he just ends up being, sharing the same target share as Higgins and Boyd, that's not the greatest thing in the world. That's not going to be optimal. But if he can just inch ahead of them, and if we're talking about week 1 stacks and no one wants to play Burrow, Burrow's cheap for one thing. It's $5,700. And if you go with Chase and you go with Higgins or even Boyd and you want to throw him in place of Higgins, I think you go Chase for sure in those upper 4s, and then Higgins also in the 4s. Like, that's another super cheap stack that you can go with right off the hop.
Yeah, I love it. That's kind of where I looked right away as well. Just Minnesota last year wasn't great defensively. I think they've improved a little bit, but I still have some questions about their secondary. And you're spot on to have Joe Burrow with all those passing attempts. 40.4 last year, was just behind Big Ben, 40.5. He's still going to throw the football. So this is another maybe sneaky little game here. And just like you said, man, super cheap. 4.8 for Chase, 4.7 for Higgins. And Boyd's probably going to be the quote-unquote contrarian guy in this offense, but he's in the slot and he has a role. And he was phenomenal with Burrow last year too. So I don't know if a lot of people will go to this offense just because of Burrow not playing. I know you said you don't care about it. I don't care about it. There could be some rust, but at the end of the day, this guy's going to chuck the ball like 40 times per game. So that's another cheap stack that I was looking at. And then I don't know what you think.
Well, that also allows you to either bring back Thielen and Jefferson if you want, because it's so cheap, or just play Delvin Cook in that lineup.
Or Cook. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, actually. Like Cook, and then just the other way with some of the pass catchers in Cincinnati. What do you make of the Arizona, Tennessee? Like, any stacks there that kind of pique your interest? Like, what do you think about Julio with the Titans? Like, it's 6.8 here to start.
Did you see that story that Julio was like being charged by some weed company for selling weed?
Yeah, I saw that.
Was that a real story?
I don't know, man. I didn't want to give it a click. I just saw the headline. I just moved on.
Yeah, it wasn't Adam Schefter who tweeted it out or Ian Rappaport.
No.
I was like, it's just some guy on Twitter. I was like, how did this make it into my feed? Is this real? And I just decided like it didn't really make that much of a difference for me. So I think there's one of two ways you can play it. Like, I always find it tough to stack with Kyler because it's a lot like Hurts, where if Kyler has his ceiling game, it's not necessarily because DeAndre Hopkins scores 4 touchdowns in that game. It's because he's picked up 100 on the ground, rush 2 in. So you can play like the Tannehill side, go like Tannehill, Julio, and A.J. Brown, pretty expensive, and hope this isn't a Derrick Henry game, or just flip it and play Derrick Henry on the comeback.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm excited about Julio this year. I think he's going to be a big time player in this offense. I really do. I know a lot of people want to knock him on touchdowns, and him staying on the sidelines, but it's just really been one season where he's been hurt, and it was last year. Over the course of like a per game standpoint, he was right on par with everything that he's done in each of his past, his prior years. And I think just the way that they run the play action there and the focus it's going to be on Derrick Henry, I just, the deep ball that Tannehill does have, I really do think that Julio's I'm going to be intrigued with him. If he's going to live in this range, now it's just week 1, but if he may just be a guy that lives in this 6'8" to 7'3" range where AJ's always more expensive than him, and people are just shying away from Julio because of Derrick Henry or maybe the price of Ryan Tannehill. I just think it's going to be an interesting target. It's just one game that you bring up good points when it comes to Kyler, right? It could be just Kyler running it in. Before he had the shoulder injury, he was third among quarterbacks in red zone rushing attempts. So he kind of called his own number all the time. And then it was Chase Edmonds here and there. So it is tough to pinpoint who the stack could be. But on the other side, I think I'm pretty intrigued with Tennessee.
Well, and that people were just like clamoring to play Ferkser because everyone loves Ferkser. And
all of a sudden he's the best tight end in football. Yeah,
of course. If we look at wide receiver values from down the list, I think we hit on the Cincy guys and the Philly guys are pretty cheap. I was looking at that Carolina and Jets game. I mean, it's a Sam Darnold revenge game out of the gate, so you have to be excited about that. But all the reports out of Panthers camp are that Terrace Marshall Jr. is going to be like a legit slot guy for them this season. He's going to be playing a ton. If that persists, he's $3,000. He is the min at wide receiver on DraftKings.
Yeah, he may lead the team in touchdowns after CMC. He's going to have a role. Brady is very comfortable with him, obviously being with him at LSU. So there's a connection there right off the hop. 3K. There's a couple guys, 2 rookies inside this. I actually may like this Jets-Carolina game a lot more than I probably should. I like Elijah Moore too. It could be Crowder in there right away, but Elijah Moore is a guy who's 3K. And I think he's somebody that is going to impress a lot of people here in camp. I know at OTAs, he was doing some things right away with Wilson that impressed a lot of beat writers, but I think he's going to take the role pretty early. I think he's already their best wide receiver, and he's yet to touch an NFL field. I think he's explosive. I think he can run great routes and great hands. And the same can be said about Terrace Marshall as well. So 2 of those guys in at 3K. Terrific values. And, even other guys inside this game, like if you believe it's going to be Corey Davidson, it's going to take some time for Elijah Moore. He's 4'9", an outside guy that, Mims seems to be falling down a little bit in terms of just the pecking order inside New York's camp. But a lot of these guys are fairly cheap in a game that, again, maybe we can see some points. And just sticking with, cheap wide receivers, what about Jacksonville? Like the Texans are going to be trash. And you have Lawrence right away, Chark at 5'8", Chenault 5. How about Marvin Jones at 3'6"?
That's the name. Marvin Jones at 3'6" is the name. That's going to be a name that's in a ton of my lineups, I feel like. I just can't. I love Marvin Jones anyway. In season-long drafts, I think that he's actually going to be the highest-scoring receiver on this team anyway. And you mentioned Mims. He's running with the 3s now in Jets camp, so I wouldn't expect to see a ton from old Mims, but this is where we're currently at. There's a few other names down there. Like, if you can get a beat on the Lions situation or the Saints situation, all those guys are super cheap. So if you think that, like, Perriman downfield against the Niners probably isn't the best move, but, St. Brown could be someone who just picks up, like, 9 catches for 90 yards in the first game because he's the guy that they just go to. Marquez Callaway, he has that speed. We saw him last year with the Saints. I think he's $3,400. So if you can get a really good beat, those guys at 3,000, Terrace Marshall in particular, and Marvin Jones were the 2 that really stuck out to me as like, oh my God, $3,000 values. Like, I need to save money. Here's where I can go. Paris Campbell too is $3,700.
Yeah, that Indy game is interesting too, right? We're going to see, I think, a lot of points in it, even though Indy's D is good. Seattle's going to be able to score points in them. Yeah, I'd like Pittman, but 3.7 is Campbell, a little bit cheaper there, probably low owned. But I think Pittman's in for a breakout season with Carson Wentz. I really do feel that way. I think that these guys are going to be – they were working together right away. The minute that Wentz was traded, they hooked up and they were throwing footballs together. And I just like Pittman as an athlete. I think, last year was a bit of a down year for him, a rookie, but Phillip Rivers didn't have a lot of zip on the ball, and they wanted to run the ball a lot. And I think, they still will want to run the ball, Pat, this season in Indy. But one of these guys is going to emerge, and I don't think it's going to be T.Y. But no. Pittman at 4-1 would be Pittman at 4-1. I think would be my guy there. But yeah, Paris Campbell at 3.7 is certainly interesting.
Yeah, there's also like the rookies down here. Jalen Waddle has already injured his ankle again in training camp, but if he's ready for week 1 with Tua, he's $3,600. Nico Collins, in that, like, no one's going to want any Texans, but if he wins the wide receiver 2 job over Anthony Miller across from Brendan Cooks, even Brendan Cooks is a pretty good price, but he's $3,600. That's Colin. Zacchaeus on Atlanta, if you want a cheaper part of that stack, is only $3,400. If he can beat out Gage on the outside and Gage has to play the interior, those are all potential options right now that are there. For tight ends, was there any like just giant tight end value that you saw? Or like the highlights, Kelsey is 83, Kittle is 63, and then Hawkinson's 49. Like everyone is kind of a value at tight end. Not necessarily a value, but at least they're cheaper at tight end.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will probably look to
Pitts.
Troutman.
Pitts.
Yeah.
Pitts is the $4,400 Pitts. That's going to be people's play.
I know, and it's hard to fade that too. You just like whatever. I'm gonna play Pitts. He's a freak. It's his coming out party against the Eagles. You can line him up everywhere. He's a mismatch, and he's gonna come with a high ownership. But I think you just eat it. 4-4 is a pretty good price. But you were talking about the Saints and just figuring out which guy was, and maybe this will be a trap. And Troutman is 2.9, but. I mean, who's catching balls there for the Saints, right? We're trying to talk about Harris and Callaway there. So there's a lot of guys. Thomas, of course, is not going to play, and Sanders, and defenses are going to be focused in on Alvin Kamara. So he's kind of one that stands out to me. But yeah, Pitts at 4-4. Just continuing down the board here.
Like Troutman at 29, like you said, is a pretty good value. If Dan Arnold is like, if it's not Terrace Marshall and it is Tarzan Dan Arnold in this Carolina offense, then maybe at $2,600 you can give him a look. But we need someone to win this job out of camp at tight end to be the starting tight end, be a focal point of this offense for any of these $2,500 guys, unless I'm just missing someone, but it doesn't feel like I am.
No, and Marshall's, you mentioned Terrace Marshall, like he's probably going to be a reason that maybe Dan Arnold doesn't, break out or get a lot of looks, because Marshall's probably that guy. Maybe, I don't think Uzma, but 3K. Yeah, Everett 3-4 potentially.
Yeah, but
Seattle
we just
against Indy.
But we just don't know. Like Everett was signed, and it's like, oh yeah, tight end's going to be a big part of this new up-pace offense in Seattle. But then it's like, oh, it's Hollister today. It's like, oh. Great.
Yeah. I will say Goddard at 4.8, but again, why are you going Goddard when you can go down to Pitts at 4.4? So yeah, the tight end pool is probably going to be limited right away here. Hawkinson 4.9. Hawkinson 4.9 is actually a value. He's probably going a guy that gets 10 plus targets.
Yeah, but comparatively to what you can spend at 4.9 at the other positions, I think that's a little bit tougher, because the big selling point I think with Hawkinson is that he's going to get this like load of targets. But how much scoring is actually going to come along with him? Like, is TJ Hawkinson a slate breaker? Like, Pitts feels like he's a slate breaker. We don't know that, obviously. Yes. But for $500 cheaper, I'd rather just gamble on that upside. In the Colts tight end depth chart, they brought everyone back, right? Like, they still have Doyle. No, Burton's gone.
Burton's gone.
So it's Doyle and Mo Alley-Cox. Like, I always like Mo Alley-Cox, maybe because his name is Mo Alley-Cox, but he's cheap. He's $2,900.
Yeah, and again, this is something you're going to want to follow through camp, who Wentz's guy is going to be, because he has a history of locking into certain guys, right? Jordan Matthews in the slot early on in his career. That's kind of why I think Pittman could be something there for him. I feel like both of those guys have similarities in terms of wide receivers, and if you're a Colts fan, you hope that Pittman is a lot better than Jordan Matthews, but he locked into Wentz. Wentz.
Okay, hi, that was quick. We're back after a double overtime thriller. In virtual Foxborough, we have the Jaguars hosting the Chargers. Glash.
Chargers.
Go Chargers, go. Glash, LaMarca, Eamon, Daniel, Tate, and Bailey. Band's back together for sim number 2 of 3 on the night for us. So please tell me, who are the other former Celtics that are coming back to Boston?
Oh, there's so much talent out there for Brad Stevens to consider. I mean, Greg Monroe. I think any logical starting point is Greg Monroe. We bring back Greg Monroe. Brad Wanamaker, think we can get him back in a trade possibly. We get Brad Wanamaker. Got a big hole in the middle after losing Tristan Thompson. Obviously, Aaron Baines is going to fill that spot. We need Aaron Baines back. Some wing depth. You always need wing depth. Gerald Green, Jordan Crawford, Evan Turner. All great fits. There's just a dearth of big men we can consider. How about Amir Johnson?
Oh, God.
Any interest? How about Tyler Zeller? No?
I'll never forget that.
Maybe a little Jonas Jerebko?
Jerebko. Is he still in Utah? Where is he now?
He's long out of the league.
Gone, right? Got it.
You know what that means. Cheap. Brandon Bass. Let's get the Bass man back in town. And then I think they need to look at a backup point guard, so I would have Shane Larkin in mind. That's where I would be looking.
But dude, Chris Dunn went to Providence. Freeze Pops' boy.
These are all my those are all the former Celtics over the past 7-8 years that we need to get back in Boston in the Brad Stevens regime. I gotta say, if he's really looking to bring in Jeff Green, Kelly Olynyk, and Avery Bradley, we're not a huge step removed from Brandon Bass.
Another name I haven't heard in a long time. He's probably not in the league anymore, right?
No
way. He's really old now. He's probably like in his 40s.
Oh, Brandon Bass still got some good basketball.
Now that we've got the priorities all straightened out, how about this sim? Did you get a lineup in?
I did. And
all right, give it to me. What do you got?
I'm trying to win this one. No backup quarterbacks. Justin Elbell is my captain. I went with Eckler, Chris Thompson, Mike Williams, Joey Reed, Chargers defense.
Okay. I captained Hunter Henry, played Eckler, Thompson, Williams, Reed, and DJ Chark. Yep. So we'll see how it goes. Great to have you all entering in our free roll. 108 entries. 8,683 entries in the Madden Stream $100 free contest. Great to have you joining us here on a Sunday night.
Tate K says bring back Garnett, but Garnett from Uncut Gems. He also says Big Baby. I think they're a package deal. You bring back Garnett, you got to bring back Big Baby.
Yeah, bring back Garnett and the Herbie.
Garnett making him cry is something I never thought I'd see in an NBA game. Like, what do you think he said to make him cry?
Probably things we can't say on these streams, but Big Baby took a little getting used to for him, the NBA life. Kind of a tough start, though, considering that, Herbert, nice run, we get a flag. I mean, considering Garnett, Pierce, Allen had not won a title, Hold, it's coming back. The urgency is there the minute you come into the league and you're in that spot as a second-round pick and you have an opportunity to play because they couldn't afford anyone else. So the bottom half of the roster had an opportunity to carve out a role. And I think it's always, especially a guy like Garnett, right? He was just one of those guys, like, if he's yelling at you and exerting that much energy, it means he kind of believes in you.
Garnett was a savage.
Yeah.
I don't remember who it was. Oh, it was Noah. Noah was like, Garnett's my favorite player. And his first game of his rookie season that he got to play against Garnett, he like tried to shake his hand or something, and Garnett dropped a few F-bombs on him. And now Noah hates him. Daniel says Garnett would make Draymond cry. No. Draymond would fight him back. 100%. Draymond is not scared. He don't back down.
I don't know, Jim.
I mean, listen, you want to say he's a fake tough guy? I won't disagree too hard. You know, the kicking people in the groin certainly is not a good look for any perceived tough guy, but Draymond's not afraid to get in people's faces and yell and throw temper tantrums. So I don't think Garnett could make him cry.
Oh, did Brandon Lowe just hit a home run? Sure did. So Tampa's got the lead. 2-0. Okay. Looking at the Red Sox game, sorry.
Understandable. You're allowed. Mets
John
lost today, 7-1.
Mets lost?
Yeah, they suck.
Chargers in a good spot here from the 10. Here's Herbert stepping up and getting sacked. Loss of 6 on the play. LaMarca and I here for this one. We have Eamon and Daniel from our production team, Tate and Bailey. We are with you the rest of the night. So strap on in. Let's have a good time. 3 receivers bunched up to the left side. Herbert slings out to Hunter Henry and to the 6, 3rd and goal.
By the way, to all the folks out there in comment land, I'm not saying Draymond would beat Kevin Garnett in a fight. I'm not saying that. There aren't a lot of people that I think would be able to take KG, who is a legit psychopath. I'm just saying he's got the demeanor that Garnett wouldn't make him cry. Because I think that most NBA players would not cry after getting yelled at. There's nothing wrong with crying, but it's a little weird to see it on the sidelines of an NBA basketball game. When's the last time you had a good...
KJ.
When's the last time you had a good cry, Glash?
I'm going to get laughed at.
Fast 9?
No, nope.
I would have laughed at you for that.
Actually, not even laughed at. People will be irritated, and they'll say, you are such a loser and a bobo.
God. Don't say something Brady related.
Yeah, it's Brady related. I was on a long ride to the mountains on Thursday, and I'm not going to lie to all of you. I went back on Brady's Instagram and played some of his hype videos, and one of them gets me. I'm such a loser. I know.
A Brady hype video on Twitter got you misty.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know. I'm a sucker. I know.
All right.
I mean, I'm just being honest.
Okay.
You asked me last time.
You're right. I appreciate the honesty.
Maybe I shouldn't have admitted that.
I watched $1 Million Baby within the past couple of months. I've seen it before, but I forgot just how utterly devastating the end of that movie is. And yeah, it got me.
Glash cries every birthday, says Lane. Mike Bauer says you're fantastic. Mike got a laugh. Oh, must be. There's some truth to this, too. He cried when he found out Cam was starting. All right, first down, Jags. Badgley field goal. That's what we got so far.
The badge.
Fernando, yes. LaMarca and I are here for the next sim as well. Hit that like button if you don't mind. Shout out to Tate and Bailey from the Game Ops team. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Here is Gardner Minshew. I'm going to miss saying his name when we transition to the new game. So I titled the free roll. Right now, you have to pick Justin Herbert or Trevor Lawrence. What are you doing?
Herbert.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Explain.
I've seen Herbert just have a historic rookie season at quarterback. Maybe Trevor Lawrence will be better. You know, it wouldn't be a surprise if Trevor Lawrence, I guess, ends up being better, but there is some risk, right? Like, maybe he's not as good as we think he's going to be. I just would rather take the safer investment with Justin Herbert. And again, bears repeating, probably the greatest rookie quarterback season of all time. Like, it's not like just because I'm taking the safety of Herbert, I'm sacrificing some sort of upside. He showed tons of upside last year. So I think it's a safer floor with a ceiling that maybe is only slightly less high.
Yep.
Give me the Herb dog.
Yeah, I mean, look, both organizations have their flaws as far as, like, the Chargers are going to Charger, but it feels like they've got a pretty good roster there. We'll see what the new coach does. Because I think a lot of people over the last couple years felt Anthony Lynn was just letting that team down, preventing them from taking steps forward. And, of course, we have to see what it looks like with Urban Meyer and the Jaguars. A team in the postseason just, a couple years ago. And you forget. But then again, a lot of players from that team are gone now. Lawrence is a generational talent. At least that's what we've been told. But just to see how Herbert was inserted into that lineup, into that spot against Kansas City, and just how he looked, right? He found out like an hour or so before the game that Tyrod Taylor wasn't going to play or something. What happened to Taylor again? Something with his hand, right?
No, he accidentally got his lung punctured by the team.
It was a punctured lung. Right. So,
poor guy.
Yeah, you consider that. It's impressive as far as how he went in there. Yeah, it was a punctured lung. You're absolutely right. It wasn't a hand. So, yeah, please, in the chat, weigh in. If you had to take one right now, say you had to start your team, would you go Justin Herbert or would you go Trevor Lawrence?
Just so you guys know, you can't see. Oh, no, you can see us. I'm getting your cards all packaged up and ready to be shipped out. I'm not sure if I will get to the post office tomorrow, but sometime next week, they'll all go out. Well protected, well packaged. I take great pride in my shipping of the card game. Like, I have a perfect seller rating on eBay, and it's because I wrap my cards with the utmost care in a layer of bubble wrap. Like, I don't care. You can buy $1 card. I'm going to bubble wrap that sucker because I take pride in it. I don't want any drama. You're not going to be able to complain that the cards got to you and they weren't in perfect condition. Sorry, please continue.
No, please. I respect the commitment.
This was the gem of yesterday's class, by the way. Gabe Davis, Prism Black autograph. It's a beautiful card.
And you're giving that thing away?
Yeah.
What a guy.
I got lots of cards, Glash. I went a little bit too wild, so this is me sort of pruning my inventory a bit. And I'm not trying to sit here and say that any of these cards are worth like big bucks. Like, I might be able to get like $5-10 for that Gabe Davis, maybe 20 in the right market. It's not like I'm giving away, big time stuff, but it's I don't know. I just felt like doing it yesterday. It was fun. I had a good time. Kyle Pitts. going out.
That's a Kyle Pitts Florida card?
Yeah, this is like the first set of released cards after the draft. So it does have the rookie logo on there. It is technically a rookie card, but yes, he's in his college uniform.
Fernando, yes, we did make a free roll for Dallas and Miami. That's the Madden After Dark matchup. Should be in the DK Sim Fam Friends League. Jordan Lindenbaum, I wasn't talking fantasy or week one, more so just overall, like talking big picture. You had to take your pick right now, Justin Herbert or Trevor Lawrence. Is this fair, considering all the quarterback movement and the Aaron Rodgers stuff, the Deshaun Watson story on it, off the field, as far as where he wants to be, and the civil suits, and not to mention Dak being on Hard Knocks and what it looks like in Dallas? Trevor Lawrence has an opportunity here to really fly under the radar, I feel like, in his first year in the league.
I don't.
You don't think so?
No, he still has... I mean, listen, the expectations are going to be pretty low for him in his first season, but he still enters the league with big... Like, he's expected to be a star.
A star or a starter?
A star.
Star, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if he's a star from week one, but he's got to he's gonna have to show some signs.
Third and 1 for Gardner Minshew, and that should be a touchdown. It's not. Wow, I thought they'd give it to him. Eifert was short of the end zone. I want to see that again. Oh, I thought he was in. Wow. Wowzers.
Wowzers.
Ooh, Gardner
wide
play
open.
action. Touchdown. Who we got? Who do you
O'Shea?
know? Oh, no. They went to Nick Oliver. What? Uh-oh. People are going to lose their minds.
John Oliver with a touchdown.
Oh, no. Oh, no. A little vulture.
Caw-caw.
An Oliver vulture. What's his ownership? Anyone know?
Oh, I know. He was... Was he like not even played? He didn't make the master sheet that got sent over to us, which has guys like Donald Parham listed at
he may not have been rostered.
0.01%. He's owned at a less of a rate than 0.01%.
Oh no. Time to dig out the old
Put that in perspective. Easton Stick was owned at 0.02%. Jake Lutton, 0.06%.
Time to dig out the old depth chart. Let's have a look. Jaguars. Time to get to know Josh Oliver, tight end 3. Hey, Joshy. No one owns him. Well, isn't that freaking fantastic? So in a way, everyone's fine. I mean, Gardner Minshew gets points. He's 31.68% owned. Jeffrey says, I haven't even seen him in draft before. Meaning like in the game center, Jeffrey? Look harder next time. He lives in you. Hit that like button for us if you don't mind. 7-3, Josh Oliver, the touchdown for Jacksonville. Here's Herbert Eckler. Whoop. Boss B says I played the defense, not fine.
Made an appointment tomorrow at the Apple Store to get my computer fixed.
Ooh, it's a Mac. Those are expensive.
Yeah. All of a sudden, like, the display just stopped working.
I'm going to assume that... Did you have to work a DK live shift tonight?
I had to do one this morning.
Did it break during the shift?
No, it broke last night. I don't know how.
Oh.
You know, and save your jokes, because that laptop I treat like my child. It is, there's nothing, no funny business goes on that thing. So I'm going to have to take it, and they'll probably have to put a new screen on it or something. I don't know. But
yeah. Oh, did we? You know how we talked last sim? The news came out on Chris Paul. He's declining his option.
Yeah, we said that.
We did? Oh, I thought we were saying something he had to wait. He had by midnight to make a call.
We did say it, but we knew he was going to.
Oh.
I mean, at least I thought that's what we talked about, and how he's going to trade in the 1 year for a little bit more security.
Imagine being able to decline $40 million. I'm good. I mean, 40. Oh, thank you, Eamon. $44 million. Javier, is it maybe it's Javi Flores. That is his first catch ever, Josh Oliver. Sim history. Play action Minshew just gets rid of it as the pressure comes. Interception.
Derwin. I'm excited for him to be back next year. We'll see if he can actually make it through the season, but guy's a stud. You know, it says better sell some cards, Lamarca. I'm actually flush at the moment. I've been playing a little poker glash.
Oh, yeah?
Crushing it.
Nice. Who are you playing against?
Some locals. You know, I know a few local establishments.
Oh. So if you keep winning, they won't want to play you.
Nah, that's not how this works.
Oh, pardon me.
Most of these people are degenerates, so they just want to play. You know what I'm saying?
Like you.
I'm not a degenerate. I'm a speculator. There's a difference.
Am I making this up? At one point in your Twitter bio, you wrote that you were a degenerate?
It's in there now. Just a degenerate trying not to go broke.
Yeah, just another degenerate trying not to go broke. Yeah, there it is right there.
I have degenerate tendencies.
I wasn't trying to insult you, by the way.
No.
I'm just saying what you've said before. That's all.
For sure.
Point of fact.
Must be says that I was at the 12 and under league. Listen, like, here's my take is that I would always be doing stuff like this, right? I would be DFSing and playing sports bets and poker. So I had to try and figure out how to be good at it. Otherwise, it was going to be bad. So that's what I did.
I have not seen Rounders, by the way. Is that a must-watch?
Crime. Absolute crime.
Crime that I haven't seen it. Sorry. Straight to jail. Hey, there's Hunter. It's how long's the movie? A couple hours long? Oh, a normal 2. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I might even say less than 2.
Oh, beautiful. Nice tight product. All right. I'll get back to you. Are we working together this week? I have no idea.
I don't know. Have they made the schedule for next week yet?
Part of it. So, right. So the Hall of Fame game's Thursday, you said, right?
Yes, correct.
That's why we're not doing Sims. Aha. Makes sense. So we'll have the Sim. Perfect, Lamarca. We will be together for the Sim before the Hall of Fame game. Therefore, you can reveal your NFL preseason strategy for DFS.
Perfect.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it. And hopefully by then, you have a brand new or fixed Mac.
Oh, it'll be addressed by that point. I mean, not that it affects this at all. I use my special streaming desktop computer for The Sims anyway, but it's nice to, sometimes I'll work on my computer, sometimes I'll work on my laptop, I can work outside, I can work in bed, I can work in my recliner. Here I have to be stuck at my desk. Makes me a little claustrophobic.
Robes and Obi-Wan. It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. Haven't done that in a while. Okay, I'll check it out. That Hunter Henry again?
I mean, you have to see Rounders.
Where is it available right now? Let me find out.
It used to be on Netflix. I don't know if it still is. Rounders streaming.
It's available on HBO Max, Hulu. Beautiful.
On the Hulu.
Hulu. Okay, not enough movie talk. Fair. Must be. Tom voted Matt most likely to win the fantasy league. Glash was Tom's pick to finish last. We still need to figure that out. Because guess what? I'm getting texts now. Ducey the other day. Wait, you have a league? Well, yeah. Don't worry.
The deuce is on fire. We don't need no water. Okay. I think it would just be fun to have a league amongst the SimFam hosts. We could brag about our teams, lament our standings. We could try to set it up so that people that are playing each week maybe do a sim together so they can crap talk each other. Yeah, Eamon says don't let the producers in. I see how it is.
There's too many of us.
Sorry, buddy.
There's too many of us.
Make a producers league.
There's too many hosts.
There's too many hosts.
I love him. He's a great guy. Samir's in our league. If we want to do the host, we got to kick Samir out, and he'll take that personally. How do we do this? The
answer is I think we do 2 leagues. Okay, we do 2 leagues with 2 separate drafts. Production team, on-air team. Okay, you play an 11-week season. Or a 12-week season. Weeks 13 and 14 and 15. I got to remember there's a 17-game schedule now. Okay. We play 13-week regular season. Weeks 14 through 16 are the playoffs for each respective league. And then week 17 is the championship where the 2 league winners face off against each other. So there will be one true champion.
How many teams in each league? What's your cap?
However many it takes to fit everybody. If it's 12, it's 12. If it's 14, it's 14. But there can only be one true champion. This summer, a winner emerges. Brendan Glasheen, Matt Lamarca, in fantasy.
It's good. Oh, all right. You want to set it up?
I'll run the on-air league. We need somebody from the
Please.
production staff to run the production league.
Please do, because I've been the commissioner the last couple years, and I've had enough. So, you want to take the reins? Go for it.
All right.
I'm going to make an on-air list right now.
The Guru says, what happens in Week 18 at Matt LaMarca? Nothing. The same thing like Week 17 in last year. It's just not a thing. Who knows what teams are going to do, so we don't do it. This summer.
There are so many of us, though. I'm making a list of all of the people that you got to have in it. It would be fun.
Wow, now Daniel's being a fantasy snob. He says, who can't let into the league? The ops guys, they destroy us.
What if we did 16 on-air people?
Okay.
I think I have this
The only thing is you have to have an even number in both leagues.
That means we'd have to have 16 production people.
Correct.
I think that's doable. Stand by. I'm working on this. I've got 16 on air, and I think I don't think I forgot anybody. Stand by. Oh damn! I forgot you.
AKA the commissioner.
I mean, and it has to be an even number.
It doesn't have to be, but 17 is a super weird number.
It's annoying. It's very annoying.
Hit me with who you have on your list, and I'll tell you who gets cut. Or honestly, and I'm not saying this as like I'm trying to be like a hero, but I don't need to play. I have enough fantasy leagues. I don't.
You just want to be the actual commissioner.
No. If I'm not playing, I'm not commissioned. You have to find somebody else to run.
All right.
But I'm not playing. Or you know what? Maybe I will still commission, and I will be like the real Commissioner Goodell.
That'd be hilarious. What if we let one member of the Sim fam get the last spot?
How would we make that choice, though?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Eamon says all of Matt's power would go straight to the dome. That's right. I would be out here making rulings that nobody's asking for. I'd be like, all right, week 17. It's the championship. You're not allowed to play any Chiefs. If you had any Chiefs that got you here, you're out.
Would you consider Shirag an on-air guy? Yeah.
What does he do? What does he do on air?
Well, on the stream. So you're saying cut Bukes, cut Reed, Garion.
I'm saying we can add those in if we need people.
Let me see if I can come up with a bunch of production people names. Okay.
Where'd you put TL?
She's on there.
Is she in the on-air bracket?
Of course she is, yeah.
Okay, well, she is the producer, so we could move her behind the scenes if we need to.
True. Okay. Stand by.
See, I'm already suited to be the commissioner of this league. I'm booting people. I'm moving people around.
7-3, by the way, is our score. Something called Josh Oliver scored a touchdown. With all due respect to Josh Oliver and the Oliver family. See, again, when you say with all due respect, you really get away with everything.
Listen, if your title is producer, that qualifies you to be in the behind the scenes league.
It's true. This is interesting. If we kept it strictly to folks that work Sims, I think we could work with something here. I really do. Give me a few more seconds.
Okay, take your time. We're gonna get the draw here to Eckler, who runs straight into a defensive lineman.
Okay, I've got 12 on air. If I can figure out this sim thing, I think we got something here.
Okay. Ooh, and then Daniel with an interesting point. We should have 2 divisions and then relegate the bad team. So maybe the top half of but that's the thing, is there's turnover year to year, but it would be fun if we knew we were going to have the same 12 people and 12 people for year 2. If you finish in the top half of each league, you move on to League 1. And if you finish on the bottom half, you go down to League 2.
Yeah.
But who knows where these 24 industrious souls will be next year. You know, you might be working for TNT, calling games in place of Marv Albert.
I have 9 production people. Maybe we kick Terrell in over to the other side to balance this out. I feel like I'm missing people, though. That's why I'm getting annoyed. Because I know I'm going to forget someone and it's going to screw everything up.
Both Toms. You got them both.
I got T. Pike. And who's the other Tom?
Sorry, I meant Drews. Both Drews.
I got both Drews. So here we go. All right, let me start communicating some of this over the air to break this awkward silence. I'm focused, trying to keep everyone happy. And
fully focused, man.
My include everybody. So I can make a few. I can stretch this out a bit. Okay, here we go. Ready? So on the on-air side, ready for it? I got 12 names.
Okay.
Glasheen, Kaufman, Latzia, Asak, Ulrich, Ducey, Freeze Pops, Christian, Rossi, ZT, Brandon Crystal, and you, Matt Lamarca. I don't think I forgot anybody.
I'm looking at the schedule right now. You said you got the Deuce?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's everybody.
Okay. Going over to the other side now, production side. Eamon, Samir, Drew, Andrew, Jordan, Daniel, Michael, Bry Guy, T. Pike. I could put Billy, because Billy has been part of the Sim fam.
True.
Not lately, but he's been part of it for a long time. So on that side, I've got 10. But what we could do is kick Terrell into the other side, and that's 11 on each side.
Yeah, but 11's a stupid number.
It is a stupid number. See, we just need 2 more names.
We can find 2 more people, or I mean, we could also open it up to the Sim fam. Maybe we'll run free rolls, and if you win the free roll, you get a spot. Something like that.
Am I missing someone on the production side?
What about, like, would Rigia play? Would Glennon play?
Slates?
Right.
Oh, I know. Trust me, but they're not in Sim. They're not in Sims, man.
Yeah, but they're the big wigs.
I know. Well, you're doing the right thing by appeasing them and not the Buchanans, Reed Fowlers, and Julian Edlows.
Damn right. You want to be in our fantasy league next year? Get your ass on a Sim.
Love it. Clip that, Twitch. Clip it. That's great. I still feel like I'm missing some. Well, I guess we should get Jesse back in. But no, we have enough on air. We have 12 for on air. The people who call Sims. We're good on that side. Glash, Koff, Emerson, Terrellin, Jeff, Kenny, Freeze Pops, Christian, Rossi, ZT, Brandon, and Lamarca. That's 12. But we have 12 on the on-air side and only 10 on the production side.
Rigia or Glennon and Slate's done deal.
We could do that. Would be easy. I like it.
Or then we go to the op, Scott. You go to, did you say P Fry?
Nope.
No? I love P Fry.
I mean, we've got 2 people from ops right here, so.
We got Tate. We got young Bailey, the new member of the squad. Maybe we have a third league for the ops team. Super fantasy football.
Yeah. And whoever has
Sean
the best...
Preston says, bring Madison back.
Ooh, we could do that. That'd be fun.
That would be awesome. No idea if she has the time and or interest for it, but that would be a good idea.
I'm kind of in. Who else left us? I mean, we need 2 people, really. That's what this comes down to. We have a sim here, by the way. 7-3, like I said. Something called Josh Oliver. Scored a touchdown. I'm in 17th place in our contest.
I'm not. I'm lower than that.
Thank you all for tuning in, for real. Great to have you. Eamon, Daniel from our production team, Tate and Bailey from ops. Appreciate it. Chris Warner, the way you get names down, Glash, I doubt it. No, I'm good. I'm proud that we've got it to 12. I think that's a good 12. Those 12 for the on-air side are people that are consistently here.
Robbie Noble pops in and says, did someone say Madison? Hey, Robbie, how you doing?
Also, first time I'm seeing this in the chat or from our internal team. Problem Kid Gaming. Glash has that villain from Spy Kids vibe. That's freaking funny. Oh, that's freaking funny. Oh, that's great. Third quarter is over. Chargers have the ball, down 4. How's Twitch doing? Everyone good over there on Twitch?
I think we also, if this happens, and I hope it does,
I think we're on to something here.
We need to have punishments for the people who come in last, and we need to have some sort of rewards for the winners.
I think everyone should have their own individual punishment based on their personality and based on their background.
If Brandon Glasheen comes in last place, he must adopt a cat.
Yeah, it has to happen. Like no ifs, ands, or buts. That's a good one for me, though. If Kaufman comes in last, he has to destroy his DVD wall.
He has to literally burn a DVD.
Come on, he's got
the whole,
burn. All right, how about
the
a
whole
section?
wall.
You
You want him to rip down his entire wall.
Okay, listen. That'd be fun to watch. Who wouldn't?
Yeah, and you know what? I guess that is equivalent of getting a cat.
If Kaufman had a live stream of just taking a lighter and just burning his wall, I'd watch the whole thing. I would watch until that thing is ashes. Who wouldn't?
Jordan
all of you
Lindenbaum
would watch that. That'd
Jordan
be entertaining.
Lindenbaum says Kaufman needs to eat a whole pizza.
I like burning the wall more.
Yeah, but I mean that's just never gonna happen.
I would go buy him. I would go buy him another wall if he burned one. I'd give him so much credit for that. I'm just imagining it now. Lighting up the wall.
Yeah.
It'd be great. Oh my goodness. Daniel, these are great.
Ducey would have to do one full sim where he can't speak. And every other person that works at DK could come in and throw their most like ridiculous anti-Kenny, takes. Like I found out recently that Kenny absolutely hates Javi Baez. Hates him. So like I could come in for a few minutes and just talk about Javi Baez as the greatest baseball player, and he would have to sit there and take it.
So good. Streaming from a diner. Hey, how was that, by the way?
Freeze Pop seemed to do okay. Seemed to enjoy it. I had a prime 2 a.m. time slot. It was fun. We talked about diners and such. There was about 5 minutes of fantasy football conversation. Most of it was shenanigans. Oh, we got a downtown ball to Mike Williams.
Mike Will made it.
Oh, yeah, Keenan Allen. Get him going.
Captain Blood, don't burn Cough's DVDs. Those things are great on boats.
I think that, like, if you actually take them out of the case, maybe, they're, like, shiny and such.
Got it. I was getting worried if that... I didn't know what that meant.
I was a little confused at first, too, but I think I figured it out.
Okay. Got it. Wasn't sure if that was, like, some offensive ritual that I was not aware of.
Emerson's punishment would be he would have to eat an entire box of, like, Special K or whatever the blandest, healthiest cereal that we can find is.
What would be yours?
It's a good question. I don't know.
What would if Matt LaMarca? Ooh, is he in? Eckler's in. Touchdown. If Matt LaMarca came in last in our fantasy league, what would be his individual punishment?
Which, I mean, let's just be honest, that would never happen.
Yeah, kid.
Yeah, it just never happened. But throw it out there.
I'm trying to think.
I'm sure that there's a lot of exercise-related props that people are going to throw out here. Oh, doing Sims from the bed. I would have to be laying in my bed using my broken laptop.
I think he'd like that. He'd like that way too much.
I would enjoy that. Then you would get that performance all the time.
What if it was something Mets related? You'd have to like go stand on the side of a highway with a sign that says, "I hate the Mets." Something dumb like that.
Yeah, in New York, that could be dangerous. By the way, I would do hypothetical like lines for who's going to win the league and who's going to come in last.
I love it. I love it. This is going to happen, dude. It's happening. I'm kind of at the point now we just make our 12-teamer and say, all right, producers, have fun. Good luck. All right, so 6.5 to go. 10-7. Josh Oliver and Austin Eckler with the touchdowns. We're almost at 200 likes on the stream.
Yeah, how about if for, I don't know, we could say a week, a month, whatever, I have to take my Mets cap and replace it with like a Yankees cap. I know we wouldn't be able to see the logo, but we'd all know, and we'd all know how much it would be paining me.
The chat really does want Madison back in. My favorite was, it was last week or the week before, we were having some lag issues, and someone's like, "This never happened when Madison was here." It's just like, it has nothing to do with Madison. It's great. It's freaking funny.
They're not wrong, though.
I mean,
just kidding, everyone.
Offensive guard, Reed and Williams need more points, stats guy. We have 2 stats guys tonight, Tate and Bailey. Bailey's still learning the ropes, for full transparency. Here's Minshew. Plenty of time.
Too much time.
Plenty.
Oh,
Got a man. DJ Chark with the catch.
Daniel says Brandon's punishment would be 3 straight Sims with Kenny.
Maybe you should get back in on that too.
I mean,
it's a good idea. Wait, this is last place should have to take the SAT in a tuxedo.
We've discussed that in my league, not the tuxedo part, but we've done, like, the whoever comes in last should have to go take the SATs, and it's too much of a commitment. I don't know. Can you just sign up to take the SATs? You don't have to be like a high school student. Another good punishment is you have to go to like an open mic and do a stand-up set.
Yes, you can. Pay the fee. Do it.
Bacardi and Cola. Do it. Guys, how about a little like button push here? We're at 188. I think we can get to 200. I believe in y'all. I hope you believe in us, as Chris Thompson picked up a first down there.
Yeah, please, let's get there. 200. We've done this in our sleep before.
I mean, the SAT thing would just, it'd be like such a waste of a day. I'd have to take a day off to do that.
Well, that's the thing, man. It'll come in last.
Well, yeah. That's not happening. Not with right. Bozos.
Oh, there's that word, bozo. Are you allowed to use that, or is that Tara Lynn Patton?
I mean, she does have that trademarked, I suppose, but I don't know. I'll send her a royalty in the mail.
All right, Jags are in good spot here. 1st and goal from the 7. Minshew, back of the end zone, touchdown. He's got D.D. Westbrook.
Day.
Hey, Day.
Now
hey,
watch
day.
Me whip. Now watch me day. Watch me whip. Watch me day. Watch me duty.
That just happened.
I'm tired, man. Sundays are a long day for me.
Yeah, we're here for another one after this.
Oh, I know.
We will have Dolphins.
What did you get on your SATs?
Bad. I was not a good test. Not a good test taker.
I hate that, for the record.
You hate what?
I'm not a good test taker.
You hate that?
You mean so you didn't know the material?
No, you jerk. No, listen, this is why. Those multiple choice questions, they just mess with your head, man. Like these all the aboves or none of the aboves. Test the anxiety. Yeah, Tate, thank you. Much rather do a poster or write a paper.
Poster?
It's not even, honestly, for me, it wasn't even just testing. It was standardized testing. You sit in that freaking room.
Got to use this pencil and make sure when you pick your answer, should really make a dark mark with that pencil. It has to be number 2 pencil. Circle it and stay inside the lines. Because if you don't stay inside the lines in that circle, sometimes the Xerox, they won't be able to read it. Well, what the hell? Like, come on. Just, you're already asking too much of me to get up at first thing in the morning and be sharp with all this stuff. Now you're telling me that, the stupid machine might not be able to read my bubble filling abilities.
Eamon says he got a 2010 out of 2400 back in the, the old 2400 days. I also took the 2400 SAT, but the colleges that I was applying to only looked at 2 of the sections. So I only know my 2-section score.
Well, look it up.
And it was 1280. Because I got a 750 on math and then just completely bombed the English part.
If I could run the world for a day or run the education department, see you later at SATs. Get the hell out of here. How about, I look back, why don't you teach me how to, open a bank account?
Well, don't get me started on college and stuff. It's dumb, but...
So dumb.
Daniel says, LaMarca, you're a writer. How can you bomb the English part? I've gone on this rant many times. Grammar and vocabulary is some of the least useful stuff you can learn. I mean, I suppose having a good vocabulary is actually kind of important, but there's spell check. There's all sorts of programs that make you better writers. I get paid for what's in my head, not my ability to turn a phrase.
Also, that's the same argument I would make about effing math. There's an effing calculator for a reason. Sorry, I'm passionate about this stuff. Why does it matter I have to do calculus? Oh, well, you have to take at least 1 math class in college. Why? Get out of here with that crap.
See, I didn't. I did because I was a math major for a little bit, but I also took
sick. You know that?
I took AP calculus in 12th grade and got a 5. So I got college credit for that. Yeah, got a 5. Bro.
You're telling me. So let me ask you this now. You write, so you cover stuff. You cover sports for DraftKings, Action Network, Fantasy Labs. Where else do you work?
Sports Grid.
Sports Grid. Okay. So tell me this: in those few years that you majored in math,
yeah,
and in your experiences now as an established writer,
I didn't graduate as a math major, by the way. I just said that I was a math major for
someone. What was the point of that?
What was the point of
What's the point of knowing all that crap?
Oh, none. Absolutely none for me. Even if I was going to graduate with a math degree, I probably would have ended up as a math teacher, and the answer would have been still none. I took all 4 calculuses. There's no need for any of that. Linear algebra, why? Unless you're going to be a mathematician, you don't need that stuff.
Let me say this, too, to all of my some of them I definitely don't know them. The folks that work at the fine company DraftKings that majored in math and get this website up and running, and all those engineers out there. Love you, mean it. But you are a special kind of person.
By the way, Jeff Friedman, I do love math, by the way, for what it's worth. Jeff Friedman says, LaMarca, you could have went to an Ivy League school with a 1280 if you were really good at football. Yeah, that's about right. I thought I was a good student until I did some like college visits and stuff, and figured out that like I was pretty average. You know, like I went to University of Michigan to take a campus tour and all that stuff, and the average GPA that they let in was a 4.0. And I had a 4.0, but I thought that meant like I was special, and it turns out I was not that special.
You're just a small fish in a big pond. Math is a wonderful thing.
Ring ding 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 ding.
Math is a really cool thing.
Ring ding 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 ding. Math, 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 math.
3 minus 4 is
-1.
That's right. And 6 times a billion is
Billy? 6 million?
Nailed it. I forget the last part.
And a 54 is a 45 more than a...
What is the answer, Martha?
9.
No, it's 8. No, it's 9. Yes, I was just testing you. It's 9. That's a magic number. Oh, it's great. See, I'm into math when it's like that. The chat is actually answering like they were asking. Oh, it's good. We've actually done that before on the stream.
Oh yeah,
long
probably
time
more than once. Yes, I was testing you.
It's 9. There you go, Jonathan Smith. School of Rock, awesome movie. If the Jaguars tie, if we go to overtime again,
I'll be teaching your students Latin, math, English, Latin. Did I say that already?
Look, I've been touched by your kids, and I'm pretty sure I've touched them. Oh my God!
All right, we're coming down the stretch here.
Yeah, we have another one together at 10. So if you think this is weird, get ready
Everyone
for Madden
knows.
After Dark.
Everyone knows the real freaks come out at night. Isn't that a song? The freaks come out at night.
I don't know. No idea.
By Houdini.
Keenan Allen scored a touchdown moments ago. That's how the Chargers took the lead. In case you're all wondering. One
Jaguars
timeout.
got a chance to get this puppy into field goal range.
Okay, Gardner, what do you got? 3rd and 4. Uh-oh.
Joseph, thy name is Bosa. Sack lunch.
All right, let's do some awards.
Sure.
Well, actually, should I hold out hope that he might throw a bomb here?
This is over.
Okay.
Player of the game is going to be...
Ooh,
oh, he did get a catch.
No timeouts, though.
Not going to matter. Is that Oliver again? Oh.
Eifert.
If that was Oliver, I was giving him the player of the game. Player of the game, scheming like Keenan Allen. Had a touchdown. Another low-scoring sim. 4 catches, 50 yards, 1 touchdown.
First time playing Fortnite, clipped what I said. Oh, great. It's a line from a movie. How about the Not My Kid Award winner?
Not My Kid is going to be Chris Thompson. 63% owned, and he had 5.6 DraftKings points. Woof.
Okay. Sounds good. We'll be back for the next sim between the Dolphins and the Cowboys to wrap up the late classic on this Sunday night. Shout out to Tate and Bailey from the Game Ops team. If you do see something that doesn't look right or something has not been inputted into the game center, hang tight. They're on top of it. Thanks to Eamon and Daniel for their work behind the scenes. Good time. Lots of laughs.
What time will we be back? What time?
10.
No, it's 9.
Oh.
I was just testing you. It's 9. Seriously, though, we'll be back at 10.
Okay, Madden After Dark coming your way. In the meantime, hang with Ross Tucker. He's got you covered. Ross Tucker, the Fantasy Feast, where Ross and company, they're going to rank the tiers of NFL offensive linemen.
Yummy.
It's time to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume an abundance of fantasy football knowledge from Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan.
Feed me now. I'm starving.
On the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast.
Yeah, let's eat, baby. It is the Fantasy Feast podcast presented by DraftKings. I love DraftKings, and I absolutely love DraftKings Best Ball. I want you. 2 things about DraftKings Best Ball, just to start the show. We are doing my offensive line rankings today. Get excited. We'll dive into them momentarily. People love them for real football. People love them for fantasy reasons. We'll talk about why momentarily. But I got a couple things to say about DraftKings Best Ball. Number 1, we're trying to do the July draft. 2 of you that are in it haven't signed up yet, even though I've emailed you the link. So check your email and sign up. We got Giancarlo Libertino, Brian Bow, Robert Ober, Jeannie Notch, Jason Pierce, Kevin Dobes, Hugo Matthew, Nathan Chidoni, Mike Shirk, Justin Christopher. Check your emails, sign up, or else I'm going to have to give the spot to somebody else because 2 of you still haven't signed up because Joe and I are anxious to do the July Best Ball draft over at DraftKings. And then I already have the first 2 contestants for the August Best Ball. We're going to do an August Best Ball. Joe Silva and Brent Hunt both signed up for the Warby Parker home try-on. Look, there's a lot of different things you can do. Today, I'm going to tell you about a free Crocs free-to-play NBA draft pool. Literally free to play. It's a draft pool. You maybe win some money, and you can get into the August Best Ball draft as a result. It's that easy. Or Keeps, which I talk about at least once a month because Keeps has been amazing for me, and I think it could be for you as well. But anyway, the next 4 episodes, I'm giving out 2 spots in our August Best Ball draft. So engage, get in here. You're going to want to be a part of the Best Ball because Best Ball is the, wait for it, Best Ball. I'm Ross Tucker. I think most of you know that. At Ross Tucker NFL, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook.com/Ross Tucker NFL. You can always watch the show via YouTube, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. And then all of our shows are available at Ross Tucker Pod. My normal co-host is Joe Dolan from fantasypoints.com. Joe is on assignment this week. And I don't really know what that means other than I like saying someone is on assignment. However, we still have a fantasy points presence because I went ahead and wrote about my fantasy offensive line rankings for fantasy points account. Really not even my fantasy offensive line rankings, just my offensive line rankings for fantasypoints.com. And so that's what we're going to do today. And my co-host, none other than the greatest producer in the business, Brian Neal. Check him out at Ross Tucker Pod. Brian will go over my tiers, kind of like Tiers of Evan back in the day, except it's Tiers of Ross, Tuck's Tiers. You could do that, Brian, between tiers. Tuck's Tiers. You don't have that. You could just say Tuck's Takes. But we'll go over all the teams. Here's what's important, okay? To have an idea of the different tiers. We got elite, above average, average, below average, poor. The elite and the poor, you really want to know. It's really going to have an impact on the fantasy guys you draft, best ball or otherwise. And then the other ones, you just need to be aware of it, right? You know, I'm not saying you should pick a guy or not based solely on the offensive line. That's stupid. But I think it can be a differentiator. I think it can be a tiebreaker a lot of times. If you're not sure between two guys, the guy with the clearly better offensive line, he's going to have a higher floor and a higher ceiling. So something you should absolutely keep in mind. So at any rate, Brian, without further ado, let's dive into it.
All right. With your elite tier, let's start with the Cleveland Browns and the New Orleans Saints.
Right. And I should mention, you know, the cool part about this is I have a pretty good idea going into the season, but things change. You know, I thought the Steelers would be a top 10 offensive line last year. Instead, they were one of the worst in the NFL, and they've changed out the whole unit essentially as a result. I thought Cleveland would be good. My question marks were Jedrick Wills moving from right tackle to left tackle and Wyatt Teller at right guard. And Jedrick Wills, by the way, doing that as a rookie who hadn't actually played at all at left tackle, and there was not much of an offseason program because of COVID. Well, I thought the Browns were the best offensive line in the NFL last year. Wills was good, probably not great, but good enough. And Wyatt Teller turned into one of the best guards in the entire NFL. They've got all five guys back. They're all at least average to above average. They've got a terrific offensive line, good receivers, good tight ends, good quarterback, good running. I mean, look, the Browns are good, and their offensive line's a big reason why I have them number one ranked.
In the above average categories, there are 8 of them. So we'll go team by team, and we'll start off with the Super Bowl champion, Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brian. I missed the Saints. Maybe I missed you mentioning the Saints. My second elite team is the New Orleans Saints. Again, all five back. The tackles are studs. I thought Armstead wasn't quite as good last year as he normally is, but Ramchek's a dude. And I really am excited to see Eric McCoy and Cesar Ruiz, you know, in years 3 and 2. Those guys are some powerful dudes. I think that the Saints will have an elite offensive line. I think they have to. Michael Thomas is hurt. No more Drew Brees. Those guys are going to have to step up. As for the Bucs, I have them higher than other people, Bri. And I do because I love Ryan Jensen. First of all, I love their interior offensive line. You got 2 D2s and a D3 guy in their interior offensive line. I mean, that's amazing, number one. Number two, I love the way that group plays, and they're led by Jensen, the center. I don't know what nickname he has, but he's my favorite player in the entire league. If you want to watch a guy play offensive line the way I think the position should be played, watch Ryan Jensen from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
The Indianapolis Colts.
So the above average teams are all good, but they kind of have one thing preventing them from being elite. For the Bucks, it was primarily Donovan Smith. He's got some lapses that bother me. For the Colts, it's left tackle. Anthony Costanzo has retired. Eventually, I think it'll be Eric Fisher, but he's coming off that torn Achilles in the AFC Championship game. So then you're talking about Julian Davenport and a bunch of journeymen trying to hold it down until Fisher's ready. So that's why I can't quite put the Colts in the elite category.
All right, how about the Philadelphia Eagles?
I've talked about this a lot on other shows. It's like how quickly people forget, Bri. 2019, I thought the Eagles had the best offensive line in the NFL. Lane Johnson was awesome. Brandon Brooks was awesome. Jason Kelsey was awesome. Sayamalu was good. And even left tackle Peters was solid that year. If Brooks and Johnson are healthy, this is a top 10 offensive line all day. And if the left tackle, whether it's Dillard or Mailata, and I'm confident at least one of them will step up into play at a high level, it's a top 5 offensive line, which is why I have them here at 5.
Dallas Cowboys are next.
So it's all about injuries, Bri. It's all about injuries for those guys. They had their top 3 guys, Lyle Collins, Tyron Smith, Zach Martin, all go down to injury last year. All of those guys are very good players. If they can stay healthy this year, there's no reason why they can't be an elite offensive line again, but they got to stay healthy. That's the question.
The New England Patriots.
So losing Joe Thuney is a big loss, with him going to the Chiefs for a lot of money. But Onwenu played really good at tackle last year. Now they'll put Onwenu at left guard to go with Shaq Mason at right guard. Those are some powerhouse guards. Andrews is solid at center. Isaiah Wynn did some good things at left tackle. The real question mark to me is whether or not they can get Trent Brown to play at a high level again now that he's back in New England at right tackle. That's the major question mark for the Patriots, which obviously they feel good about.
What about the San Francisco 49ers?
Do you remember the San Francisco treat, Bri?
Sure.
Rice-A-Roni?
Rice-A-Roni, of course.
Is that still around, or did they give up?
Don't know.
They used to advertise heavily. I can't remember the last time I even heard anyone mention Rice-A-Roni.
They were big sponsors of like game shows. Like if you were the runner-up, you'd get Rice-A-Roni, the San Francisco treat. That or Turtle Wax.
Yes, that's such a great thing for an advertiser. Do they? They even have game shows anymore?
Of course they do. Sure. Price is Right still on the air.
The Price is Wrong, Bob. What movie, Bri?
Happy Gilmore.
Yes. Yes. I love when you prove yourself. All right. Niners. I think they upgraded at center and right guard with Alex Mack. And I think it'll be Aaron Banks at right guard. That's big. He's big. That's big. I know Emery Hunt on the College Draft podcast really like Aaron Banks. Because of that, to go along with what they already had at tackle and Lake and Tomlinson, they should be very good.
Los Angeles Rams.
So here's the question there, Brian. They got all the same guys back. But what about the new O-line coach? I don't know what happened where Aaron Kromer moved on from the Rams. It's a little bit weird to me that Aaron Kromer moved on. They had a good offensive line last year. I don't know what happened there, whether it's professional or personal, but their new offensive line coach, Kevin Carberry, the onus is really on him to make sure that group is playing at a high level because they played pretty darn well last year.
Last team in the above average category is the Kansas City Chiefs.
Well, so I don't think I've ever seen a team throw this many resources at the offensive line. I mean, they draft Creed Humphrey, they draft Trey Smith, they trade for Orlando Brown, they sign Joe Thuney. I mean, it's unbelievable. They sign Kyle Long. They get Laurent Duvernay-Tardif back. I mean, they're throwing resources at it, but it takes a little bit of time sometimes for those guys to mesh. And so we'll see how long it takes them to be able to mesh.
All right, on to your average categories. The Detroit Lions, kick it off.
So they've got some good players, clearly, right? Ragnow, Taylor Decker, but the guards are still kind of an issue. We'll see what Jackson and Vaitai can do. And then even Penei Sewell, like, he wasn't a perfect prospect. Now they're moving him to the right side. So we'll see. I mean, maybe he'll be like Tristan Wirfs and he'll immediately be one of the best right tackles. Maybe he'll be like Andrew Thomas and he'll struggle. You know, that remains to be seen.
The Arizona Cardinals.
So the Cardinals return both guards, both tackles, and then they got Rodney Hudson at center, who's a big upgrade. So Cardinals have a chance for sure to be above average in my mind.
The Buffalo Bills.
The Buffalo Bills. Do you remember, Bri, where Buffalo Bills comes from?
It was a family thing, right?
Yes, good, Bri. My wife's cousin Luke, when he was a little boy, would say, the Buffalo Bills, when I played for them. He's like 20 years old now. Like, it's amazing how things change. So they've got the same guys back, and they've got decent depth with Butker and Bates. I think they and Jordan Devey, Forrest Lamp, I think they have a pretty decent chance to be above average as well.
Baltimore Ravens.
Well, so the Ravens are interesting. The Ravens got Ronnie Stanley coming back off of injury. Center and left guard are kind of question marks, you know, with Bradley Bozeman likely to have one of those spots, I would imagine. But there's still sort of question marks. And then the right side, they've got Zeitler and Villanueva. So they just kind of got a lot of moving parts in there. Nothing is really settled. I mean, I guess Zeitler and Villanueva are, but they're still coming to a new team. So that's why the Ravens aren't quite as high in my category as other people have them.
The Tennessee Titans.
It's amazing how many Titans fans were so upset by my rankings. You know, they posted the rankings to fantasypoints.com, and Titans fans were the most vocal. They feel really good about their offensive line. My question to them is still the right tackle position. Kendall Lamb or Dylan Redunce? Plus, Taylor Lewan always gets hurt. I mean, look, Derrick Henry had a great year. The offense was humming. I understand their concern, but I got to go by what I see. And what I see, Bri, with my hair, I see results. And I see results from keeps. I literally had a doctor who said to me, listen, when I was talking about my hair loss, there's 2 FDA-approved drugs that he recommends. One is a pill you take in the morning. You guys have seen the commercials for it. The other one is a topical solution that people are aware of. You know, it's minoxidil, right? You can use minoxidil on top of your head. The thing is, it works. I mean, that's why they're FDA approved. The problem is a lot of guys wait till it's too late. You wait too long. If I could do one thing over again, Bri, I would start at like 25. And I'd have more hair than I have now. I don't think I started really until 32, 30, probably been about 10 years now. And I get all of it from Keeps now, which is amazing. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/feast to receive your first month of treatment for free. That's KEEPS.com/feast to get your first month free. Keeps.com/feast.
The Green Bay Packers are next.
So Aaron Rodgers back. I told you he would be. If you read my story last week at DK Nation, I told you that would be the case. So you should read my stories at DK Nation that I post on all my social platforms. I got another one coming up today about Belichick's biggest miscalculation ever. Packers should have a pretty good line, but Bakhtiari's coming off the torn ACL, and they lost Corey Linsley to free agency to the Chargers. So center's kind of a question mark. Guards kind of a question mark. I mean, they got a bunch of things that are not exactly set in stone. I'm kind of giving them the benefit of the doubt because of Jenkins and Bakhtiari.
Washington football team.
Just a lot of movement, a lot of moving parts there. They bring Flowers back. They do have Roulier at center and my boy Brandon Sheriff at guard, making $18 million, over $18 million this year, Bri, to play guard for one season. Like, I gotta keep it real with the listeners, Bri. I go back and forth between being really happy for him and super jealous. $18 million to play. That was my position. I played guard. I started more than a season's worth of games. $18 million. Wow. Anyway, I think they got a pretty good group. We'll see how Cosme and Leno fit in.
The Los Angeles Chargers are next.
Everybody's different, Bri. I mean, the whole group, and they've invested resources. Filer and actually Bulaga's back, but Filer and Lindsley, and they draft Rashawn Slater, still not signed, by the way. They should be improved, but again, I can't make you above average or certainly not elite with that many question marks and that many new faces.
Seattle Seahawks.
Well, you should say they're number 19, bro. You can give the number too. Also gives me a little bit more of a breather.
All right. Number 19, the Seattle Seahawks. You enough of a breather?
You know what's funny about that, Brian? I almost get lightheaded sometimes when I talk that long and that, like, it's like I'm not getting enough oxygen. I get a little lightheaded. Anyway, my notes for the Seahawks are shut up, Russell. They're fine. They're not a great offensive line. They're not a bad offensive line. They're fine. He's out here complaining, drives me nuts. So that's my notes for the Seahawks. Shut up, Russell.
Number 20, the Houston Texans.
So Texans were better last year than I thought they'd be, Bri. And they've got competition everywhere. Really at every position on the roster. I give Caserio a lot of credit for that. O-line's no different, man. I mean, they got, like, I don't know, almost 10 guys that could be legit starters. They'll see who buys into the culture. They'll see who's still got, who's playing at a high level, and they'll get rid of the other dudes.
Number 21, it's the New York Jets, and they start off with the below average category.
Jets fans not happy. Listen, I know you got Morgan Moses, but there's a reason why the Washington football team moved on from him. I'm glad you got Elijah Vera Tucker. I'm glad you're investing resources into the position, but they still got to go out and do it. Vera Tucker's still a rookie. Becton was hurt most of last year. Like, let's see him do it as a group.
Number 22, the Jacksonville Jags.
What a bad look for the Jags, Brian. They got all 5 guys back, and I still have them below average, primarily because their tackles are huge disappointments to me. I mean, it's a bad look for an offensive line coach. I don't even know who their offensive line coach is right now, but those guys have not improved. Cam Robinson, Jawan Taylor, they're not getting better. That's a reflection of the offensive line coach.
Number 23, the Denver Broncos.
So Garrett Bowles, what he did last year is quite remarkable. As for the Broncos, I like some of their dudes like Glasgow, Reisner, but center's still a question mark. That's why they drafted Miners. And right tackle, having Bobby Massey in there instead of Jawan James, we'll see how Bobby does.
24, it's the Atlanta Falcons.
Alex Mack is gone. Look, they've invested way too many first-round picks to be below average. Way too many. Lindstrom's fine. They need McGarry to step up. They need McGarry to have like a Bowles-like epiphany this season.
Number 25, the Las Vegas Raiders.
A lot of changes, Bri. I mean, you got Incognito and Colton Miller back, but then you get rid of Rodney Hudson, you get rid of Gabe Jackson, you get rid of Trent Brown, They say they're better. I will believe it when I see it.
Number 26, the Minnesota Vikings.
The Minnesota Vikings. Again, another team trying to invest the necessary resources to improve there. I'd like to see them improve. I mean, they've got their O-line coaches up in the air. They're supposedly getting rid of Dennison because he won't get the vaccine. That doesn't help. And then Darisaw, their first-round pick, presumably their left tackle, wasn't practicing in June because of the core muscle surgery he had back in January. I've had that surgery. Not being able to practice 5 months later, they said scar tissue. Doesn't sound right to me, Bri. That sounds iffy. That sounds iffy enough to put him in the below average category.
Also in the below average category, number 27, the Chicago Bears.
I just think offensive tackle is an issue. And I know the Bears are excited about their team this year, but their interior offensive line is fine. It's not great. It's fine. And then their tackles, Tevin Jenkins and I don't know, maybe another rookie at right tackle or maybe Elijah Wilkinson. No, thank you.
Number 28, the Miami Dolphins.
Miami Dolphins, Miami Dolphins, Miami Dolphins, number 28. What does that remind you of, Bri?
Power Rankings Tuesdays.
Bri, you are on it today, dude. Power Rankings Tuesday. By the way, today is a Tuesday.
So
we are probably, like 5 or 6 weeks away from Power Rankings Tuesday. We're like 6 weeks away from daily Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Daily. Get excited. And then, by the way, starting next week, we get into Joe Dolan's rankings and tiers. Very important. Rankings are one thing, but knowing the tiers, that's how NFL teams do it. If you've got guys bunched together, it's important. Dolphins have a lot of bodies, a lot of young guys, but I don't know how many of them are actually good yet. I mean, they're getting a lot of competition, a lot of resources, but I don't know how many of them are actually good so far.
All right, so we've gone from elite, above average, average, below average, and now the bottom of the barrel. Number 29, the Carolina Panthers.
You know what else is poor, Bri? How many people don't realize how awesome Crocs are? Visit crocs.com to take your pick of wildly comfortable and lightweight clogs, sandals, and slides. You can ask my wife. I wear Crocs 95% of the time when I have something on my feet. Unless I'm barefoot, I've got Crocs. I love the slides. I love the sandals. I love they've got like cool like sneaker type shoes. The thing, it's the rubber, dude. The rubber is the key. It gives you more cushion for the pushing. It has done wonders for my back. Speaking of my back, don't make me carry you guys over to the Crocs Hoops Draft Prediction Challenge. It's coming, and dare we say, free to play on DraftKings.com. All you do is go to the page on draft day and see how well your pick predictions hold up to the real ones. Visit DraftKings.com/Crocs on Thursday, 2 days from today, to make your basketball draft predictions. DraftKings.com/Crocs. It's free. I mean, what a fantastic way for you to get into the best ball draft at DraftKings by going to DraftKings.com/Crocs and doing the free-to-play game, draft prediction game. I didn't mention the Panthers, did I?
Not yet.
I mean, they went out of their way to sign Cam Irving and Pat Elflein to be starters. I think those guys are average at best. I don't really get it.
Number 30, the Cincinnati Bengals.
I think Riley Reif is fine at right tackle, but my boy Jonah's got to play better at left tackle, and I think the jury's still way out on Jackson Carman at right guard, the former Clemson left tackle that is a rookie. I don't really know that they're even that much better. I mean, it was a huge issue last year, but I don't even know that they're that much better.
Number 31, the New York Giants.
So they lose Zeitler. I guess Andrew Thomas was a little better at the end of the year. I mean, I don't know, bro. They don't have very many good players up there. Who's even average of that group? They got maybe a couple averages and a bunch of below averages. It's not good. Let's see if Solder bounces back.
All right, it's finishing it off. Number 32, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
So my boy Albert Breer made it sound like they might start a rookie at left tackle and the Moore kid and a rookie at center. They better be good. Those kids, I mean, a rookie center and a rookie left tackle, plus the other spots are all kind. You'll see if Trey Turner didn't play very well for the Chargers last year. We'll see how Dotson does at left guard. We'll see at right guard if it's Chooks or Ben. I mean, there's just a lot of questions there. My guess is they'll end up not being the worst, but for right now, that's where I got to put them. Get fired up for next week and Joe's Tears of Dolan. Would you know my name? Do-do-do-do-do. And please get in this best ball draft. Just take advantage of the Keeps offer. Take advantage of the Crocs offer. Warby Parker free home try-on. I mean, there's a million things you can do. Send it to me, ross@rosstucker.com, and get in my belly, or at least in my August best ball draft. I'm stuffed. We're done.
Thanks for listening to the Fantasy Feast podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Nobody is perfect, but these 5 players keep it pretty close to 100. There are only a handful of players in Madden NFL 22 with an overall rating of 99, and the Los Angeles Rams and Kansas City Chiefs each have 2 players with 99 ratings. So let's break down the members of the prestigious club. The highest rated quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, enters the 99 club for the 3rd time. His numbers across the board prove why his rating wasn't going anywhere in Madden 22. The 25-year-old threw for 4,740 yards and 38 touchdowns. Jalen Ramsey, the cornerback, made a big jump from Madden 21 as he had a 94 rating. Ramsey's production on the field last season proved there's no debate here as to why he has a 99 rating. Ramsey has 99s across the board in play recognition, man coverage, zone coverage, and press. For the 5th straight year, Aaron Donald is in the 99 club. Yeah, Donald is not dropping out of this club as he continues to maintain his status as the best defensive player in the league. And it's not a big shock here that Travis Kelce is also in the club. He is one of the best tight ends in the NFL. In 15 regular season games, Kelce caught 105 passes for 1,416 yards and scored 11 touchdowns. It's Green Bay Packers Devontae Adams' 2nd consecutive year at being a 99 overall. Adams had 18 touchdowns in 14 games last season. So check out all these 99s coming soon to the Madden Dream Stream.
Okay, we're back. Hi, Madden After Dark. Moments from lock. We have the Dolphins and the Cowboys. Glash Lamarca to take you home.
Yeah.
Eamon and Daniel from our production team. Tate and Bailey from Ops. It's been the same crew all night long. Matt Lamarca, what are you thinking for a showdown here with the Fins and the boys?
Yeah. Two teams that I kind of like. I kind of like the let's try that again. I'm going to take that over. Yeah, these are two teams that I kind of like. Cowboys, I've been hyping up on these. I think that they should win the East, the NFC East. I think they have a chance to be extremely good offensively this season. The Dolphins, I think, have a chance to sneak into a wild card spot. So I like both of these teams. Dolphins, it's based more on their defense than what they can do offensively, but two teams that I think will be in the mix next season. As for this showdown contest, I went with Amari in the captain spot, Diggity Dak Prescott, Matt Breida, Mike Gesicki. You can call me Al Wilson, and Greg the Leg Zerloin.
Wilson!
Well done!
Sorry, I just saw the final out of Red Sox Rays, and I mouthed something, but it didn't come out of my mouth, so everything's fine. Yeah, Red Sox got swept in Tampa. Great. Okay.
The Rays are legit, kid.
Yeah, I know.
There's no shame in losing to losing to Tampa.
It kind of is when you have like the third highest payroll in baseball. And they just continue to be really good every year.
At least they're not the Yankees, eh, Glash?
Yeah, kid.
Although the Yankees are going to make the playoffs, and I absolutely hate it, but it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think them making moves at the deadline, Gallo and Rizzo. By going after those two players, they immediately fill the left-handed bat void, which, the more you think about it, like, talk about mismanagement. How do you not have at least two power lefty bats at that ballpark when you're there 81 times a year?
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't hurt them until this season. You know, they've had a lot of right-handers who can just hit, so it hasn't really mattered. But
sure,
this year, because they've had so many injuries and such, like it's been magnified. But they're 2.5 games back of Oakland. They're gonna catch Oakland.
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing too that comes to mind when they make a couple of moves like that, only being 3.5 games back of that last wild card. Never mind the wild card. They feel the division can still be taken. They don't think the Red Sox are that good, which they kind of aren't. They've been a fun team to watch. There's no doubt.
Yeah, the Red Sox are a good baseball team, but they're not like a scary baseball team. You know, you look at their pitching staff and it's pretty pedestrian. You know, getting Chris Sale back, if that ever happens, that'd be nice for them. But until that happens, like, is a rotation of Eduardo Rodriguez and Nick Pivetta and, Tanner Houck. Like, is that scaring anybody? No.
No, it's not. Oh, look at these unis.
Yeah, I thought we were watching the Cardinals for a second.
Interesting. Okay, I never gave you my lineup.
Yeah, do it.
Gesicki is my captain. I played both running backs, Zeke and Breida. Amari Cooper, Jakeem Grant, not Jeremy Grant, sorry. Mixing sports, Jakeem Grant, and then Jason Sanders, kicking. Great to have you with us. Thank you so much for choosing the DraftKings Dream Stream. We kind of went off the rails a bit. And I say kind of just to, make ourselves feel better. But we had some fun last sim. We're going to finish strong here on this third one. Talk some sports. Talk about really whatever the heck you want. If you're in the chat right now, there's about 250 of you. On YouTube, of course. There is Peter Parker.
Tony Parker.
Well, and you're on Twitch as well. We see you on Twitch. Do you have any takeaways from that first week of training camp? Your own personal team? If you got a feeling about something or something you want to get off your chest as it pertains to your NFL team, or just if you're a fan of the league, drop it in. We'll shout out Kyle first. 88 on his humanities test. Worthy of a DK party? Kyle, I know. Your party is due this week. We'll make it happen. We'll party on a weekday.
80 Poker says Toronto's scarier than both. I mean, they do have a scary lineup. The pitching is a huge question mark. They traded a lot for Barrios. Does Barrios move the needle that much? I don't know. The race for the wild card is going to be super interesting in the American League. You've got Boston right now has a 3.5 game lead over Oakland. Oakland has a 2.5 game lead over the Yankees. And then Toronto and Seattle are 1 game back of the Yankees. So, there are 5 teams vying for 2 spots. I don't buy Seattle still. Sorry, Steve Buchanan. I know you're not watching, but I know Steve Buchanan. Those are his boys, the Seattle Mariners. They're not in this conversation. I think it'll be the Yankees and the Red Sox, but it is baseball. Anything can happen.
Tua eludes pressure, throws
nice
on the run,
throw,
touchdown. Wilson!
Al Wilson scores every sim. I always play him. Always play Al.
Let's go.
Oh, a little one-handed snaggeroo.
Wilson, 27.2% owned overall. So good on you if you played him in the free showdown. Zeke was the highest owned player at 76.6%, and a big drop-off. Dak Prescott in next at 58.96%.
Yeah, I didn't play Zeke. That could be a mistake.
You just made a big mistake.
You think the darkness is your ally?
Let her go. Very poor choice of words. Jeffrey says, to the moon! Red Sox have lost 4 in a row for the first time all year.
Wow. Whatever happened to Ben Stein? Wow. Clear eyes.
Ooh. Our friends over at the DraftKings Sportsbook just tweeted out seconds ago at DK Sportsbook. If this tweet gets 500 likes, we'll give out some free bets tomorrow. I'd get on that. I just tweeted it on my account, so you can go check that out. Can't really further elaborate. I don't really know what they're going to give away. Well, something on that front, but at Brendan Glasheen on Twitter, if you want to give that a look. That sounds fun. It's free. Justin Harden says, perfect opening drive. Michael says, annoying Tud. This one, are you from Florida? Big Rays fan? Are you from Tampa? I should ask more specifically. I haven't promoted this in a while. I'm going to get back on it this week. I've been slacking. The old TikTok game. I'm going to get back to work on TikTok starting tomorrow. Took a little break, like a week and a half or so. It's
I'm gonna be a TikTok star with that kind of work ethic.
It's true. I went on a pretty good heater though for a while, like making a video like every day for about 2 months. So I just took a little break.
You gonna break out any like dance moves? What's your TikTok game?
Really, mostly NFL, NBA content.
All right.
Just like standard stuff. I'll even throw some betting stuff in there every once in a while.
I think you should work on some dances.
Nah, I'm good. At Brendan Glasheen on TikTok. I'm at 800 followers. Try to build towards 1,000.
800 more than me.
You should get on TikTok.
Too old. Riggs. I'm too old for that, Riggs. Big hole for Zeke.
It's really not about age, though. It's really just about how you use it. Seriously.
We did have this conversation last night. I said that I didn't sign. I'm not on Instagram either. And I said it feels like it's too late now. Like I'll just wait for whatever the next thing is.
Well, it's like Tom Brady says, what's your favorite ring? The next one.
Damn right.
What's your favorite social media, LaMarca? The next one.
I have a hard enough time keeping track of Twitter. I don't need another thing.
This tweet's going to get 500 likes pretty easily.
I would hope so.
They tweeted it at 10:07. It's been 4 minutes. It's already at 480 likes.
It's free. It's a free bet.
Ooh, Daryl Robinson just called it in the chat, and it plays out. Michael Gallup, touchdown. Bam!
Want to hear my Gallup noise?
Please. That's fantastic.
Thank you.
Let me try that.
Your mic's cutting out. Your mic might not be quality enough for the Gallup noises. I can't hear anything.
You know what? That's what happens when you start clapping. I have to keep, so watch. Ready? I'll talk and clap, and I'll...
Yep,
Can't hear anything.
done.
Yeah.
Done.
Weird, huh?
Cuts out that ambient noise.
Yep. Wait, do that again. Oh, it stopped for you.
It did?
Yeah. The first time, that was great. You never forget your first. Plus, if I start talking over it, it's kind of hard to do. Keep talking and do the gallop. Do the gallop. Do the gallop.
Yeah, it's like, the can you rub your belly and pat your head thing.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Yeah, you can't.
Wait, what do you do again? You tap your head.
Rub your head, rub your belly, and tap your head. Now switch it. Rub your head, tap your belly. That's significantly harder.
Oh my God, that is hard. All right, 7-7 is our score. Good start to the sim. Couple touchdowns. Everyone's feeling good. We're trying to rub our heads, tap our tummies.
Eubanks says, LaMarco, what's your next sim? I think I'm on Thursday. Didn't we discuss that? Didn't we discover that, Glash? It's me and you Thursday, 6 p.m.
Yes, sir. I think that's it for you for the week.
That's it.
Okay.
We're still filling out the weekends. You'll see a heavy dose of me over the weekend, I'm sure. But Monday through Friday, I'm very limited on my availables. So Thursday, that's all you get. Hate it or love it. The underdog's on top.
Kyle says, can the buzzword be 88 tonight? If LaMarca doesn't make me forget it, which he does a very good job of doing. Shane Thomas, who scored for Dallas, Michael Gallup, and Albert Wilson for Miami.
Big Al. Al Harrington used to be one of my favorite Knick players.
Yeah.
Because that's how the announcers at MSG would. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was Al Jefferson. It was Big Al. Al Harrington, when he would get a bucket, it would be Al Harrington. Loved that. Al Harrington.
Okay, here we go. Stats, both quarterbacks, the passing touchdown. 50 yards for Dak, 48 for Tua. Breida, 24 yards rushing. Zeke with 23 yards rushing. And Michael Gallup, 2 for 41, touchdown. Wilson, 1 for 5 and a touchdown. Potgatter, 1 for 20. Gasicki, 1 for 10. Lem Chop, 1 for 9. And Jakeem had a dream, 1 for 13.
I used to read Word Up magazine.
Give it to me.
Salt and Pepper and Heavy D up in the limousine.
Wow. Kind of going off the rails again. It feels that way. Okay. Daryl's asking, what did we eat for dinner? He made a ribeye. Nice.
Oh, that's much better than what I had.
I had a salad.
Oh.
Caesar
Good
salad
food.
with some Trader Joe's chicken nugs sprinkled in.
Huh.
Very good. After, let me acknowledge, after coming off a 3-day camping trip of eating just burgers, dogs. We did a Christmas in July theme with my dad's side of the family, with some cousins, aunts, uncles.
Okay.
And we did, my cousin loves to cook. We did the whole thing. Honey baked ham, prime rib, zucchini, mashed potatoes, cranberry sauce, stuffing, the whole deal. It was freaking delicious.
Yeah, that sounds like a great meal.
It was great. So we did a Christmas in July get together because we didn't really do the Christmas thing because of the pandemic this past year. So it was good. It was a good time.
They said, what did I have? I had a cheeseburger.
Yum. Homemade?
Yep. I mean, not the patty, obviously. The patty I just took out of the freezer, but...
Okay. Ralphie says, Glash and LaMarca, 12-team PPR league with 2 quarterbacks. Should I draft a quarterback in the first round?
You can. I don't think you have to, but you can. My goal this season is to get 2 of the top 15 quarterbacks in my 2 quarterback leagues. That's my goal. So doesn't matter if I could use my first 2 picks on quarterbacks. I could use, 1 and 3, 2 and 4, whatever. Like, I just want to make sure I have good quarterback options because I was kind of going through this with Jeff Ulrich yesterday. I don't think quarterback is very strong this season. Like, I see a pretty significant drop off at the position once you get past those top 15 guys or so. So my priority is getting 2 good quarterbacks.
There you go. David says, yummy, always good, LaMarca.
Yeah, you got that yummy, yummy.
You think about that guy, Bieber. You just put out a song and say the same word over and over again. I mean, I do that. I do the buzzword every night. Why can't mine become worth millions of dollars?
Are you throwing shade on Yummy? Because that song was a banger.
You know all the words? It's Tony
I know
Pollard.
enough of them. I know enough of them. You have slippers on with a smile on my face. I'm a lady, that you are my lady.
Can we go home now?
Oh, no.
Dak, complete to CD. Meager 66, my birthday 1-year anniversary of my pizza deal is coming up in a few weeks. Can I reserve a spot early? I got to be honest, I'm pretty scarred from Poppy Herb winning a pizza deal within days of me bringing them back. Didn't expect that. Oh, touchdown.
Koopa de Scoop.
Into the thick of it. Into the thick of it.
Hey, that's good for my team, Captain Amari.
I flexed him. Dylan says saxophone should be the buzzword. That'd be a tough one. Well, maybe not.
Isto says my wife thinks a dog is dying.
That's really not that funny. I mean, it's kind of sad.
That's funny. He's making fun of my voice, you know, when I was singing.
CEH on Twitch. Glash is already rich. I am not rich.
Somebody once asked me if I was a millionaire on one of these. And I was like, no, extremely far from it.
I mean, Emerson makes the most money of any of us.
I know. He makes $1 million to sim, so he's loaded.
Loaded. A lot of tax money, though.
Preach.
You know the deal. Contract life.
Yeah, I got to pay taxes every quarter.
Yep, same. It's a pain. It's fake rich, you know? Oh, look at this, man. Put the money away. Oh, bye-bye. How about a magic trick? Gonna make this tax money disappear. It's gone. Oh, is USA basketball on right now?
Right now?
Yeah.
Maybe. Sometimes there's games at 9 p.m.
Women or maybe the women's team's on right now.
Men's soccer is on against Mexico.
Okay.
In the Gold Cup.
The U.S. women play at 12:40 tonight.
Okay.
Oh, and then the men play Spain on Tuesday.
And that's going to be in the that's got to be the first round of the quarterfinals.
Yep.
Wow, that's a heavyweight showdown for the quarterfinals. Because I believe Spain is ranked second in the world. USA ranked number 1. These rankings are obviously pre-Olympics. You know, like Slovenia is going way up following these Olympics. That's really the big one. Slovenia's going way up. But still, that's a tough quarterfinal draw for the USA.
Mm-hmm. The women should roll France, I think. They're loaded. Congo Cab, Tua slinging it so far in the sim. Captain Blood right now in first place. Mark Mantelli's in second. Brian Berard, Bri Guy's in the chat.
Hey!
What are you doing up, Bry? Ooh, that's my captain. Touchdown, Mike Gesicki.
Ooh.
Let's go.
I have him. Mike Gesicki is somebody I would have bet heavily was going to be a star. And maybe he still can be. Like, maybe it's not maybe it's too early to completely write him off, but like his athletic measurables off the chains though. Let me pull this up for you.
So are you into him this year, fantasy wise?
Again, my philosophy is I want one of like the top 5 or 6 tight ends, but if I miss on them, sure, Mike Gesicki. So here are his workout metrics, okay? His 40-yard dash, 95th percentile. His speed score, 95th percentile. His burst score, 99th percentile. His agility score, 99th percentile. His catch radius, 100th percentile. His closest comp athletically, Vernon Davis. The sky was the limit for this dude. His Spark score, or Spark X, I should say, 98th percentile. The dude is a freak athlete for a tight end. So I'm not giving up on him yet.
Okay.
Don't give him nothing.
80 poker 89. Yeah, Gesicki's sort of a freak.
He's a freak.
Freak a leak. We have Sarah, my girlfriend Sarah, she has a friend, her name's Krista. And every time they say, Krista, we just get excited. What?
The way you said it, too, was perfect.
Krista.
How you like it, Daddy?
I think this song's kind of appropriate, right?
Yeah, no.
No, probably not.
For the most part, no.
Oh, yeah, no way we can sing that. Shamika, Keisha, Sabrina, Krista, Taronda, Felicia, Tanisha, Siobhan, Monique, Christina, Yolanda. We can say names. Freak-a-leak. Maybe the buzzword should just be all the Freak-a-leak names.
Yeah. I will do that.
Well, took us to the 52nd mark of the second quarter to completely lose it.
Some would say we've lost it long before then. Ooh, nice play to break that up.
Meeker 66. I didn't. Moose said that. Well,
I missed that.
Oh, I thought you might have been with him.
That didn't happen with me. We did talk about his new rap song, though, in which he claims to have heavy parts.
Who? Cole Beasley?
You know he's a rapper, right?
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. Big rap career.
Monique Beasley. Krista. Little Jesse on Twitch. The dude can't remember the names of the players on The Sims, but he has those names down memorized. LOL. Full disclosure, little Jesse. I googled that.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just making them up. Those are all correct.
Those are all real. Yeah.
Okay.
One more time. Shamika, Keisha, Tara, Shonda, Sabrina, Krista, Deronda, Teresa, Alicia, Tanisha, Siobhan, Monica, Monique, Christina, Yolanda. I think that's all of them. It's Dak on 3rd and 4. Blake Jarwin.
Oh, that would have fit so in there. It's Dak on 3rd and 4 to Blake Jarwin.
You all Merriweather. Jarwin. Zerlina. If Petey Pablo ends up coming on these streams, I'd be honored to chat with him. Love you all so much. Thank you for being here. 17-14. Good scoring first half. Tomorrow, here's a plug for you. Tomorrow, yours truly will be hosting The Sweat tomorrow morning.
Oh.
Where I won't be reading lyrics from Freak League.
I mean, you could. Might help the ratings.
I just did the whole. If I hosted the show doing the Freak League.
I say you host the show as
tendencies.
Petey Pablo.
Let's take some calls from the request line. Caller number 1. Hey man, what's up?
All right.
Caller number 1.
Calls on the request line.
You like week 1 NFL?
All right, let's do the stats.
Beasley.
We weren't very attentive in that last quarter. Prescott's got 151 and 2 touchdowns. Tua with 114 and 2 touchdowns. Pretty good passing numbers.
Tua, Dak. Ooh, what was that?
Sometimes my computers make noises at me. Matt Breida. Oh, more noise.
Breida, Zeke, holy Prescott.
9 for 37 for Breida. Zeke has 7 for 55. Pollard 1 for 10.
Cooper, Gesicki.
Cooper, 4 for 54 and a touchdown.
Gesicki hates this.
65 and a touchdown. Gallup 3 for 61 and a touchdown. We got another touchdown out there. You know who's got it. My man. You can call me Albert Wilson.
Wilson!
That's his only catch, though, unfortunately.
Okay. There you go. Tate and Bailey on top of things. Tate's hanging out on Twitch. Tate's always in the chat. Tate's a good time.
Producer Eamon says Michaela Maroney is just taking a blowtorch to the USAG and USO on Instagram right now. I'm excited to check that out.
Is it like on Instagram Live?
Don't know.
I need to know. Oh, it's been going on for a few hours. IG story. Okay. Sounds good.
She's good in that Geico commercial.
Which Which Geico commercial?
It's like the guy throws a frisbee on the roof, and it's like, oh, Michaela Maroney is gonna, it's easier than having Michaela Maroney get your frisbee off the roof. She does like a little back handspring and grabs a tree branch, launches herself up, gets the frisbee.
Okay, I know what you're talking about now.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking it up. Anyone have a YouTube link? All right, so who scored touchdowns in this sim? Cooper?
Gesicki.
And Gesicki.
Al Wilson.
Michael Gallup. The Claw 28 was asking. There you go.
The Claw.
Oh, here it is. Beautiful.
The Claw.
You've saved our lives. We are eternally grateful.
Glass is just watching commercials now. All right, Cowboys going to take over here. 17-14 game.
I saw what I needed to see.
Cowboys got a slim 3-point lead.
Here comes Zeke. Lisa Robinson shadow. That's kind of creepy. Good to have you with us, though. What do you make of it? So I know we just talked Gesicki for a minute there. Well,
yeah.
That was actually kind of a while ago now that I think about it. Before we went into freak link mode, which when I say we, really me.
Mm-hmm.
So hope you all enjoyed that moment. What do you think of the Dolphins as a team this year? Take it wherever you'd like. Fantasy.
I like the Dolphins.
Yeah, you do? Okay.
I do. First off, I think they have a great coach. Love Brian Flores. I think he knows how to get the most out of his players. And that's an underrated aspect in these sorts of things, right? Like, look at the Chargers. They have been underperforming their talent level for what? 2 decades now because they just haven't had the right head coach. The Dolphins don't have that problem. They have a good guy at the helm in Flores. The defense is good. They were very good last year over the second half of the season, which was what allowed them to, I don't know if they finished 10-6 or 9-7, but they were good. The big question is, what can Tua do in year 2? If Tua can take a step forward, which wouldn't be that unrealistic, right? Like, before Tua got hurt at Alabama, it felt like he was going to be the slam dunk #1 overall pick. Like, the guy clearly has talent. So if he can take a step forward, he's got plenty of passing talent to work with. They have 3 good wide receivers in Will Fuller, Devontae Parker, and Jalen Waddle, who they drafted in the first round with the 6th pick. I already mentioned my love for Gesicki. Like, they have plenty of weapons for him to work with. So I am bullish on the Dolphins. I think they're the second best team in the AFC East. Which I don't know if that's a hot take or not, but people seem to like the Patriots this year.
I think it's very close. New England and Miami. I think it's very close. I don't think it's a slam dunk I don't think it's a hot take to put Miami ahead of New England.
Okay, good.
I think it's close. Quarterback play is really going to determine a lot of this.
As it usually does.
Yep. Really in any division, even on the really good teams, even the teams that surprise us each year. There's a couple of teams that surprise us. Usually when a team surprises and does well, it's because the quarterback play improved or is just at a higher level. So, as Mike Bauer says, you should expect Tua to be improved at least a little, right? And we'd like to think that Tua is fully healthy going in, full off season, that whole deal. I'm willing for younger players to give them the whole off-season thing. There's Cooper, catch and run, gain of 26. Like the younger quarterbacks, I give them more leeway on that as far as learning a system and that kind of thing.
Plus the circumstances with him were super weird last year where, he didn't have the full confidence of the locker room. The veteran players wanted to stick with Fitzpatrick. There's none of that this year, as Michael Gallup will score his second touchdown of the day. This is now Tua's team. For better or for worse, Tua is their guy. They've made their decision. So I think that's a good thing for him. He's got to be a leader. He's got to step up and grab the reins, so to speak. But he doesn't have to worry about looking over his shoulder and am I going to get benched if I don't play well to start the game. He doesn't have to worry about the players not having his back. So it's just a lot. There's a lot more reasons to be optimistic about Tua in year 2.
You were just in first place, by the way, in the free roll. And
I saw that. Yes, I did.
Now you're in 6th.
Yeah, no Michael Gallup on my team, unfortunately.
As a reminder, in the contest here, Michael Gallup, let me find it, I had it up here. Michael Gallup owned in 35.9% of lineups, just about 6% captained.
Just a moment.
Just a moment here. Just a bit. The captain right now in the winning lineup. Yeah, also I'm switching gears a bit, so if you want to talk, we talked Dak a little bit. Overrated, underrated, what do we make of him? I'm probably going to tune into Hard Knocks to just hear his story about rehab, and I'm probably going to... My opinion of Dak Prescott's really not going to change because I think he's a pretty good guy and says all the right things. Really a great ambassador, has that CEO attitude about him representing that organization. And say what you want about how they're managed and Jerry Jones, Dak has done a really good job, I think, of just embracing that whole situation. And it makes it easier to embrace that situation when you're making the amount of money he's making now.
Sure.
There's Gesicki again. I'm just seeing this now. Mike Zimmer reacting to only having one quarterback at training camp yesterday. This is not good right now in Minnesota. Because Kirk Cousins, I guess, now is on that COVID exempt or COVID. What is it technically called?
The reserve / COVID-19 list.
Okay. So they had a practice yesterday. Vikings had 3 quarterbacks out, including Kirk Cousins and Kellen Mond.
Yep.
Oh boy. I don't blame these coaches for getting a little frustrated, though. They're trying to run an operation here.
For sure. Yeah, and again, we me and Jeff kind of talked about this. I don't want to make this a political thing because it's just you're not going to change anybody's mind at this point, but it's become a competitive advantage to get the shot. And if you don't, you're going to be at greater risk of missing games. And it's a personal choice. It's up to the players to do what they want to do. And I respect that. But they have to know that the odds are greater of them missing games if they do not get the shot.
Yeah, it feels that way. And plus, this is something that folks here, you folks watching, wherever you may be, Twitch, YouTube, also the Game Center. We've been over this when the league released these protocols a couple weeks ago. The days you have to miss as far as testing and sitting out as far as a quarantine. If you are a vaccinated player, the amount of days you need to sit out is not as high as someone who isn't vaccinated. So, are higher if you are unvaccinated. So yeah, it's tough. But see, that's what makes this. I want to talk about from the football standpoint. What makes this challenging is a year ago, and I'm not just saying like, I know we talked about Cam Newton quite a bit in the 6 o'clock, and I'm not trying to make this about that again, but just when you're going to make the arguments as fans, as media members, as fantasy analysts, this whole thing about, well, they didn't have a training camp last year. They didn't have a preseason. Well, okay, but like that's going to be a thing again because of this, and the league is. But what the league is telling all of you is, look, here's the best way we want to go forward with this. Like it or not, this is what we're going to set as a standard. You can agree to cooperate, and there's also another way we can do this if you choose not to get it, which is okay. The protocols are going to remain the same as they were last year, and tough. The machine rolls along here.
Ain't that the truth? The NFL stops for no one.
I give the NFL credit for this, actually. So they're setting a standard. We have to have some rules to follow, and they're trying to move forward here. I kind of get it. And if you don't want to adhere to them, then don't play football. It's really not that hard. It'd be the same thing as like going into work, and if they want you to get it, well, don't work. So it's complicated, no doubt. It's not that easy. I try to make it, whenever there's like complicated situations like this, I try to boil it down to be what the real truth of the matter is. And it's the simple. If you don't want to play, okay, fine. Personal choice, then don't play. They've got to do something to move the ship along, to make some progress, because they're not playing musical chairs like they did last year. As fun as it was, and I say fun in air quotes, like kind of enjoyable, as enjoyable as it might have been to like watch Titans Steelers or whoever on Tuesday at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, or maybe it was the Bills. It was
there
Bills,
were
Titans.
Some weird time games.
It was cool. Like, it was kind of cool. Like, all right, this is neat. But like,
yeah,
we could
it might have
go
been
anywhere
cool
anyway.
for you. It wasn't cool for those of us who have to write about the NFL for a living. Normally we get into our system. You get Thursday night football, you get Sunday night football, Monday night football. But last year it was like, oh, so there's a game every night this week, and you have to write about them all. Stuff.
Yeah. So, from a pure football standpoint, from a consumer of the game, as you all come here and consume these sims, from a consumer standpoint, you should be happy with the league's doing. They want to play games and make it as smooth as possible. That's what they're going for. And if you don't like it, tough. That's how I look at it. Seriously. I mean, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do, Hey, what are you going to do? This game.
Oh, nice, dude. Is that signed?
No. I just have a bunch of random stuff on my desk. Who else do I have sitting here? DeAndre Hopkins. Anything else fun? Tyreek Hill. Celebration. He's doing like a little flip ski into the end zone.
Gallup's been awesome in this sim. 2 touchdowns. Still in bonus territory. So is Zeke. Zeke is up to 93 yards. Mike Bauer, you risk a concussion every day when you play football.
There he is, CeeDee Lamb. He felt the power of my rookie card.
Jeremy, I respect your opinion. I would only argue back, and I'm not an NFL player, but I'm just saying, those guys go out there every Sunday, and you know how we always give players credit? Look at all these contract negotiations we talk about every offseason. Guys want theirs, especially the players that are best at their position. So you got Stephon Gilmore in New England, who wants to be a top 10 paid corner, or maybe even top 5. Aaron Rodgers says it's not about the contract, but Aaron has never taken lesser money over the course of his career. And you know why we never knock players for doing that? Because they never know what down might be their last down. The risk of injury. Any given Sunday. Not apples to apples.
Apples and bananas. You know that song?
Yes.
I was watching that.
I know Freak a League better than that one.
I was watching that with my niece the other day. Now let's do an ooh sound. Ooples and banoonus. I don't necessarily like to talk about this stuff because I just feel like it's a no-win conversation. Either you agree with what I think and it's like cool, or you disagree, and there's really no room for discourse, it feels like, in this subject. So my thing is that, like, it is 100% a player's choice whether or not they want to get the vaccine or not. But at the same time, they have to realize that it is also 100% their employer's choice to tell them that they don't want them to be around their team if they choose not to. Because, as I said, it's now a competitive issue. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And look, like, I'm with you, LaMarca. I just, and especially when starting quarterbacks are out and you got one quarterback at practice, like, this is the same stuff we were dealing with last year. I mean, look what happened in Denver. The league is telling us that if that has to happen again, where you have to pick up a former quarterback, or what was his I don't even remember his name, the quarterback for Denver last year.
Kendall Hinton.
Well, that's going to happen again because we're trying to install the league is trying to install some sort of program. We'll see. And really, I mean, when Mike Zimmer, and I know Ron Rivera has been vocal, if you root for these teams, I mean, folks within organizations that you might root for are getting frustrated by this. And look, to be fair to Mike Zimmer, he didn't even say just his team. He's frustrated just in general. So he wasn't trying to blast his team. He's frustrated altogether. So it's news. Something we have to keep an eye on. Anyways, we're midway through the fourth quarter. It's been a good sim, 24-17. The vibes can still be good. We're all friends here. Love you, mean it. Dak's out of the gun, 3rd and goal from the 8. Really to put this sim away if he wants. There he goes. Touchdown. Muhammad says back to Freaka League, please.
Yeah. Ezekiel, Amari, and CeeDee.
Jarwin. Jerry and McCarthy.
I like it.
Dak on the attack.
Okay. Very long. K-Nut moves into first place in the old Sim family. He's got a Michael Gallup captain team to go with Zeke, Dak, Gesicki, I called him Jeremy Grant too. See, I messed up. Jakeem Grant and CeeDee Lamb. It's a pretty nice team right
The Bulldog on Twitch. Keep up the great work, guys. You do awesome at the commentary. Hey, thanks, Bulldog. Says it's definitely a tough topic to discuss, but I think we need to. Well, I mean, like I said, we're all fans. We all want to watch the games. This is what brings us together, the football part. So I look at it all as a positive, might not be the best word, but I look at it as a proactive experience. Mohammed says, I don't know if there's going to be a buzzword today. Well, is that so?
Provocative. It gets the people going.
Oh, it's because he says we might be wrapping up before. I don't know. It's going to be tight. 10:55. Lamarca, I have not forgot. Not yet. Oh, dude, your hair looks good.
I'm going to try to put it in a hair tie. I don't know if I still can. Probably not.
Looks good, though.
Thanks, man. You should see it when I style it. I did post that picture on Twitter. I think you commented on it.
I want to shout out our great team tonight. We've been here since 6. It's been a long night.
Not working on the hair tie.
Yeah. I think it looks good the way you have it right there. Oh, yeah, because this is the first time. This is what we should have been talking about all night. You've got the Steve the Pirate vibes.
That's right. Yes. Steve the Pirate.
Hey, look, it's Steve the Pirate.
We got a guy on our team that dresses like a pirate?
What should be the buzzword tonight, everybody?
I think it should be Freak a Leak.
Freak a Leak. Just saying that over and over?
Yeah, or we could do the names, whatever you want.
Let's do the names. Everyone Google Freak a Leak lyrics.
Assuming you're over 21 or 18, whatever. I don't know what the age limit is.
Well, we're not singing the other stuff. We're just doing the names.
Yeah, but I mean, still, if you're looking for the lyrics.
I got what you mean now. Yeah. Let's make one more push on that like button. If you love these Madden Sims, you love the Dream Stream, you enjoy hanging out. Never mind our company, but you've all got a chance to get to know each other here. You've made some friends, I'd like to think. Hit that like button. Come on. All right, so Dallas is really just going to run this out, feels like. I mean, Miami maybe starts taking timeouts. So let's get this right before we go. What up, Dominique? Let's see. The first name that I'll read. Let me just make sure I get the names in order.
Looks like Shamika, right?
Yep. Shamika, Keisha, Tara, Shonda, Sabrina, Krista, Deronda, Teresa, Felicia, Tanisha, Siobhan. Is it Monica or Monica?
Is that a serious question? Have you ever heard of the name Monica?
I'm just double checking.
It's Monica.
Okay, but I'm trying to imagine how Petey would say Monica. Is it like that?
Monica.
Okay. Just ask.
Growl it a little bit.
Monica. You gotta let it drag for a bit. Monica, Monique, Christina, Yolanda. So Yolanda is our last name.
Save some of it for the buzzword, Playboy.
I'm
We're
just
literally
making
gonna have
sure-
to do it again in 1 minute.
I am just making. Yeah. See, there are Monicas as well. Thank you.
Who knows a Monica?
Eamon said that.
Eamon, I don't believe you. We're on the air right now. I don't believe you.
This is gonna be fun. Oh, Cooper touchdown! It's 10:59. Lamarca, ready?
Can I just do the?
Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. What up, Dominique? Shamika, Keisha, Tara, Shonda, Sabrina, Krista, Deronda, Tarisha, Felicia, Tanisha, Siobhan, Monica, Monique, Christina, Yolanda. What up, Dominique? Shamika, Keisha, Tara, Shonda, Sabrina, Krista, Deronda, Teresa, Felicia, Tanisha, Siobhan, Monica, Monique, Christina, Yolanda. The chat is just throwing the names in. It's great. One of my favorite buzzwords ever, arguably. That was great. Mohammed says best buzzword ever. I kind of liked it. Wow. 38-17, by the way, in the sim. 2 touchdowns for Gallup, 2 for Cooper. I actually could have done DraftKings host names. Lamarca, Kaufman.
That would have been weird.
Carolyn, Jesse.
Weird.
Buchanan, Edlow, Thorn, Moose. Freeze pops. Jordan Warren, this was a fun buzzword. Way to cap off my birthday weekend. Thanks, y'all. Jordan's going to go to work tomorrow. So, how was your birthday weekend? Oh, pretty good. Did this, did that. Closed out the night doing Freak a League buzzword. Rossi. What is wrong with me? Who wrote that? Glashana. Musina.
Ooh, like Mike Musina.
Well, that's good, yeah.
Cristala. Credit to Daniel for that
Cristala! That's so good. Reed, Cristala, Ducey, Rossi. Glashana, Lamarca. Coffina, Lazia. Oh man, the freak of nature dropping some beauties in the chat. What a night!
I have to listen to that song after this, the real version.
I really wish we had the rights to it here on the Dream Stream.
We would get. First off, we would get suspended. Eamon and Daniel would be suspended.
I'd probably be fired if I had to guess.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. They might. I'm not gonna. They might not fire me, but they certainly wouldn't let me be on camera anymore.
But if I had to pick a way of how to go out, it'd be a great story. Yeah, I played Freak a League over a stream. We just read the names. We didn't, there's crossing a line, and then there's, having fun. If anything, free advertising for Petey Pablo.
True, Petey Pablo. Let's bring Petey Pablo to the sim, guys. Get this out to Petey. Get these out to Petey's people.
if PD Pablo ever came on a sim and did color, that'd be great.
I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna say I want to do an interview with PD. So, Mr. Pablo, is it okay if I call you PD, or do you prefer Mr. Pablo? What was your mindset like when writing the song "Freak a Leak"?
What up, Glasheen? Let's take some calls from the chat line. Chatter number 1. Hey, man, what's up? Who'd you put in the captain spot? Cooper.
Tua trying to get a garbage time touchdown. He did find Gesicki out of the back of the end zone.
All right, I got that coming right up for you. Now shout out. The radio station that gave you what you wanted.
24-44. All right. Thankfully.
Would you play Dak as a captain? Would you put Dak in the flex? Break it down like that.
Oh. Thankfully, we know that this sim is over before anything else happens. I think.
Ooh, I came in 10th place, and you came in 8th.
Yeah. Get used to staring up at me in the standings, Glash, for our fantasy league, okay? That's all I'm going to say.
So you have a tough call here, right? It's probably Gallup or Cooper as the player of the game.
I mean, I think Gesicki also deserves some consideration. He had 143 yards, 8 catches, and a touchdown. But since the Cowboys won, I'm giving it to Gallup. I'm giving it to...
Still can't hear mine?
No. Sorry.
All right. Oh, no. Retease, did you know? Clip this on Twitch. Glash Pablo, Freak a League. Bills fan, 77711. This is so not funny that I'm laughing. All right, well, at least you got to laugh. All right, not my kid award. Mike Gesicki was really good, too. Man.
I said that. You went Kaufman on me. You weren't paying attention, apparently.
Oh, I've done that to plenty of hosts. Usually not you, though.
Usually not. I feel like it was a pretty good sim. Maybe Breida? Yeah, Breida. Breida had a disappointing game considering his price and his ownership.
Okay. Yeah, and I played him, and he wasn't great. He kind of did me in, actually. 9.2 points, yeah. And he was highly owned, 65.5%, 12.4 in the captain. Alpha Wolf 518, first place in the DraftKings public contest for the Showdown Gesicki captain. Prescott, Cooper, Gallup, Grant, and Wilson.
I do think we're still waiting on some
updates.
Grant is getting credited for 23 receptions at the moment, which is obviously a mistake. So the Jakeem Grant teams will be going backwards.
That's me.
Once we get these stats fixed.
That means there's no way I'm going to be in 10th. All right, well, shucks. All right, I've got a schedule here for tomorrow. I'll give it to the people, and then we can get out of here. We'll start the day at noon. Actually, we're going to have the sweat tomorrow. Yours truly will be hosting the sweat. So we're going to do some NFL. If you have, seriously, I know it's hard to take me seriously after doing Freak League games for a half hour, maybe longer. We will be reacting to those week 1 DraftKings NFL salaries. So LaMarca won't be on because it doesn't do it for him. Starts at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning to talk baseball, Team USA, basketball, because Kenny wants to talk about that. So we'll get Kenny on to talk about that. And then 2 segments on the NFL. That's what I got. That's
what I got for you tomorrow here on the Dream Stream at 11 o'clock. So come join us. Rossi will be on the first two sims. Patriots, Colts, Bengals, Steelers. Rossi and Christian together for the first one. Then Rossi and Kenny for the second one. 4 o'clock sim, 4 Eastern, Titans, Packers. They'll have Jeff and Zach together, Titans, Packers. I'll be back at 6 Eastern, Raiders, Eagles with Kenny. We'll have Raiders, Eagles. 8 p.m. sim, Saints, Falcons with Kaufman and Brandon Cristal. I'm not going to do it. Bills, Cardinals for Madden After Dark. I'll be back here with Tommy Freeze Pops. So there you go. I'm sure there will actually also be a golf version of the slate tomorrow. Don't hold me to that, but I can check. Actually, I'll check it right now. I got it right
Go
here.
for the green.
Yes, Get the Green is after the 2 p.m. Madden Sim tomorrow.
I feel like I just accidentally gave that show a better name.
Maybe.
Doesn't Go for the Green. Isn't that better than Get the Green? You guys know. You hear me out there.
It's fair. It's fair. Okay. LaMarca, anything else before we go?
Nope.
Okay. Good time, man. Seriously.
See you all on Thursday.
Good time. Okay. Eamon, Daniel from our production team, Tate and Bailey making those final manual scoring updates. So keep your eyes on the Game Center. Twitch fam, thank you. DK Sim fam on YouTube, thank you. Again, those scores will be fixed. They always are. Maybe not as fast as you'd like sometimes, but they will update. So hope to see you all tomorrow morning on the Sweat. And you all have a great rest of your Sunday. Happy August. Good vibes. Training camp rolls on. We'll be talking about it here on the Dream Stream. You'll have a great night. See you tomorrow morning.